Most of it is
I
not a
definitely
film.
know those. Okay,
Maybe
so
this one will change your mind, Metal. Maybe you'll be like, you know what? Actually, movies can be good
you know what?
sometimes.
Maybe art isn't that bad. I mean,
After all.
it gives you a hard time thinking that mostly.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at the grand scheme of things, surely there are more bad movies than good ones, right?
I mean, yeah,
So
that's
Oh,
movies
just
as a
absolutely.
whole.
that's just numbers.
I thought Germans loved numbers. You're just dispelling all sorts of stereotypes here today.
Yeah, that's I'm very diverse German, I guess, or something. I don't know. Is that how that works? I'm not sure. Oh boy. Let me see. Does my
Slurms Mackenzie's Boombox asks, guys, have you watched the Phoenician scheme yet? Everyone in my group did not understand what was the point. I haven't, but Hugh, you've
I
seen
did.
it.
I saw it last night, actually. Yeah.
What film is this?
The
This is
new
the
Wes
newest.
Anderson.
Ah,
The new
And
Wes
what'd you
Anderson
think?
joint. Everyone in my group struggled to understand what was the point.
I barely
that was-
understand the title of the movie, so I don't blame them.
You know what? I've watched the whole thing. I have no idea what the plan. I do not know what the Phoenician scheme was. What the plan was. All I know is that it cost money, and they had to convince people to pay for it. That was sort of like the point.
Okay.
They jumped from business partner to business partner, trying to get them to cover various aspects of like rising cost in this massive scheme that is supposed to, over the next 150 years, turn a profit, I think.
Oh, it's about making movies. Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
did it have colorful long shots with folk music in the background?
Yes. Yes,
So
it
it
did.
is a Wes Anderson film, indeed.
Now it did not have. You know, it's funny. I was mentioning this to a couple of people yesterday. It clearly wanted to be funny, and there were moments. I felt that I was primed for it because I took an edible before I went in, and I could see all of what it was attempting to achieve and how it could have been funny. For some reason, it didn't hit. I mean, nobody in my theater so much as chuckled, except for maybe a couple of Michael Cera's scenes. That was pretty
That's
much it.
unfortunate.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. So I don't know if it was just a bad theater. I mean, I'm starting to get the lay of the land here that I think maybe the movie's just not that great.
It's
But-
certainly possible. That's a shame because some of his movies can be quite funny, and he's got some legit
Grand Budapest Hotel.
masterpieces.
I
Yeah.
rewatched recently, and I really enjoyed that.
I've got a
Um,
soft spot for Rushmore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's like,
I like
what's
that
with the
movie.
nurse suit, guy? These are OR scrubs. Oh, are they?
Kyle
I
R.
tried to
says,
enjoy Wes Anderson's movies, and Grand Budapest is fantastic.
Mhm.
Fantastic Mr. Fox, I Love Dogs. I enjoyed both. And then I've watched like 3 of his others that I don't even think I finished them. I just could not stand them. He's such a
They-
polarizing director for me.
You don't remember what the other ones were?
It
Because
was oh, go on. Sorry, you take a guess. Go for it.
if they were newer ones, I would definitely be with you on that. Because basically, as someone said in our chat, everything he's done since Grand Budapest has been kind of meh. Asteroid City in particular, I think, kind of sucks.
Asteroid City and French Dispatch were the two
Yeah,
that I was
I
thinking of.
couldn't
Yeah,
even
I
finish
knew-
the French Dispatch. I
I
couldn't make it
thought
through.
so.
Well, that's French.
You got to
in
go
it, so-
backwards. You got to go backwards from the Grand Budapest, and you'll be like, "Damn, this guy used to be really, really, really good."
Yeah, at
What-
some
Yeah,
point
I
I'll
do
get around to
I
it.
do have a soft spot for Life Aquatic.
Oh, that's
That
a great movie.
I was
think
actually going to say that too.
the Darjeeling Limited is pretty solid. I like Moonrise Kingdom a lot.
Oh yeah, I like that one.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah,
I
Royal
haven't heard of any
Tenenbaums.
of those movies. I feel so retarded right now.
You haven't seen Fantastic Mr. Fox?
I don't think so. No.
Actually, I haven't. And I'm
What?
quite a fan of.
That's
It's-
very
Oh,
good.
you would love
It's
that.
so good.
Yeah, when
Yeah,
you said
that's
I'm a fan
that's
of
a really
dogs,
good
I'm
one.
like, oh wait, I have dogs. Hey,
The
Joe.
behind the scenes for that movie are hilarious too.
Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Yeah. Put it on the list, Metal. It's very, very good.
What, are you some kind of furry or something? What is this?
No, I'm not, but it is
There's
a good
2
movie.
of those movies? That's just too much.
I don't know how he keeps getting so many famous actors for all of his movies, and then he just makes them act like that. It's fucking bizarre.
They all
seem to
want to
like
work
it.
with him, basically. They
yeah,
all
that's what I
they
was
just
gonna say.
Dude, I love
they just
these.
like
these I love
his
these Google-
style.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's it. That's all I had.
Oh, okay. I love these
He makes-
Google reviews they randomly throw up. I just look here and it says reviews. 100% love the visuals. Thanks. Awesome. Very helpful.
Well,
Well, there's certainly nobody else doing movies that look like his. That's
that's for sure.
That's for sure.
And apparently, in
Yeah.
a nutshell, it's tense, quirky, and hilarious.
I don't know
See-
about hilarious, but quirky. that one's for sure.
You can describe all his movies like that, whether they're good or bad.
Yeah. They're all quirky and they all, scream, this is a Wes Anderson movie. It just depends on whether the story's any good.
If we're speaking like purely about visuals, he probably has the most distinctive visual style of any director that I can think
Oh,
of
yeah.
off the top of my head.
Yeah,
Because
for sure.
you're going to
Easily.
recognize like Tarantino because of the writing and like the dialogue. You're not necessarily going to recognize a Tarantino or like a Nolan just by looking at a frame of their movie. With Wes Anderson, you are.
I'm just
One
looking at
frame
some
is
of
a
these
dead giveaway.
I just look at a couple of these pictures here. It look cursed as fuck.
Yeah, especially if it's a frame of like Willem Dafoe or someone, and just like, right, okay, this is probably Wes Anderson.
Oh, Willem Dafoe has a bit of a jump scare in this one, as does Bill Murray. They show up because they're here for their boy. That's fun.
He likes working with his friends, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Oh, he had a couple of short films that were on Netflix. Because I saw Asteroid City, and I was like, this kind of sucks, actually. And I was pretty disappointed, because I'm a big fan of his, generally speaking. But then he had a couple of short films on Netflix. One of them is called The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar. And that was actually really good.
Sure.
It was like an adaptation of a Roald Dahl short story, and it was pretty solid. Had Benedict Cumberbatch in it. Good stuff.
Benedict Cumberbatch also in this movie too. So
The movie we're covering today is also kind of a guy working with his friend situation because Alex Garland and Danny Boyle have worked together on quite a few films, and this was one of them.
This was one of them.
This
indeed.
was one of those. This was the second.
Sorry,
Oh,
can
which
someone
was
check
first?
my stream if there's like an
Beach
echo? It
first?
looks like it picks up the Discord voices a little bit. What's happening with sound currently? It's really annoying.
Sounds like a you problem.
Well, yeah, but I can't really check while Discord is yapping about.
Was it the beach before 28 Days Later?
Yeah, The Beach,
And
based on Alex Garland's novel.
Yeah,
I
which
thought
I
The Beach was
read
afterwards.
when it came out.
Playing in chat
and
though, so it
I
should
was
be fine.
I read The Beach when I was a teenager, and I like it quite a bit more than the movie. But the movie's got some moments. It changes some pretty major things that entirely shift the story to being something other than what it was.
That's interesting too,
Yeah.
because he did adapt it, didn't he, Alex?
Yeah.
I think so.
believe
He wrote a
the
screenplay, yeah.
script,
Yeah.
But
Oh no, hold up! I just checked. So he did not write the adaptation. He just wrote the book.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
there we go. But I
Interesting.
heard that Leonardo DiCaprio really wanted, or I don't know if it was like his management or something, because like he's coming fresh off Titanic really at the time, wanted him to have a romance because the French girl in the novel doesn't break up with her boyfriend, and he ends up being like entirely cool with it, so she can date Leonardo DiCaprio. She just has some like sexual tension with him, but she decides not to cheat on her boyfriend, basically. So that
Interesting.
like,
I
kind
tried-
of shifts a big
I've
element
never
of that
read
movie.
or seen The Beach.
I tried to watch The Beach on a plane, and I thought it sucked so hard I turned it off.
It is
It
a
was not
weird
good.
film, but
No, and that's saying something. If you're like, I don't want to watch this anymore, and you're on a plane and there's literally nothing else to do,
Yeah,
Oofsky.
pretty rough. But yeah, so this
I sat through all of Batman v Superman on a plane once.
as a point of comparison. Yeah. So this continues our sort of arc on our channel where we endeavor a quest, if you will, to understand what the hell happened to Alex Garland. Because he used to make some pretty cool stuff, this movie included. We'll talk all about it. But the first thing we ever made on our channel, essentially, or what got us started, was a review of Annihilation, because that movie fucking sucked. And basically everything he's done since Ex Machina has been really, really, really bad. I have not seen Warfare yet, before anyone asks. So I've heard Warfare is
we
good,
are
but I
planning
haven't
on doing
seen-
that
I've heard
because
very good things about it.
Yes,
that
same.
appears to be a return to form for him, which is something that neither of us had on our 2025 bingo cards.
Yes, because
A string of disappointments kind of left us jaded and bitter.
because he, as a writer, obviously he wrote the novel that The Beach was adapted from, changes aside. He wrote 28 Days Later, which we're going to talk about today. He wrote a movie called Sunshine, which I still haven't seen. He wrote and ghost directed Dread.
Dread. Yep.
We've covered that on the channel. He wrote and directed Ex Machina, which I might argue is still his best work. I think that's a great movie. Annihilation, he adapted from a book and he absolutely ruined it. That movie sucks. Then he did Devs, which is maybe the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Another foundational principle.
I know about your hatred of that movie miniseries.
Miniseries.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never seen it.
It is legitimately one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. And then
it's quite boring.
He did a movie called Men, which also fucking sucks.
Oh, I hate Men.
And then
Men are the worst.
Men are the worst.
Men are the without. You know what? You might like the movie.
No,
that's what it's about.
That's
and
what
then
it's about.
Civil War was a pile of shit, in my opinion, as well.
Oh yeah, that movie happened. I never actually.
Civil War was pretty funny. I will give it that it was quite funny, but I don't think it was supposed to be.
I only know the meme. It's like, what kind of American
I was
going to
say that movie is carried by one Jesse Plemons cameo.
Yes, it sure is. Yes, the only good scene in the movie. And then Warfare is like co-written and co-directed by Alex Garland and another
with a guy who was in the Marines or something in the army.
Yeah, the guy who's like basically it's more autobiographical. And so I've heard good things about that. But anyway, this is part of our quest to understand what the hell happened to him.
Yes. Kyle R is asking, didn't he write some terrible video game?
DMC, Devil May Cry. The Devil May Cry.
Yeah, Devil May Cry. He wrote one of those, and I believe his entry in that series is widely considered the worst.
Yeah, until the Netflix show came out, yes. But, the Netflix show is worse than DMC. DMC has some good gameplay, at least.
So yeah, this is one of Alex Garland's better things. I think I'm more than comfortable saying that.
I'm absolutely in agreement.
It's probably his most influential.
That for sure, yeah.
Oh,
yes,
for sure
absolutely.
It is.
Credited with reviving the zombie genre, basically. Heavily inspired The Walking Dead. That's one thing you notice basically from the get-go, from the very first scene with Cillian Murphy's cock out. Very similar.
Actually, I wonder, when did the Walking Dead comics start? Because like Rick being in the hospital at the beginning is also in the book.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that is a direct reference to 28 Days Later.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, this movie has plenty of references to all George Romero's movies.
Yeah, the Walking Dead comic began in 2003, so 1 year after. So like he was very inspired by, like, you can imagine a world where Robert Kirkland, I think that's his. I'm pretty sure I'm remembering that correctly. Yeah, Robert Kirkman saw this movie in a theater and went, "Yeah, I'm gonna do this in Georgia."
So yeah, I've never actually seen this movie until preparing for this stream. It'd been something I been meaning to see for a long time. Finally saw it. It's pretty fucking fun. I really like this movie.
For me, it was basically a first watch because I barely remembered anything about it. But it could be because it's from 2002 when I was 11. So
I was in the 11th grade.
Yeah, this movie, I saw this movie very late at night when I was a kid.
Spooky.
Very spooky at the time. Scared the shit out of me, I would say. But yeah, I'm a pretty big fan. I like it a lot. Definitely my favorite of Alex Garland's work.
I would
say.
Oh, go ahead.
I would say it is definitely my favorite Danny Boyle movie. I don't know if that's a hot take.
Might be.
As
what
far
else
as
Trainspotting and what else?
Trainspotting, Slumdog Millionaire.
127 Hours I quite like, but it's not as good as this.
Oh, Trainspotting! I've seen that in ages.
I love Slumdog Millionaire. That's fucking good. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm sticking with 28 Days Later for.
He also did Sunshine. Sunshine's a bit of a
Sunshine
a cult classic.
Sunshine definitely deserves a mention because Sunshine is one of those movies that, again, is pretty polarizing, but I feel like it gets a lot more hate than it deserves. And I think that the final third is where everyone says, like, it just goes off the rails and it kind of ruins the movie. And yeah, it's not as good as the first 2/3, but it definitely doesn't ruin the movie. It just prevents it from being as good as something like 28 Days Later. I would still absolutely recommend it.
Danny Boyle also directed the movie where everyone forgot about the Beatles except for one Indian guy.
Oh, I despise that movie. I fucking hate that movie.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
I didn't realize he had done that. That's pretty funny.
Unless it's a different Danny Boyle. Nope, it is not.
No, that's him.
Same guy. That one wasn't written by Alex Garland, though, so...
No, thank God. So, Danny Boyle's an interesting filmmaker because he tends to do something very different every time, stylistically, and I think this is probably his crown jewel in that regard. I absolutely adore the way that the movie is shot, 28 Days Later, that is. I think the use of those cheap camcorders and all the Dutch angles and all the crazy lighting, and this is just such a unique looking movie. I absolutely love it. I think there's something really shitty about the way it looks in a good way.
Yeah. They really maximize the shittiness of their cameras. The little Canon XL1s that they picked up at fucking Circuit City.
Well, one of the reasons they did that was because they can only get the streets closed for like an hour at a time.
Yep.
And so
that was actually something I was wondering about, if they actually were able to close the streets for a while, or if they
shot this within like all of those big empty shots of him at Piccadilly Circus. Those were done very, very early in the morning in like I want to say 45-minute bursts, something along those lines.
And early on a Sunday, set up the equipment at 6 minutes, and then they could leave right after.
Exactly.
Yeah. So certainly using those cheap camcorders you buy at Best Buy and setting up like 20 of them.
Well, I mean, the XL1s, like, I mean, this was around the era that like I was getting into like film school and stuff, like starting university. And an XL1, it's not a cheap camera. Like it probably would have been about like $3-4 grand. So it wouldn't be the kind of thing that you want to be shooting home movies with. But it's I guess value, in addition to Panasonic's DVX 100A and B. Could shoot in 24 frames a second, which made it look significantly more like film than other camcorders as far as like the motion. And
those were the other ones were all 30 at the time, right?
Yeah, 30 or 60. So like everything looked much more like video or a reality show. But that was when like, hey, okay, now all of a sudden film students can shoot 24 frames a second video that looks quite a bit more like you're shooting with film, or at least has that same kind of dreaminess that a proper movie would have, as opposed to very clearly looking like you're using a home movie camera. But yeah, so the XL1, it's one that I know quite well. I actually made a movie using a Panasonic DVX 100B, and the 24 frames a second, I think, adds quite a bit and makes them way cheaper to use than film. Because shooting on film is not cheap.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that was the big thing that this movie ushered in. I remember when I was getting started in film school too, in our textbook, the Digital Revolution chapter opens essentially with a discussion of 28 Days Later and how that sort of revolutionized being able to do things on set for much cheaper that still look, like what people expect.
It was years ahead of its time, really, because there's a couple edge cases but this was a huge success as well. And then it's not really until like 2007 with a movie like Zodiac, where you have a whole feature film shot digital, like a big mainstream high budget feature film shot digital that doesn't necessarily look like it's shot with video.
Well, Attack of the Clones, but I mean Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith were both shot on digital, but they were also not using cheap cameras at all. Those were like cameras that George Lucas had developed specifically to like make a super big budget Star Wars movie. So not really the same tier as like, I mean, the Canon XL1 was something that you could, maybe not at a Best Buy, but you could go to a camera store and buy one for something you wouldn't have to take out a mortgage for. So
So definitely cheaper than shooting on film was, even if it wasn't 100%. The cheapest camcorder.
Why didn't they just use their iPhones? Are they stupid?
Don't worry.
Don't worry, they fixed that problem for the new one.
Oh yeah, I saw some snaps where like 20 or 25 of those around a guy.
The bullet time rig with the 20 iPhones.
I mean, like, don't knock the power of cell phone cameras.
Oh yeah, I know.
What we were using in the early 2000s, like it's kind of insane.
There's a lot of productions who use just iPhone.
I'm very excited.
They're, like, actually like fantastic.
I'm very excited for 28 Years Later. As far as I'm concerned, the story of this one could absolutely suck, and I'm still really excited to see it because I want to know what they do with these cameras.
Well, I hope it doesn't suck because
the iPhones.
Isn't it supposed to be like a trilogy as well?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I mean, we'll get to the second
getting...
one next week. I watched it last night, and I was unimpressed with a lot of 28 Weeks Later.
I actually don't.
Oh no, they're launching a new trilogy starting at 28 Years Later. I believe.
Oh fuck! Are you kidding?
Yes,
Man?
Yeah, they're filming the sequel back to back. You didn't know that?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
good,
here's
that
something.
trailer was really good.
Yeah, here's
the trailer is
something
good, but the thing about the 28 years that is kind of confuses me, and this isn't necessarily going to be a problem, is that all of like the visual grit and the style and I guess the atmosphere, which is so difficult, it's a really difficult thing to quantify, but 28 Days Later has that like in abundance.
Oh yeah.
And part of that is because of everything that you guys have just been talking about with the cameras and like the limited budget and leaning into almost like a fake documentary style. And there are specific shots that are used quite sparingly that are like POV shots from the point of view of the zombies that are like really effective. And I can't think of another movie that, definitely not another movie that did that before this came out. Some people have probably copied it. But then you see the trailer for 28 Years and it all looks like super crisp, super clean. You know, visually, it kind of looks like we were mentioning with Wes Anderson. It looks like kind of every other movie. It doesn't have its own visual identity, I guess, just purely going from the trailer. Maybe the film will be great, but visually, I'm not really feeling it.
I think 28 Weeks has a bit of that problem too. Before we move on from the cost, though, I was just going to say that more so than the buy-in cost of the camera itself, the big thing with DV over film, especially for like film students and indie filmmakers at the time, is that paying for what you shoot is phenomenally cheaper because you can buy a mini DV tape for like $3 and reuse it if you want, and then just dump your footage to a hard drive, and that's that. Whereas film, you have to buy the film, get it developed, then try to transfer it to a digital medium if you want to use like Final Cut to edit, and it's a pain in the ass.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, there's a reason why they like to use digital these days. It's just way easier.
Oh, yeah. Regarding like the visual identity of 28 Years Later, it's if you're looking closely, it does have things that distinguish it from a lot of the movies that are made right now, right? And so the fact that it was shot on phones, that affects like how deep the depth of field is and the way the motion and the kind of shots you can get because it's such a small camera. Though I will say it doesn't have the same clear, gritty, distinct visual identity that the first one has. They've clearly tried to like imagine, you know, it's modernized, if you will. It still has a distinct look to it, in my opinion, but I don't think it quite. There's something really special about the way this movie looks that I do kind of wonder if they shot the new movie on the same old DV tape camcorders, whether it might improve it. But we'll see. We'll make those judgments when the movie comes out.
Yeah.
Because like you said, in terms of what you can do with these small little tiny cameras, they really leverage that in a really impactful way in this movie. I especially love, like you mentioned, the zombie POV shots. There's one shot in particular where they're inside that suburban house and they're noticed by one of the zombies who comes crashing through the window. That whole sequence is just brilliant. And it's the kind of stuff that you really couldn't do with a film camera at the time. And so anyway, it's cool.
I'm a big fan of the there's a scene where they drive by a field of flowers and the way that they shot it and then slapped it into Avid because of the way that the sensor picked it up and the way that played with the Avid effect that they put over top of it. The flowers look painted,
like watercolors.
And it's just really a really incredible thing that you
that wasn't a painting.
No. That is a actual shot that they threw into Avid, and because of the way that the sensor in the camera picked it up and the way that played with the effects in the artifacting,
that's so interesting.
It just turned it into that.
Because I was so confused, like, why did they do this? I don't get it. It all makes sense now.
flexing the capability of using a medium that you can put in and be like, hey, like this looks bad because there's tons of artifacting, but it somehow looks so bad that it turned into looking amazing in a different way.
Yeah.
Why the other example 28 days later, Resident Evil 9 is coming out. Oh yay, hooray.
I mean, like, I'd be more excited about that trailer if it showed any gameplay at all, because like I'm curious as to what kind of game it's even going to be.
I just don't want to talk about the last couple of Resident Evil games, to be honest.
I have a soft spot for 7. 7 in VR is pretty crazy, but 8, I didn't really like 8.
There's EFAPs about those
Didn't
that we
mind
did.
first
Go watch
playthrough
those.
of it, but like,
Tons of discussion.
So I feel like we should bring this up now because it's relevant with
well, I mean,
them
it's
calling them
zombie
zombies
stuff, at
still.
least. Yeah, like
They're not technically zombies.
Yeah.
They're infected.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
We all got it
Which is
wrong.
important, especially when they cite one of their references, which took me off guard, is being from the Omega Man. Which,
The what?
for the
The
people
Omega
who
Man?
don't know, yes. Yeah, so the Omega Man. So if people don't know what that is, you probably know I Am Legend.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah. Omega
Okay,
Man is the
no need to
Charlton
brag.
Heston original, of I Am Legend. It's more vampires.
At least someone
than
got it.
zombies.
Thank you.
yeah, they're vampires. Is in those stories.
Yeah.
In I Am Legend, they're like viral vampires, but everyone treats them like zombies. Listen, I Am Legend's a weird movie.
I always get sad anytime I see the practical makeup test for I Am Legend, because then if you watch the movie, you see what they did instead, and you're just like, who made that decision?
It's like the Thing remake.
Yeah.
Or sequel
God,
thing.
yeah.
Prequel. Sorry. Same sort of thing where you look at the behind the scenes and they're like, oh, they actually did do a lot of this practically, and then they just put CGI gloop on top of it
No.
and ruined it.
Yeah, all because of one guy said, well, they're doing CGI now. Do that instead of this. And
If anyone
on
on
the
the
topic
stream
of I
wants
Am
to
Legend.
throw it up, I just threw that in the Discord. It's it looks so good, and the vampires in I Am Legend look horrendously bad.
Yeah, they've not aged well, to put it mildly.
I haven't seen it since it came out, so I don't even remember. And I don't
Oh,
really.
they
I've actually never seen I Am Legend, but the thing I just wanted to mention very briefly is there's the scene in Times Square where they did basically what they did in 28 Days Later. They had to close all of Times Square to have like a single shot of like Will Smith, and it's completely empty. And at the time, it may still be, but at the time, that was the most expensive scene ever filmed because they had to close everything.
all the shops and shit.
Shooting in New York isn't cheap to begin with.
Yeah.
And,
Never mind
and you
closing
compare
down
that
Times
to,
Square.
like, because when you see that, I haven't seen the film, but I've watched that scene, and when you watch it, it just very much feels like, look at us, we have lots of money, we shut down Times Square. It's like they're showing it off, whereas in 28 Days Later, it never feels like that. It really does just feel like, well, there's no one in London. This is creepy.
Oh yeah. The way they use sound too for that scene is particularly strong.
Probably the
Yeah.
safest
Oh.
London has ever been.
So
The
I was
music
genuinely
is actually
surprised
Canadian.
because when the movie first came out on DVD, the audio edit for it was terrible. You couldn't hear half the dialogue over the music. You can't. I don't. And when I rewatched it on what I was using, the audio was way better balanced. I could hear half the conversations. Yeah, it's if you like look up old, like if you get like the old original DVD, the audio balance was terrible.
Oh.
And
I mean,
there's
the
still
version
a
I
mistake
watched
in
was
this
the
movie.
DVD. The version that I ended up watching was the DVD because I've had it on DVD for ages, but it could be that they potentially like remixed it when they did a Blu-ray release. That's possible, I guess.
Yeah. Oh,
You know,
yeah.
this is an interesting one because for a while I wanted to rewatch this a couple years ago, and I was having a lot of trouble finding it because, as it turns out, the digital distribution rights of this movie got caught up in some weird behind-the-scenes legalese bullshit. So it was unavailable for a really long time on any and all streaming or video on demand platforms because they basically just held it hostage to try to get a little bit more money out of a deal from somebody until
Yay.
28 years later came along and Sony picked up the rights to it and started putting it out everywhere, available to rent. So I had to comb through a lot of used book and movie stores trying to find a DVD copy of this. It was much more difficult than I anticipated. I was only able to find one that was a joint one with this and 28 Weeks Later. And, luckily enough, we're going to be, I'll be watching that for the first time. I've never seen 28 Weeks. I never had any interest in it, but...
I don't think I've seen it either, yeah.
It has some moments, but man, it has some problems.
But what you're saying is, when I next go to my big flea market in town, I should probably look out for a DVD.
Yeah, look out for it
see
just
if I
in
can
case
find
some
any.
bullshit like that happens again, and they decide to pull it off of every streaming platform.
Oh yeah, I've been building a physical
now
collection
too,
again
isn't it?
last couple of years.
Am I crazy thinking 28 Days Later is also on Blu-ray?
It probably is.
It probably is.
Wait,
It
really
is,
quick.
yes.
I found, so the first thing that comes up, if you look on Amazon, 28 Days Later, 28 Weeks Later combo, it's $38. Oh, that's only, that says $38. And then I see a copy just by itself, and it's $96.
Yeah, the 28 Days Later Blu-ray on Amazon right now. One left in stock, arrives before Father's Day, $95.89.
Oh my god.
On Canadian Amazon, we just have C options. So.
Let's
And
see.
oh,
I should
shit,
check
$70.
bike prices.
Well,
But you can save with used and get it for $50.
$70 for the one option to buy it on Canadian Amazon right now.
well,
That's crazy.
well, let's check Germany as well. I got 28.
You can buy 1/3 of Mario Kart World for that.
We got 28 Weeks Later for 17 euros on Blu-ray. Nothing for 28 days. I can rent it for $4 digitally on Amazon Prime. So that's cool.
Oh, here we go. See, this is where I look out being Californian. 28 Days Later, widescreen special edition, $27.
DVD. Though, right?
There is a
Yeah,
perk
the
to living in
DVD.
California.
I was about to say, because it was a Blu-ray, they wouldn't specify widescreen.
The Blu-ray is the Blu-ray of that same edition, $112.
No, but I'm saying the Blu-ray doesn't specify that it's the widescreen version.
I mean,
right? 'Cause-
No, it does for me.
Really? I got some.
I thought DVDs were only doing that because at the time a lot of people still had 4:3 TVs, but by the time Blu-ray came around, it's like, who's got one unless you're an old console enthusiast and you kept a CRT.
Maybe because it's a British film, because on my Amazon here, it's coming out as cheaper than all of you guys. It's £33 for the Blu-ray. It's in stock. And then you got the Steelbook, the special edition 4K Steelbook, which is also £33.
Oh, there's a 4K of it. Okay, so
apparently,
then,
yes.
That's probably a new release for the.
So what you're saying is I should just call Mahler and tell him to order me those, and then I'll pick him up when I'm there this year again.
Yes.
I'll pay you back, bro.
I do that every time, by the way, when there's nothing available for me, but I see it's in UK. It's like, Mahler, just order it for me. I'll grab it when I come over. It's like, all right.
It's a good system.
Yeah, I like it.
Calark in our chat says, the infected don't make sense to me. Oh, no. I don't understand how being hyper-violent leads to only being able to come out at night. Well, that's not...
They didn't.
That's not a...
They do.
Well,
they don't. They're not only able to come out at night, but they do mention that they're more active at night.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the few things that makes sense in 28 Weeks Later.
Yeah, Jeremy Renner specifies that he's like, they can't see in the dark because they're still just human, so we should move around at night, which is...
They see better at night. Don't worry about that. So the big thing is, this is 28 days after the start of the infection. And because the infection is based off the Ebola virus, they're constantly spewing liquid and
blood,
fluids out of them.
Mm-hmm.
So at the start, they're obviously going to be running everywhere during the day. But as time goes on, because they're losing so much fluids, they're going to need to cool down and stop moving as much.
I guess that makes a bit of sense.
So they're immediately going to, go to cool places. And at night, because obviously the UK is way colder than everywhere else, they obviously can move more at night.
There's a Canadian in the chat, James.
I mean, speaking of the British weather, I found like the most unrealistic scene is when you got Brendan Gleeson on the roof and he's like, man, it just hasn't rained. I can't get any water in my bucket.
That's bullshit.
He does say that, but he's like, you never would expect rain to be to need rain this badly, not in fucking England.
Yeah.
Which I do like that joke.
I believe Miss Slaughter's in Nevada, so yeah. I think Kelsey, you might have some trouble
Yes.
finding water in an apocalypse.
Luckily, I live somewhere with a pool, so it could be worse.
You can just
there
drink
you go.
that, yeah.
Don't
Get a
I mean, we
dechlorinating
can. I don't know about long term, but
Oh, yeah,
can.
all
Well,
that
I mean,
chlorine
okay,
is
if they drain the chlorine water out of the pool, then every time it does rain, the pool will probably fill. So they have a good water
That's true,
catcher.
but that's the problem. Nevada barely gets rain, just
Yeah.
like between the months of July and August, and then it's
It actually-
monsoon season.
It did rain on me during one of the like meetups I was at in Vegas, and I was shocked. I was like, oh, okay. Like
It's
we made that
definitely a lot
happen.
different than when I grew up here, for sure.
it was like really heavy rain for about 20 minutes though, and then it entirely stopped.
Yeah, like those hot showers you get in like Florida and stuff. Only no humidity, which is great.
Ugh.
I do quite like the choice to have it be that, there's like I think he says it hasn't rained for 10 days when he mentions that they can't get any rain. And so there's something of a drought relative to England's
The
typical
UK.
state of affairs.
Yeah, 10
And
days
then-
without rain
But
and-
then at the climactic scene in the movie, there's a fucking massive thunderstorm.
Yeah.
That's quite fun as
Yeah.
a narrative choice.
I love
I like it.
everything about that scene. I can't wait till we get to it.
Yeah. Well, do you want to start going through it, Metal?
No.
Okay. Well, I guess we won't. Thank you all for joining
Yeah,
us.
see you around.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah.
Back to
Subscribe for
trying to
more
get to the lives of
nothing.
PBS.
Talking about the aesthetic earlier, I really like the fact that they decided to cast lesser known to like not known actors to keep within the immersion and the realism of the situation within the movie. So I liked that a lot, and also gave those actors a chance to
Yeah, and I mean,
prove themselves. So
Cillian Murphy.
yeah, and he went on to
became
be a
pretty big.
superstar. Yeah,
Yeah.
basically.
I mean,
So-
the only actor that was like pretty, like a decade into his career, Brendan Gleeson, had done a bunch of films
Yeah.
in the
There's
90s.
like two
Mhm.
actors that are like pretty known, and yeah, Frank's one of them, and I think
Christopher
one of the soldiers.
Eccleston.
Christopher
Yeah.
Eccleston.
The,
Yeah, but that was
the big boss
pre-
of the soldiers.
Yeah.
this was like almost a decade before Doctor Who, though. or his
Yeah, but
season
he
of it.
did still take a emergency pay cut towards the end of it in order to be able to stay in and keep the movie going. He was he was the kind of actor who demanded a bit more than they were able to afford, and he did thankfully, because I think he's very good in
it's a
in
good
the
role.
role. He decided to take a bit of a pay cut just to stay in and finish it off.
Nice.
What's
Well, yeah.
crazy about his character is I always remember him as being this horrible person, and then I watch it and I'm like, oh yeah, he definitely does some things that are like sort of unforgivable and terrible, but I also kind of get him every time I actually like see it. And I don't know if that's just because Christopher Eccleston's a good actor and like sells his perspective, but yeah.
I think it's partly that, and it's partly that Alex Garland is the key word here, was smart enough to write a villain who was not just a villain.
Yeah.
There is a little bit more to him.
I
Well,
guess
he's
you've got
regretful
the one
what
guy
he has
is
to do.
more just flat out villain dude, like the
Yes.
ginger guy. But,
Mitchell.
Yeah,
Well,
but
the big
Christopher
thing-
Eccleston's got a bit more depth, I think.
The big thing I'm struck by watching this movie for the first time, having seen many of Alex Garland's later works, is that at one point he knew how to write human beings as characters. Like he understood what people were like and how they talked and what made them tick. He forgot that somewhere along the way. I'm not exactly
He
sure
wrote
when.
Ex Machina and then realized that people love it when he writes like automatons instead. So he just
Everyone will be a robot now.
Where was Pedro Pascal?
That's the
Yeah, he's not in
secret.
this movie,
But
sorry.
I was pretty impressed by the writing for all the characters, all the character writing. The people felt like people. I was
There's so
kinda
much
worried.
emotional, like there's heart to the characters and to the way
Yes.
they interact and they build with each other. I think that he has really lost that step. And it's kind of it's very refreshing to go back and see that he was capable of it at one point.
I was a little worried this movie would be kind of miserable, like a lot of post-apocalyptic things can tend to be. But especially there's like a middle section. There's a bit of a lull in the violence and action, and it's kind of wholesome and nice. I like it. I like the people.
It does a really good job of like balancing the obvious pessimism with optimism with that whole section in the middle, and also the Selena's character arc that I think is done very, very well.
Yeah,
unbelievably well.
Yeah,
so good.
And it doesn't even really take up a huge amount of time. It's just that because she is used quite a lot to drive the plot really at the start of the movie, and then she becomes I guess you could call her a damsel in distress at the end, but then also her arc throughout the middle section it's really, really good. And it's not the kind of thing that you would expect necessarily going into a film like this, especially after how bleak, like, the opening 15 minutes is.
Yeah.
Well, and even how bleak she is for the whole first
Yes.
half hour of the movie.
yeah.
I think it's also kind of an interesting contrast to have the female character being the hard as nails survivor, and Jim is sort of the one who doesn't want to like give up his humanity, and like also doesn't want her to either. And I thought that was neat. And yeah,
My favorite moment for her is, because she starts off kind of tough as nails, cold, doesn't want to make emotional attachments because she just has seen them all fail. She has no
she
reason
might have to kill someone immediately. And
yeah,
she does.
and she sees no reason to hope. She thinks that surviving is the best you can possibly do, right? And then she makes a couple friends that she actually starts to form emotional attachments to, and then there's the possibility of salvation, or at least safety, right? So there's a possibility of a future, and then she gets really invested in and attached to that. And then when a particular character meets an unfortunate end, she kind of relapses hard back into not wanting to make any emotional attachments, because she's like, oh, that's what happens. That's what you get. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you get the line towards the end of the film where she says, I don't want her to have to fucking cope. I want her to be okay. Yes. So she still is kind of clinging to it, but she now thinks that it can't really happen.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
Can we just give some props to just Brendan Gleeson in general? Like, I've seen him in
he
so many
of
different roles. Like, the last couple of things I've seen, it was when I was at Mahler's last time. I watched The Guard for the first time, where is he just more like a funny cop guard man, right? Then I've seen him in Calvary, which we watched after The Guard, I think, which was funny because he plays like a good-natured priest of sorts that has to confront someone who wants to kill him. Obviously, In Bruges, that's just a fantastic movie.
Great movie.
We just covered that recently as well,
sick.
one of our last streams.
And
one of our favorite movies.
Yeah, now I've seen him in this, and like he plays like so many different characters, and he just fucking nails it basically every time. He's just so fucking good.
Very pleasant surprise, because I didn't know he was going to be in this.
I've completely forgot, but I'm also stupid and just never remember actors and movies. So there you go.
This movie I know quite well, but it's also one that I've watched a lot because it was my favorite zombie movie, and I was like a young adult around the time that zombies were really popping off.
Yeah. Also, if you haven't seen The Guard, that movie is fucking hysterical. You definitely need to watch it.
I've not heard of it.
It's with Brandon Gleeson and Don Cheadle.
Don Cheadle, yeah.
That
one's written by the In Bruges man's brother.
Right, that's right. Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's true.
Right,
Yeah.
I need to watch that then.
Also has Marc Strong in it.
It's quite funny.
Yay, Marc Strong.
Marc Strong, we like
You should
him.
definitely watch
British.
it. It's a really fun movie. I really, really like it.
Speaking of Marc Strong, there's Warhammer 40k Space Marine remaster coming out soon, and he plays Titus in that game.
Ah, I didn't know that.
He does not in the sequel, which I was a little bit sad by, but the guy they got sounds pretty similar.
Well.
Should we jump into 28 days later?
Should we?
Eco-terrorists.
Yes. So like most
the activists
problems,
ruin everything.
most problems on Earth, it begins with a hippie.
Goddamn hippies.
Yeah. So these are this is talked about in the In Between comic that came out a month before, 28 weeks later came in theaters. These are an animal rights group.
Yes.
Yeah, that seemed obvious from the
Well,
movie.
yeah, you get that from like, the fact they're there to rescue some monkeys.
Yeah, I thought that.
Apes. Chimpanzees are apes. They're not monkeys.
I thought you were going for something crazy interesting
they all
right
look the
now, James. It's like they're an animal rights
Oh
group.
no!
It's like, okay, yeah.
The crazy interesting part is another scientist ratted it out, but
Oh, okay.
Got it. Okay, so that's how they figured out about it. Okay.
Gotcha.
But I'll
Trying
save
to
that
hook
for
up with one of the PETA girls.
I save that for the end of the movie more so.
So I like how we
probably-
start with a monkey getting a Clockwork Oranged. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a part that maybe in like if the comics provide a little bit more context to it, because one of the things like it's clearly meant to be a virus that they're infecting the monkeys with, right?
Yeah.
So,
but they're also infecting the way that he describes it. They're kind of just strapped. This chimpanzee is strapped down and being made to watch footage of basically the Muslim world, just the monkeys going crazy, or like riots and violence and everything, which leads me to believe that it's not just a virus, because the guy refers to it as rage, right? This feels like a little bit more of like a scientific abstract thing. I was wondering what everybody else makes of it, because he never specifies rage virus in this scene. He just says rage.
It's rage.
Almost like a way to like we're
Sorry.
trying to cure this emotion in human beings by infecting monkeys with that.
It's a bit of a tightrope, because in the film they make, there's multiple kind of references to like the thematic, I guess, idea that the zombies are not, they're not zombies. They're not literally necessarily infected. It's like an analogy for people being people and people just being violent, people being angry, things get out of hand, and then things like this can happen. As for how it literally started, because I mean, it's a good question. This guy says that, like, in order to combat it, you have to understand it, I think he says, when he's explaining what. Yeah. So I feel like what they presumably did is injected the monkeys with something and then subjected them to really violent imagery to see if the monkey would not react. So they're trying to make rage not spread because they've given it some kind of inhibitor to make it not violent. And that obviously didn't work, which is why it then spreads. That was kind of my take from it, but it's not very intuitive.
Not super
very,
clear.
very
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it sort of being just like, oh, it's an infection. It's a different kind of virus. I feel like I would prefer that maybe to the loose insinuation that we're curing anger in the human species.
Well, I mean,
the reason why I would
that...
go there is because we know that it's in the blood, like that.
Yes,
we can't even speculate on that. The characters tell us, the film itself tells us there is something in the blood that makes you freak the fuck out and turn into a rage zombie. So
it's also hyper contagious too. So
so 15 to 20 seconds,
says,
and you
they
are
put something in the monkeys.
Fucked.
Chad has some good ideas what to show the monkeys instead to make them angry. They could show them a Hassan stream, or any BreadTuber stream, or they could make them watch. They can make them watch Rebel Moon.
Terrorism instead of actual terrorism. Just
so
they're just giving the monkeys brain rot. That's basically what they do.
So
monkeys seeing a bunch of buildings explode, and then it cuts to, yo, you know what my favorite flag is? Hezbollah. Look it up. And the monkey's like, no.
So
sorry.
I shit you not, Random basically hit it on the head with how the comic explains it. So
how surprising that he got it right.
Yes.
Everyone knows I can't read.
So the comic explains they're trying to make an inhibitor for rage and aggressive emotion to basically like calm down like prisoners, and basically it's for use for riots is the idea, so they could stop riots.
Okay, so a little bit like what they do at the end of Serenity, where like
I thought of the same thing. Nice.
So what ends up happening though is
movie rocks.
They try to test it on a prisoner that they illegally bought. The prisoner escapes and they end up killing him, and then the guy's like, we should have just used chimps. And what ends up happening is the guy gets the idea to use Ebola as the transfer mechanism because his coworker sneezed, and obviously obviously putting the inhibitor into Ebola causes it to mutate and have the opposite effect.
Hold on a minute. So does that mean that their original plan was that they were gonna create an inhibitor that makes people like unable to become angry, so they're just like really nonchalant and like I just don't really care about anything, that spreads throughout this very like violent mechanism of vomiting blood on each other? So you just have people who are like just super chill, puking blood on each other, and then don't they do something like that in Rick and Morty? I swear something like that happens.
Well, using a virus as a medium to spread a cure isn't like it's not unheard of conceptually, but of all the viruses you're
of all the viruses to pick, like the hemorrhagic fever,
like that is one that
maybe just try the common cold first.
My old army unit has flat out been deployed. The army unit that I was in was flat out deployed to other countries because of Ebola outbreaks. Like it's the kind of thing that like when Ebola starts getting widespread, they like call in militaries to try to like contain it. It's a no joke kind of virus. You might want to start with just a cold.
Which is why they tested on chimpanzees first.
But they tested it on a person first, and then had the idea to do the chimpanzee, right? Isn't that what you said?
So they added the Ebola part after the person.
Oh, okay.
Right. So wait, was this a Chinese lab or was this also the UK?
No,
UK. On Cambridge specifically.
And for YouTube, we are talking about fiction here. I'm not
allegedly
making lab leak theories about reality.
Allegedly talking about fiction.
Because the fact that it's Ebola and the Alex Garland and Bull have said they were inspired with Ebola for use in the movie anyways, that's why the comic uses it. And so I decided to look up, well, what are the fastest viruses that can hit you in your system? Most take about 2 days to hit you.
No, none of them. I was going to say none.
Including
Ebola. 20, yeah.
Ebola is one of the longer ones. It takes 2 to 21 days before it hits you with symptoms.
That said, I do sort of like what the speed of infection for this does for like a zombie movie. Like
absolutely.
It does increase the intensity to a pretty dramatic degree.
Yeah, they just did a little gain of function research and everything went perfectly fine.
It's also in London.
So the funniest thing is the fastest I found is it's food poisoning that can hit the person the fastest.
Diarrhea wins again. Let's go. Yes.
Food poisoning.
And as Marc said, that's more of a bacteria, not a virus. And it's very specific because you have to eat out food that's sitting out. But the fastest that can hit you, as recorded, is 30 minutes to 6 hours.
Yeah, I was about to say about an hour.
It's definitely something that's worth kind of lingering on, I guess. Here is the how this completely changed sort of the concept of what a zombie could be, because prior to this movie, correct me if I'm wrong, a zombie was a corpse that shambles awkwardly towards you.
Traditionally undead, yes.
Right. Yeah, and you can just leave and it won't catch you.
At the very least, since George Romero's movies, that's what the modern version of the zombie had looked like. Before that, it was sort of a voodoo spirit that kind of like turns your body into a slave.
A zombie literally comes from the voodoo zombie, which is zombie without an E, which is basically a slave.
Yeah, so the Night of the Living Dead movie and Dawn of the Dead movie, the original Dawn of the Dead movie from 1970, that kind of changed the game.
Funny though that the Dawn of the Dead remake, along with this, sort of popularized the fast zombie.
The Dawn of the Dead remake was heavily inspired by this movie. Actually, Zack Snyder watched this and said, "Yeah, I can do that."
I mean, that's
no, it's okay, Metal. He had James Gunn writing on Dawn of the Dead.
The Dawn of the Dead remake is one of Zack Snyder's best movies. Dawn of the Dead was shot in my hometown,
and I've been to
maybe it might actually be his best movie.
It was shot at Thornhill Square Mall. I used to go to that mall when I was a kid.
Of course. George Romero zombies are not my standard zombie of preference, for the record, because George Romero zombies get as much as I love those movies, they get a little
pretty weird. Day of the Dead is when they start gaining intelligence back, and then Land of the Dead sort of goes crazy with it. Listen, I didn't hate Diary of the Dead, though. I thought that one was okay.
What's wrong with you?
I thought it was interesting in its format at the very least.
It's terrible. I hate that.
Well, it didn't have like an army of like cognizant zombies attacking humans with a plan like Land of the Dead did.
I would pick Land of the Dead any day over Diary of the Dead because Land of the Dead's funny. Diary of the Dead is terrible. So even
to be
Survival
fair,
of the Dead
I
is
saw
better.
it once right when it came out, and I just found it interesting. I thought the format of it was neat.
It's so fucking depressing.
I don't remember it well enough to make a strong argument for it, James. We can move on.
I'm sorry. I rewatched most of George Romero's movies like a month before. I'm like, I love Day of the Dead. It's so.
Day of the Dead does have some stuff going on. Although Bub, I think, does complicate the lore. Bub?
No, I love Bub.
Am I right? Bub is his name, right?
Yeah, his name is Bub. I love
the
him.
dead
It's
lore.
But my standard for zombies is basically the Max Brooks zombie, because that actually is
the book, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah, so it's which is Zombie Survival Guide and World War Z. You know, the better thing than the actual terrible movie.
That letter is Z.
My reference for zombies is from Call of Duty.
The first zombie thing that is, speaking of Resident Evil, the first zombie thing I really got into was the first Resident Evil game. It was pretty popular in 1994.
Did that game...
You and Alex Garland both, actually. So the ending sequence of this movie in the mansion, inspired by his playthrough of Resident Evil.
So I'm not very familiar with Resident Evil, but in the first Resident Evil games that predate this movie, were they fast zombies or were they the more
No, he decided to make them faster to make them scarier.
There are fast enemies in the original Resident Evil, like the Hunters and the Chimera, but they're
not the zombies.
They're not zombies. They're like bioweapons that they were like the intention of what the T-virus was supposed to do, whereas the T-virus just had the unfortunate side effect of turning human beings into flesh-eating zombies that are slow but also take a lot of bullets to kill.
Because they make 28 days later.
They make them more threatening by being in that whole big mansion, so it's not a lot of space. So you have to kind of get around them or shoot them, which not preferable.
And there was also a big element of games like Seventh Guest and stuff, where like an old PC adventure game where it's a mansion that was made by like a crazy eccentric billionaire, where it's like there's tons of puzzles and weird locking mechanisms that you have to do to navigate it, so that they trapped in a like haunted maniac's house, not haunted exactly, but like spooky maniac's house with a bunch of trapdoors and shit, but also there's zombies and there's a lab underneath that's creating bioweapons. That's kind of the premise of Resident Evil 1. Probably would make a pretty good movie if they would ever just adapt it directly and not try to do too much or nothing at all.
But
I have a... Go for it, James. Go for it.
I was going to say, Alex Garland and Boyle both said that zombies are outdated when they made this movie. So one of their main things was because original zombies was inspired by nuclear fear and the effect nuclear radiation would have. They decided to go with the fear of modern diseases, which specifically they cited anthrax and the bioterrorism scares in London and the spread of mad cow and foot and mouth disease in the UK at the time.
Yeah,
foot and mouth still happens. I have patients with it sometimes.
I think that was more effective too, to go with the disease route, because I agree, like zombie media has been done to death even back then, so it's like how scary can they be? And like when you
I wouldn't say they're outdated.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I think I know what she's getting at. It's more that just like there's only so much you can do with the traditional Romero zombie, and
exactly.
Spicing it up wasn't necessarily a bad idea. As far as them being done to death at the time, though, there was a big chunk of time where you would not be seeing zombie movies. Like this was kind of the first.
This was the renaissance of it. Yeah, this was sort of the renaissance of the zombie movie making money again.
This started it, and it ended with World War Z. It was for like it's like a decade.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. World War Z was probably the point that people would see the trailer and just be like, okay.
The Walking Dead limped along for quite a while.
We actually had a big discussion a few weeks ago on our show about whether or not The Walking Dead was still on, and like it shocked me that there are like 3 Walking Dead shows that still exist. And I'm like, why? I never hear anyone talking about them.
It's sad. It's really sad. I feel terrible because I like the premise of The Walking Dead, but that
first season is pretty. That first 6 episodes is pretty great. The behind the scenes the politicking that happened between season 1 and 2 kind of tanked everything.
Rip Frank Darabont.
Frank Darabont, as much of an asshole as he seems like he can be, I think he kind of got shafted over pretty bad by AMC's executives in the making of that show.
Anytime I hear that a talented director is an asshole, I'm just like, okay. I mean, like,
I don't definitely didn't deserve the shit that he got for like
I've worked on a fair amount of sets, and yeah, some of them are dicks, but you know, like it is a pretty high stress environment where you're dealing with a lot of moving parts. So sometimes people can be, you know, a little hard in their demeanor, but also I've been in the military for 22 years now, so I'm kind of used to that.
I mean, I worked in the kitchen for like a couple of years, so that's the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have too, and seriously, it's not like I've definitely had shifts in a kitchen that are easier than some of the hardest days I've had in the military.
Oh,
so
I don't doubt that.
He's not wrong about that.
So getting back to the beginning of the movie, I can understand a little bit the idea that, like, okay, they were trying to do some sort of violence and rage inhibition, and they were testing it on animals, and obviously it went horribly wrong. But I didn't really think about that when I watched it. I thought, okay, it's a virus that spreads in the blood, and also they're clockwork oranging a chimp for no discernible reason. That's what it seemed like at first. I mean,
figuring out what showing them imagery does to their brain chemistry while they're under the influence of this rage virus, maybe. Like I think it's enough that I think it's not like I don't know why they're doing that and I have no idea. Like I think
part of it for me was when he said they're infected with rage. It made it seem like they did that on purpose, and I'm like, why would you infect them with rage?
Yeah.
What are we hoping to learn here exactly?
This would be a gain of function research joke, but
yeah. I mean, I do appreciate that everything goes horribly wrong because animal rights hippies think they're doing the right thing and they make everything worse. That's funny. I like that as a narrative choice. I think that's strong.
True.
I do wonder though if it might have been better if we just started with Danny Boyle. I mean, sorry, with Cillian Murphy waking up.
Yeah, honestly, I remember that being the beginning. I completely forgot about this whole beginning part.
You remember a fucking dick being in your face? That's the first thing you see.
Quite strong.
You know, honestly, first of all, more first-time actors should hang dong in their movies, as far as I'm concerned. Commit.
The problem with starting, because I had the exact same thought when I rewatched the film a couple of days ago for the first time in about 10 years. And yeah, the problem with removing this opening scene is it then means that there is information in there regarding how the virus does what it does and what the rules surrounding it are that you would have to fill in elsewhere.
I feel like some of it is already filled
Selena
in
fills
elsewhere.
that in when she describes it to him in the shop. Like, she kind of explains what is going on and how it transmits in the first couple encounters. I think that they do a pretty good job of clarifying. I think this scene just sort of gives you context for the origin of it that may not be. I don't know if it's entirely necessary. Movies scare me, so I'm fine with that.
Mechanically, I would agree that it's not necessary. I think thematically it probably is, because again, it leans into the idea that this is just people who are angry, and this is the consequences of rage as a very literal thing.
Yeah,
and
I
think
don't
that
know
if
if
you
I
remove
like
this,
that idea of like.
Oh yeah, sure. It's questionable, like, you know, because it pops up a couple of times. I'm like, it's better. It's just like a normal zombie movie. But if you remove this scene, then it kind of is just a zombie movie. You don't have that extra layer.
Well, I also think mechanically this does at least tell us why London is totally empty when this bike messenger wakes up, right? Like, whereas I've never been crazy about the fact that Walking Dead, at least the comic and the show to a point, although they kind of do a little bit of explaining what exactly happened at the end of season 1, like with is it Clancy Brown? I think that was the doctor at the end. Pretty sure it is. Anyways, but I sort of like at least some reason why this outbreak happened, and I think experiments on chimpanzee, eco-terrorists break in and like release.
Hippie gets what they deserve, and
This monkey needs to be free, and then bad stuff occurs. So then at least we're not totally lost when Cillian Murphy's just walking around London and saying hello with no response.
Counterpoint, I think it maybe locks us more into his perspective if we don't
cut
know
the chimpanzees.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair too.
You know, kind of like one of the really famous episodes of The Twilight Zone, Where Is Everybody? The guy just wakes up in a small town that's completely deserted, and we sort of follow him around for a while before he eventually figures out what the hell's going on. It's pretty effective, and I think that's one of my favorite bits in the whole movie is the waking up sequence and wandering through empty London town. It's nice. It works, and I think maybe it would just lock us into his perspective a bit more. Like I said, I like the opening sequence enough. I do wonder if it's necessary or not.
I think
it's
works.
shot very well. I think it's a lot of fun. You know, the way that he uses the pans through the laboratory and the tension of the scientists discovering them, and the monkey being clockwork oranged. It's great. I like it. I think it's fun. I do agree that maybe we could lose it. You know, if we wanted to lock into Cillian Murphy instead.
I think the only complaints I would actually have about it is when the scientist is trying to say, no, you don't understand what's going on, and then he gets kind of vague for the sake of a dramatic scene. He's like, what are they, like, he says that they're infected with rage, and then he just kind of lets that hang for dramatic effect instead of trying to be more convincing.
You know, and for a while, when I was a kid, I thought that I was like, oh, rage is just a virus, like the rage virus that just exists in this universe. That's like it's like its own separate disease. It's like a sci-fi scary virus thing. And then I noticed this time that when he says that, one of the eco-terrorists just goes, "What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck does that even mean?" I was like, oh, no, I don't think that's what he was going for. Actually, I think
he kind of does a bad job of trying to explain the situation and stop them. I think he could have tried a little harder considering the stakes, but that's really my only complaint about the sequence. It is fun. I like the imagery of the chimpanzee being clockwork orange. That's pretty fun.
Well, the big thing is if he said they're just sick, then they're gonna try harder to get them out. It's like, oh, you made them sick. You gotta rescue them more. So it's
they're sick, but if it's a virus that is well known as being something that can kill you in 15 to 20 seconds, then maybe it has a little bit more impact.
Could have used his words a little harder, I think.
Well, honestly, if he had just said no, the monkeys have Ebola. They have like turbo AIDS Ebola mixed with like face cancer or something, and then
if they scratch you, bite you, vomit on you, poop on you, anything like that, you will die.
He does go on to explain that, but after he doesn't explain that until they're already opening the cage.
Yeah.
So he didn't open with that. But like the stakes of like what's happening here, it kind of brings me to a question of why were these hippies able to get into this room when getting into this room and opening the cage could destroy the United Kingdom and quite possibly the entire world? Do you see what I mean? Like, why was this whatever the hell, where you have to go through 10 locked doors to get in or something, and we never see it happen because it happens prior to the start of the film, but the film opens with idiots walk into a high security lab somehow.
They do know that it's like they cover the cameras, right? So like there's a plan to get in, right? Like they have a plan, they have some kind of semblance of a mission. But I agree. I think you're right. Like if this is as high priority as all that, and they're doing, especially if they know that they're using Ebola as a transmitter, that seems like something that maybe you want to lock it down a little harder than just
just a little bit.
Well, because the hippies not having a clue what they're dealing with, like that's fine. The scientists do know, and they have to know. So I almost feel like it was. See, this is like something that could have been potentially expanded on a little bit more if the film had a little bit more money behind it, or if, like you guys were suggesting, you just remove the scene because then it no longer matters. It's like this happened somehow, and then we move on to the actual story with Cillian Murphy. But yeah, because we see it and we don't. It's not intuitive how this could possibly have happened. The only way around it really is to just say, well, okay, the scientists were careless idiots, which. Yeah, okay, you can do that, but there's careless idiots, and then there's careless idiots, Yep.
With you on that. So a hippie gets infected by a monkey because of some lax security procedures, I think it's fair to say. And she vomits on another hippie, and all of a sudden, the UK collapses. So quite a fragile system over there.
I do think it's a really fun, clever little bit that the title comes up on screen and also just functions as the like text telling you how much time has passed. That's a clever
I do like
little,
that.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Which you do lose, like if you don't include that sequence of it beginning, you do lose that nice little touch. So
I think you're right.
The trade-off.
So it's also notable that this movie takes place in the UK, where guns are not really a thing.
Yes.
If this took place in Texas, then it's going to be a very different movie.
That's like the whole thing with like infected and zombies and stuff. Like if that would happen in like America or something, it's like they're just gonna all get shot pretty much pretty quickly.
The fast moving ones would still create some problems because especially if you're dealing with a bunch of them,
but you still wouldn't have a worldwide collapse.
The most unrealistic aspect of The Walking Dead is that these slow-moving zombies managed to take over Georgia.
America.
Georgia in particular, like anywhere in the South. Like
get on my damn lawn.
Because the only reason something like George Romero or The Walking Dead works is because the entire premise of both of those is they literally don't know what a zombie is.
Yeah.
And it's always a small contained location too. Or at least it starts off that way in the first movie, you know.
Yeah.
Small town.
Yeah. And with Kirkman, his literal premise is George Romero doesn't exist.
Yes.
Zombies were never popular in media. So literally no one knows how to handle whatever the hell these things are.
That's actually one of the reasons I really love this Korean show called All of Us Are Dead, because the second the zombie outbreaks happen, it's like high school kids and they'd like get together in a classroom that they like barricade and they're like, okay, so we're dealing with zombies, right? It's just kind of like Train to Busan. So how do we kill them? They immediately start like putting together plans. I'm just like, all right, they actually
that's fun. I like that.
Zombie media.
Well, they play into that in Shaun of the Dead as well. Don't say that. The Z word is really silly.
Shaun of the Dead, another one. There's a line at the end of that actually when they're watching the news, and one of the anchors says something like, "Reports that the virus was caused by rage-infected zombie monkeys are being dismissed as total bull," and then they change the channel right at the end.
That's funny. I don't even remember that. That's great.
Yeah.
And then in World War Z, the funniest way with that spreads is because all the countries are distrustful of each other, and there's more than one way they spread. And because in Max Brooks' zombie version, which I prefer more, it takes like 2 days for a person to die and turn into one. And one of the ways they describe how it gets spread in that book is also through the black market. So if a person keels over and dies, a bunch of people will run over, take their organs, and then leave and ship them out to other countries. So now you got a bunch of infected organs being spread across the world on the black market for people who need surgery and being spread around everywhere. So if you get something like a kidney, they won't even realize they're infected until after they leave. For another 2 days.
What a bummer that would be.
That's
like,
so
oh my god, I finally found a kidney donor. I'm gonna live.
Of the list. And you're a zombie. Oh.
You put a zombie kid. Oh god, no! Wait, have you guys seen Dead Snow?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh yeah.
Specifically, Dead Snow Part 2.
Red versus Dead. Yes.
Yeah, where the guy who survives the first movie is found with his arm missing because of what happens in the first movie, and then he wakes up on the operating table, and the doctor's like, "Don't worry, we stitched your arm back on." And he realizes that they stitched a zombie arm onto him.
Oh no!
He was next to a dismembered zombie. They got it mixed up, and then for the rest of the movie, this arm is just freaking out and just doing things
trying to kill him.
Really
funny. The arm tries to kill him.
Specifically the Nazi zombie.
Yes.
Doesn't it keep trying to do like Nazi salutes? I can't remember.
Yes, it does. It keeps trying to do that, and then he resurrects a bunch of Soviet communist zombies to fight the Nazi zombies.
Right. It's coming back to me now. It's been a while since I've seen the second one, but I do like those movies.
I think I need to watch those. That sounds hilarious.
The ending of the second one is God, it's pretty fantastic.
That sounds fun.
The romantic ending.
So we find Cillian Murphy in a hospital.
Yeah, Cillian Murphy, cock out.
Cock out.
Yeah.
Swinging
his
the
best
dong.
life.
Oh, you know what could have fixed the beginning of the movie, Cat? They should have showed Cillian Murphy get hit by the car and then have some infected.
You could have had him like bike cycling through.
La 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 la. Happy.
I'm
day
delivering me
in-
package. Ho ho ho. Happy little bicycle courier.
I'm delivering my package, and you'll see it in a minute.
Hey.
Yes, so Cillian Murphy wakes up in the hospital and he's all alone, and he slowly wakes up and he's walking around, looking around. Everything's completely empty. All the phones
He pounds
off.
the first of many Pepsis that you will see in this film.
Yeah, you got to make that budget
So
somehow.
immediately,
that's how you know it's dystopian.
there's like immediately like little things that I really, really like. First of all, it just goes around. If you just look around the scenes, like there's like things thrown over, like everything looks like an actual like shit happened, you know, like people are just running through here, just getting shit out of the way, just getting out. Then he goes
Distinct lack of blood everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. He goes to the payphones. He doesn't only try one of them; he tries all four of them, which I was like, good man. That's a good like little thing of detail where it's like, yeah, you probably want to try all of them in case the one just is broken. And he also realizes something is definitely wrong. I'll just grab a couple of cans of Pepsi and some of these chocolate bars or whatever is on the floor as well, because I think I might need those. And,
Yeah,
it's also
very
super
possible
thirsty.
that something bad has happened and I might need food and sugar.
And
God only knows when the last time he actually had any, because he's been essentially in a coma, right? And
for
a month. Yeah.
For a month.
Well,
So he's a hungry, thirsty boy. I'm
we
sure.
actually don't
Presumably a
know.
month.
Yeah, we don't know how long he's been in a coma for. The film doesn't ever specify that him going into the coma had anything to do with the outbreak. So he could have been in a coma for like 2 years. We don't know.
I guess that's I guess that's true. Yeah.
Possible. It was long enough, it seems, for him to grow the beard he has.
Yeah,
I think that's fair.
Well, I would assume that it's around a month-ish that he's been in a coma, but even then, he would have severe muscle deficiency already.
Well, he does look rather slim.
The
Well,
cause
they
of his
mentioned that.
coma is a car accident because he's a bike courier. Apparently, he was in a car accident right before the outbreak, so that's why everyone's gone while he's still in the hospital when he wakes up.
Well, because that's something that The Walking Dead does. Rick is... And when he gets up, he immediately flops because his muscles would have atrophied.
Yeah.
And so that's probably my only complaint is because Cillian Murphy's muscles would have atrophied and he would have trouble walking even after a month.
I mean,
Like,
maybe
I
he
think
was
that for a couple
he was shredded beforehand.
Yes, peak male physique.
Well, he was a bicycle courier. He rode that bike. Every day is leg day when you work on a bike.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's brutal.
He had legs like tree trunks.
Also, those doctors were nice to slip that key in the door for him. It's like, all right, if you wake up here, you can...
Just in
Just
case.
in
Well, they probably also removed his catheter so that he wouldn't have to do it himself.
Jesus.
Oh man, that would have
just
been.
in case. Just in case. This would be like I wouldn't want this to happen.
They could have made
I
this
probably-
visual even more brutal. He's just full of piss and shit in that bed.
I was about to say, I was like, I wouldn't want them to remove the catheter for that reason. Like, maybe disconnect it from the bag so that you don't end up getting a kidney infection and it just like the pee goes on the floor instead of all over you in the bed.
Well, you know, that is something that's like not at all shown in the movie. He does not react to how the locations would smell. He doesn't react to how places
They do a
smell.
little bit of that when they go to his house.
Yeah.
They cover their mouths with or their noses because
I believe he does it in the church as well.
Yes, a little bit.
I don't think he does because he just when he looks in that church, he's just like, what the fuck is going on?
I did get the impression that they kind of played down how bad a lot of these places would smell.
I mean, it's just London. He's just used to the smell, to be honest. I was like, yeah, that's all right. Maybe nothing is wrong after all. Oh yeah, a couple of corpses, man. That's just Sunday church for
Better
you.
than normal. There's less pee and poo on the floor.
Smell of death is just part of living in a big city.
Yeah, he's just confused because everything looks so clean at the moment. He's like, wow, I could walk on the sidewalk. This is crazy.
There's no cars in the street. It's not packed to the brim. How is this possible?
So yeah, he he wanders through an empty London. I quite like the sound design here and just how dead quiet it is.
Yeah, it's
really, really effective. And then this is probably my only other major criticism of like the way the movie is directed and edited and all that sort of stuff. I don't know if I love the way music is used in this movie. It's
Interesting.
there's some great pieces of music that I like, but
This song
especially
in particular, actually.
this opening sequence, I feel like it just might have played a little better without any music. I feel like this movie could actually get away with no music if it wanted to. Not that I'm saying I don't want to have any in it, but there's something about the way the music ramps up and starts getting more and more intense and frenetic just in the sequence of him walking around an empty, downtown London that doesn't, I don't know, I find it kind of distracting.
I would say that between
mental
Sorry,
state,
go ahead.
I think it evokes his mental state a bit, that like it's really kind of clicking in that it's like, oh man, like everything's fucked. And it's like,
I mean, I get the choice. I just
Black Emperor.
It feels very much of its time for me, like a early 2000s sort of like seedy punk rock kind of thing, right? It feels very much like that. Where I will agree,
Canadian band too. Godspeed You Black Emperor. They're from Montreal.
Hey,
They're
where I would
really
agree
good,
that the music kind of gets a little over the top for me is like right at the end where it sort of becomes a bit of a music video in the mansion.
Same song too. Like,
yeah, same song. I don't mind it so much here, but
that's my feeling about this sequence, is that it starts to turn into a little bit of a music video in a way that I don't think is. It's just not what I would have gone with. I think because so much of the quiet and the stillness and the eeriness is more powerful to me, but it's a minor complaint. Because I quite
you do still get a good couple minutes of just quiet eeriness, though. It's not like it doesn't like
a little bit.
Charming. It feels charmingly like early 2000s to me. Like there's something nostalgic about it. This sort of like I can imagine Alex Garland in his hybrid like beanie with a brim, back in the day, and his eyeshadow. There's just something about that for me that like it feels like he put his heart into it. That version of him, anyway.
Orange says, real life coma patients need constant care. Most fiction pretty much hand waves that away for the sake of the story, and treats a coma like Snow White or Sleeping Beauty. Yeah, I think this movie does that a little bit.
Yeah,
yeah, that's fair.
I think the music wouldn't be so noticeable in some parts if it wasn't immediately contrasted with an amazing sound work right afterward in the church.
Yeah,
especially because you can't tell if the bells ringing are part of the soundtrack, which they are, versus actual bells ringing. It's because I
really love the scene in the church, which we're getting to. So basically, he walks around. He eventually finds like at the center of a square, they have a whole bunch of people have posted a whole bunch of clippings of dead loved ones and stuff like that. And then he finds his way to a church, and he's walking through the church, and
right before that, really fun part about the missing people posters. That was inspired by a Chinese earthquake when people were missing. The issue that caused the controversy around this movie, as you know, this movie came out like 2002, which means it was filming around 9/11. So people were really offended by that because they thought,
oh really?
Yes, because 9/11 happened and there's a ton of missing people.
And even because when that happens, you're not allowed to do anything anymore and have to wait 17 years.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't quite understand the offense because like there's nothing about this that is making light of any of that, or it doesn't feel cheap at all.
It just seems like that's what people do, right? Like,
because even what I said, if he knew that was going to happen, he wouldn't have put that in the movie. Because in this movie, there are a lot of scenes that he has taken from actual real life catastrophes or events that happened. We passed over one because it was a simple one. Was when he was picking up the money. That's inspired by a picture that was taken when what the hell is that guy's name? When Pol Pot was kicked out of his regiment in that whole thing. There's a lot of scenes that are filmed reminiscent of actual.
That's interesting because that doesn't seem like well, I can understand that maybe people were like sensitive to it at the time.
Very sensitive, yeah.
That seems like maybe something that shouldn't be super controversial, just because those are just things that human beings do in desperate times. It feels like a natural consequence of what this would have done.
And in this case, it's not entirely his fault, because it was filming.
Yeah,
technically started before it happened, and was still filming during and after it happened.
Yeah. I don't know that I would have changed it if I were him, honestly. Because it doesn't seem like there's no offense intended here. It's like, this is a thing that happened.
It's really appropriate. It's really appropriate, given the narrative of this film. And I think that, if Alex Garland had come out after the film was released, and he was like, yeah, man, so I was just really inspired by, when 9/11 happened, so I decided to add a scene of thousands of missing people because I saw that on the news, because and directly drawn a link between the two, then I could maybe understand a little bit more of the offense, because of how triggered is probably the wrong word, but how close to the time it was and how sensitive people were about 9/11 in particular.
Yeah, someone in our chat is mentioning that people also wanted the two towers to be renamed because it came out, in 2002.
Oh, I said Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings. They wanted two towers renamed because it, reminded people too much of the Twin Towers. But I understand that, right? I understand worrying about that in this situation, I guess. If you are the executive who's put up all the money and you're worried that a bunch of people are going to, kind of have a adverse reaction. This is one of those things that it surprises me to know that in retrospect that was something that was controversial. Mm-hmm. But I do understand, I see where they're coming from. I just would never have guessed that that was something that would, because it's not like 9/11 was the only time that would have happened, right? It was inspired by something that happened after a Chinese earthquake. So
it's a very American complaint.
Yeah,
especially because that sounds lighthearted, but it's it's recent for them. Because even with the church scene, this is inspired by another thing that happened in Rwanda and Sierra Leone, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Yeah,
when they just piled bodies in churches. But you don't see people complaining
Lilo
about
and Stitch,
that.
They did some stuff with that too. Someone in our chat is mentioning Lilo and Stitch.
I don't remember them putting bodies in churches in Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's one of the things. That's one of the things that Stitch is really happy to do in the remake, from what I understand.
That's my favorite scene.
In the original one, the spaceship looks like a plane, and they redrew it because they didn't want to evoke any plane crash memories.
It was also flying in between buildings like skyscrapers.
Yeah.
So they changed it and relocated. So the scene is the same, but they just relocated it so that the imagery wasn't evoking, a 747 crashing into a skyscraper.
Yeah. I'm glad they put that back in the remake.
So then he wanders his way into a church. I quite like on the wall where someone has written, "Repent, the end is extremely fucking nigh."
Yeah, I had that on screen here for a little bit because I like
pretty
that.
metal. I like it.
Thanks.
I always love imagining the people who spend the time painting these big letters on walls like that. Somebody really lost it for a bit.
Yeah,
he's done a great job. It's very legible.
Well, he also put effort into it and got a ladder. It's not like he doodled it on the wall.
Exactly.
On a stairwell, too. A ladder on a stairwell, which is insane.
Excuse me, before we pile all these corpses there, do you have a big ass ladder? It's like, what? Why?
And a couple buckets of paint, please.
Yeah,
I'm gonna need, and it would be. I prefer it to be all the same color. Thank you.
Preferably black.
I've got a thing I'm doing. I'm doing something.
I'm never gonna see this, but if someone sees this, they go well, that's sick. That's gonna be that's wow. I'm gonna know what's up.
So he's Cillian Murphy has been yelling hello and calling out to see if anyone will respond. So far, he's gotten no response. He wanders his way into the church. He sees, for the first time, actually sees people, a whole bunch of dead bodies, as we mentioned, piled up in the church. And then he says hello, and a few of them turn like very, very abruptly to see him. That's probably one of the most effective scares in the whole movie for me.
Yes.
Oh, it's so good. He finally finds people and he thinks they're all dead, but he calls out hello anyway, and then they immediately turn in horrifying fashion. Oh, that's fucking scary as hell, dude.
Especially with the music. Oh, the music just makes
it's really
so
good.
And their mouths are wide open.
Yeah. There's two parts of it in particular that I think make it a genuinely effective jump scare. One is that the camera cuts to the first guy just quickly swiveling his head while Jim is still saying hello. So it interrupts him and it catches you off guard because you're not expecting that to happen. And the other part of it is that when it pans over to the second guy, he's just kind of, sitting there like staring at him with his mouth wide open.
Yeah.
Like it's not a case of, oh, well, the zombie has seen you, so now it's zombie chase scene time, even though that does end up happening in like a minute's time. It's that, no, you have been seen by something. And then they just wait. They don't move. And that's really effective horror right there.
I would immediately be thinking, oh man, I really should have acquired a weapon as I was walking around. Like,
this is England. You don't have weapons in England.
I mean, yeah, anything can be a weapon. You just get a pipe, a stick.
We don't have those.
He does have a bag full of Pepsi, I guess. Like,
so you guys said they piled up the corpses in here. I get the feeling they did like more of like a suicide pact kind of dealio.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was inspired by. Ooh. Sorry. No, and this is clearly more like they did like a mass suicide.
Because they're sitting, like some of them is just sitting in the seats and everything, and just toppled over. So I thought they were doing like, we're donezo. We're
not an intentional pile, just an accidental pile, incidental pile. And then, of course, he's up in the balcony. He's looking down, and a couple of them swivel to look at him. Very unnerving. And then a door opens, and priest zombie comes charging at him. And of course, he doesn't think these are zombies at first, but he's clearly running at him, like frothing at the mouth, trying to bite him. And so he hits him he's got a bag full of stuff, right? Isn't that what
it's his bag full of Pepsis and chocolate bars.
The Pepsi bag.
Yes. The Pepsi.
See, Pepsi does prevent riots if you just use them right.
There you go. Nice. Hashtag join the conversation.
One of the Jenner girls was right all along.
True.
Don't remember which one. It was one of them.
Oh, that was such a classic bit. I love that so much. The commercial stopping the riots with the Pepsi. It's great.
So what I really like about specifically the priest is that his motions as he's walking towards Murphy, it looks like he's dragging his feet and his arms look like he's making the motion of go away right at
he's doing a little like what Frank ends up doing later on.
And
I quite like the way that the zombies act in this movie, with like a couple small exceptions. I think they do a really, really good job.
There's like a glimmer of humanity in there.
Yeah. Because in this case, it's like the rage has to build up. That's why those zombies down there just stare at him. But like, it has to build up. And specific with the priest, he's dragging his feet. He's making the motions to go away. As he gets closer, he speeds up. He's dragging him less. His arms are just outstretched more. So as soon as Murphy runs out the door, you see, it's not just the two he originally sees, it's four of them.
Yeah, there's a bunch that give chase.
I also really like just his general reaction. Like, a lot of times when you have like scenes where they first encounter a zombie or infected or something, they're just like, hey, what's up? Haha. They're like kind of like, hey, can you tell me what's going on? But he immediately just kind of takes a step back, like, hey, you're weird.
Father?
And then he hits him and he says, oh, shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, exactly. Because he just knocks him out, because he gets closer and is clearly like looking like frantic and like has the red eyes and everything. He's like, okay, no, I'm not dealing with this shit. And just fucking knocks him across the head.
I think it also works to kind of set up where the character ends up going in the third act by establishing that he's not comfortable with violence. He does think that he has just smacked a priest over the head with a bag full of peppers, and he's like, "Oh, that was not a good idea."
Good.
Yeah,
so,
sort of,
yeah.
The Irish Catholic in him is revolting.
Oh, we're gonna get an Irish reference in a second too.
Mom would be so pissed at me.
So yes.
So the zombies give chase out of the church. He realizes something's fucked and he gets out of there. And they chase him through the streets, and two people in masks, gas masks, show up with some Molotov cocktails to save the day.
Nice.
Well, they almost nail him at first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the only reason they notice that he's a person is because when that first one goes off, he immediately stops for a second and ducks. He's like, "What the hell?"
Yep.
Yeah. One thing I want to signpost here, because this is going to come into one of the criticisms I have later. The fact that they're wearing so much like protective gear and gas masks.
Yeah.
In this bit of the movie, and then not later in the movie. For
That's
some
true,
reason.
actually. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
That's
something back to that.
Yeah, it's something I noticed as well. So yeah.
But the bigger issue is with Frank.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I guess to be fair though, does like when they leave the house, doesn't she like? Don't they like not have time to gather all their things?
Later, we're not there yet.
We're gonna get to it.
Well, I guess he has time to find
signpost. Shut up!
Sorry.
I'll kill you.
In it with the flag.
Yes, so he is saved by two people wearing masks and armor and stuff who have Molotov cocktails, and they throw them at zombies, and they set on fire, and it looks awesome.
And they blow up a gas station.
Oh, and boy, does the movie get its money's worth out of blowing up a gas
sure
station.
do.
It's like 28 camera angles.
So many angles.
Effective use of Molotov cocktails, sinners. There's a Molotov cocktail used in the film Sinner that infuriated me. I was like, oh my god.
I've still not seen that movie.
It's not good.
They actually got they got the rights to blow up this gas station.
Did they really? Well, I mean,
Yes.
I mean, it looks very real. I mean, it looks like they blew something up for real.
So this stunt right here cost about 250,000 euros to do, and they legitimately blew up the gas station. Didn't tell the police.
Oh, oops.
And because they didn't want responders to immediately come there to ruin the shot. So,
well, I mean, wouldn't that be why you would tell the police?
Yeah, just to be like, hey guys, this is going to happen. Don't worry.
They had a single fire team there already, but they thought that if the police were already there, they'd start putting it off immediately because they literally blew that shit sky high.
I mean, I think that the trick with that, usually when, especially with its low budget filmmaking, is if you don't have the ability to get proper permits and everything, and you like, I mean, granted, I'm not talking about blowing up a gas station, but there's one scene in the movie I made where we shot this like fight scene in an alleyway, and the cops did get called on us, and they came into the alleyway, like pulled guns on me and told me to freeze, and I'm standing over like 5 people who are pretending to be dead, and I'm just like, okay, we're shooting a movie. The cameraman to like walk out. And I was like, guys, please get up slowly. Please show them that I have not killed you all. And the cops were actually like super cool about it. But I'm assuming this is the kind of situation where, especially if you're doing something like blowing up a gas station, you have to get permits. So you can't just do this guerrilla style, right? So it would be the kind of thing that if you've got the permits from at least the city and the property to do it, why would you not tell the police, be like, hey, we're shooting a movie of this thing. You're going to see a big explosion. It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
Control. We have a safety team. We have fire on scene. Like,
well, it's interesting because this is, I guess you could call it a relatively low budget movie, but adjusted for inflation, it was like a $14 million movie in today's money, which isn't, that's not nothing. I think the fact that it was shot on these cheap, kind of crappy looking cameras, relatively speaking, makes it feel like it's a lower budget than it actually is. Like you might be forgiven for thinking this was like a $1 million movie.
Yeah.
In
$8 million
money.
is more than I would have expected. Like a point of comparison would be something like Saw, which also feels like a low budget movie, but Saw was made for $1 million or £1 million or whatever it would have been.
Yeah.
When
So they got
while we're
their
on the
money's
subject
worth.
of the money,
Nope.
yeah, the box office return on its $8 million budget at the time was 84.6 million.
84, yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's really good.
What, 10 times?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
So,
Yeah, but they certainly got their money's worth with this gas station exploding. I quite love how prolonged the explosion is by the use of like 28 different camera angles. Like they can stretch it out for like a full 30 seconds. It's pretty solid.
and this
Good
would
stuff.
not only would this not be the first time, it would not be the last time they get in trouble with the police.
Those
Eh.
rascals.
Yeah. So, and then the scene of them hiding behind the windows and the walls, he took inspiration of that from a Northern Ireland bomb blast.
Nice.
As you do. So then they're hiding out in what is that? Like a convenience store? That's
Yeah, it's like a small.
Yeah, at
Yeah.
Tesco or something.
Yeah, in a Subway.
Yeah, it's
Which
Iron
is
Brew in there and
The
everything.
Hudson News.
So this is where we get a little bit of the exposition in terms of what's going on here. This is obviously the first time that Cillian Murphy's character encounters people who aren't rage zombies. So we get a little taste of what their sort of rules are here.
Well, and the first thing that happens is they pull him in, they slam the gate down, and the guy in the gas mask goes to tell him a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says, a man and a giraffe walk into a bar. The giraffe gets absolutely pissed and passes out on the floor. The bartender says, "Hey, you can't leave that lion there." And the man says, "No, that's not a lion. It's a giraffe."
Giraffe.
He has no reaction to it. Understandably, he's a little bit shell-shocked. And the guy takes off his mask and goes, "Absolutely humorless."
Yeah.
And walks away. Again, one of those moments where I sat there and just thought, like, wow, when did Alex Garland forget how to be funny?
It's even better than that because he says he's completely humorless, and then he says you two should get on like a house on fire.
Yeah.
Implying that she is completely humorless as well.
Yeah.
It's fun.
And at this point in the film, she is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's very efficient
visual-
character introduction. They're telling us about her through one line of dialogue from someone else. She hasn't actually done anything yet. And
Yeah,
it
but
already
we could have
sets an
also
expectation
just
of what she's
used.
gonna be like.
Why didn't we use like a memory store or something?
Oh, that's
that
too
would have saved us
advanced-
some time.
Too
Yeah.
advanced.
Yeah,
language
she could have
for 2001
the-
writing.
Taken the Zack Snyder approach and just had them both sit down and tell Cillian Murphy their backstories.
Yeah. This is gonna take 10 minutes. Sit down. Anyway.
I was at a refugee camp in Norway, apparently. I just read a little bit of the comic synopsis.
This is when we learn that Cillian Murphy is not a doctor, or he was a patient at the hospital, and he is there because he's a bicycle courier, and he got into a car wreck, and then he was in a coma, woke up today in a hospital, and I like that he says he thinks he might be hallucinating,
Yeah.
because he can't quite register that all of this is actually happening.
I
And
also like that
understandably so.
both of the rescuers here are, well, Selena at first is kind of hoping maybe that because he's in scrubs from a hospital that he might be a doctor or a nurse, someone with a useful skill that could be utilized by them moving forward. And then he is revealed to be a bicycle courier.
I can get a package to you in under 20 minutes. As long as, as long as it's under 10 kilometers.
We learn that Cillian Murphy's name is Jim, and then we have Marc and Selena, as we already mentioned. And then they fill him in on what's happened to him. So they say, "I've got some bad news. It started as rioting, and right from the beginning, you knew this was different because it was happening in small villages, market towns, and then it wasn't on the TV anymore. It was in the street outside. It was coming through your windows. It was a virus, an infection. You didn't need a doctor to tell you that. It was the blood. There was something in the blood. By the time they tried to evacuate the cities, it was already too late. The infection was everywhere. The army blockades were overrun, and that's when the exodus started. The day before the TV and the radio stopped broadcasting, there were reports of infection in Paris and New York. We didn't hear anything more after that. That's going to be very important. Remember that."
Oh, yeah. Super important for the next movie, too, because that was retconned.
What about the government? What are they doing? he asks in response, and they say, "There's no government." And he says, "Of course there's a government. There's always a government. They're in a bunker or a plane." You know, I like that his sort of thought is that they're going to be the government is going to be like the government in Doctor Strangelove, where they're hiding out in a bunker somewhere, arguing about how many women to men there should be, and but they're like, nope,
Well,
it's all dead.
kind of.
Everything's gone. Well, yeah, a little bit. There's a little bit of that for sure. There's no government. There's no police. No army. No TV. No radio. No electricity. But there kind of is electricity later.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's okay.
Well,
that
that depends, right? Because like some of them, like there's a generator later on, like much later on.
The one I'm curious about is the grocery store that they go
Yes.
to.
Yes. Yeah.
Why is there electricity in that one?
Well,
We needed better lighting.
The store
Out the back on a giant hamster wheel.
just run. If you put some of the zombies in a little hamster wheel they can't get out of, you might have something there.
Yeah.
hang a chicken wing, a raw chicken leg in front of them.
It's kind of a
Yes.
rural area. Maybe it's on like a windmill or something.
Maybe, you know, but also the grid would fail.
I'm not an electrician. I wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
say it.
Yeah, you know,
that's
I was just thinking of what kind of power source might work for a month without maintenance and like. I'd
well,
imagine
so
that, like,
the
there's-
lights are on in the grocery store, right? Like the light.
Yeah.
That's the main thing, is that the lights are on, because they don't go and get like milk or refrigerated or frozen goods. They just kind of grab cans and then the irradiated apples and four
Things you don't have
bottles
to
of
cook,
nice whiskey.
besides.
Things you don't have to cook, and also some nice whiskey.
of
Unironically,
course.
me in the apocalypse. No! Don't grab that shit. We're taking the good stuff.
Yeah. It's literally for free. Just grab the good stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's not that part doesn't feel like that big of a deal to me. That does feel like the lighting needed to. We needed lighting.
Well, it's also the sequence with the painted flower field too. So I think there is an element of like maybe like dreamy sort of like here's the ideal little corner pocket of the world that like somehow is untouched by this. So
I can understand a grocery
there's
store
element to it, I suppose, but it might actually be something as simple as like, look, we need to light this grocery store somehow, and all we can do is turn the lights on.
It doesn't affect the way that like they survive from it, right? You could have turned the lights off and still like had that development move forward, because they do let you know, right, that they have to take the stuff that hasn't spoiled and that can't be cooked, right?
So the freezers don't need to be on or whatever then.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's not a huge deal. It's not like they're grabbing frozen steaks or refrigerated meats or anything like that.
Yeah, because the alternative, if you were going to go like full on like realism here, would be that the lights are all off, which then means that you're forced into doing like another suspense horror sequence at that part of the movie, which is probably not what you want to do.
Yeah, they want to have the fun scene where they're all shopping and being happy.
With
which
music,
you can't do if they're having to do it with
everything
torches.
else is in the movie too. Like the music is also way cheerier than everything else you hear in this film.
Yeah. It's quite fun.
Movie.
It's a fun little sequence. That's the only thing that was a little distracting about it, was that the lights were on somehow. But I can definitely understand how a grocery store could not end up looted. Just by the way things play out, that this one managed to be untouched, but that the lights were on is a weird choice, considering that we're specifically told that there's no electricity. But anyway,
so we jump pretty far ahead.
Yeah, well, that was just, I was going to signpost that, but we can jump ahead. It's fine. No TV, no radio, no electricity. You're the first uninfected person we've seen in 6 days, which is another interesting thing. Let's see, what else is important here? Then, because this will move us on to the next section, they start talking about family. They both mentioned that their families are dead, and he's like, no, my family's still alive. I have to find them. They live in Deptford, I believe. Is that how you say it?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, and then they're like, no, they're going to be dead. We're not doing that. No, like, you'll go and come back, yeah? And it's like, no, you won't. No one ever comes back. That's lesson number 1. So lesson number 1, you never go anywhere unless you never go anywhere alone unless you've got no choice. Lesson 2, only travel during daylight unless you've got no choice. Yep. So someone mentioned earlier, it's not really that the that the zombies
It's not that the
can only
zombies
go out at
only
night.
go out at night. Yeah.
Yeah, they might be more active at night for reasons that James mentioned earlier, but it's mostly just general safety. You can see better during the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, also they probably see you when you walk around with your torch out or your flashlight.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're drawn
That's
to the
another
light.
reason.
I mean,
Yeah.
we'll find that out relatively soon.
Yes, exactly. So there's a lot of things we established there. We established that it's the blood, it's an infection, it's a virus. That's how it functions. Metaphorical, thematic, playing with the idea that it's just abstract rage as a concept aside. It's a virus, an infection, and it infects you through the blood. We learned that there's reason to believe that it's spread everywhere in the world, but we don't know for sure that it has spread everywhere in the world. There is no government or infrastructure or civilization at all to be found as far as they're aware anywhere near London. And yeah, basically everyone's dead. So not not the best of circumstances to wake up.
Not the best nap.
Into.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, yeah, it's basically it, right? Pretty straightforward.
It's a pretty effective scene. They establish,
yes.
They give you pretty much everything you need, and then they give us, our next objective, which is to find Jim's family.
Yeah.
And they decide they're going to go together.
And I really like that it's this unsaid understanding of the two that saved him. It's like, first she says, like, no, we're absolutely not going to do that. They're dead. But the other guy's like, no, we'll take you there. Because I guess they do realize, like, oh yeah, if we don't do this, like, he's going to be distracted and it's going to make more trouble than not just making the trip real quick. And it's not like they have anything better to do necessarily. It's like, yeah, let's get the closure, because they probably already had it. He just came out of a coma, so here, have some Maltesers, have some nappies, and then we'll go. And then just go the next day. And I think it's...
You can tell they sympathize to a
exactly.
degree. Right.
Yeah. Well, and they also, these two don't have a plan at the moment, right? Their plan at the moment, Selena will reveal, is just survival.
Yeah, it's just survival.
That's as good as it gets.
Yep.
At least hers. I feel like the other guy is similar to the role Jim serves for her later, is sort of maybe saying, like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be this, like, cold and utilitarian. Like, there might be something to said to giving this guy closure on his family before.
Yeah, exactly. But even still, they don't really have a goal they're working towards other than general survival. So having something to go do is probably a welcome relief, you know?
Yeah. Mission objective.
Yes, exactly.
Also, I just have to point it out, because movies suck these days. They take this all seriously. There's no fucking quip at the end of the scene. It's just like, here, eat and rest, and then we'll go and find your dead parents. Because they make it very clear. It's like, yeah, you're definitely not going to find them alive. That's just...
Because they're totally dead,
Yeah.
Yeah, did I tell you they'd be dead? Because they're
dead.
Ha ha ha. Marvel humor.
It was like, oh god, I have to bring it up because like Fantastic Four is coming out at some point in July or something.
You're gonna make me watch it, aren't you?
And it's just like, when I see those trailers of those movies these days, it's just like,
I don't even watch them.
They're all the same format. They all end like, they fade to black, like it's the end of the trailer, but then, no, we need to put that little funny scene in there. It's like, yeah, you really don't though. It's like, just stop. I don't need a fucking quip. Like, all the fucking characters are the same. Like, all of them quip.
But luckily, none of that seeped into the trailer for 28 years later.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That was...
I'm just so sick
Another
of
reason why
these trailers being all the same for every character. Which is like, oh, every character has, like, a little quipping going on. It's like, can we have, like, some of these serious characters? Because they work... You can have quipping characters if you have other characters to counterbalance the fucking comedy.
We got the giraffe joke.
Yeah, giraffe joke. Pretty good.
Which is also kind of funny because it's not funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Characters in the scene.
It's like
it's like, honestly funny. It's anti-comedy, okay? You're not a millennial, you wouldn't get it.
It's also amusing because you can tell that this character Marc has just like, he's got this joke that he really wants to tell someone, and you can guarantee he's already told Selena. It's like, oh wow, a new person. I can tell my joke to.
God, you say this to every survivor.
So they go.
So they go to Jim's little suburban house, and the first time where we notice that maybe something does not smell very, very good, because they're all covering their nose and mouth as they walk up the stairs, and they find his parents. They are rotting corpses on the bed. They have killed themselves. There's some pills and wine on the bedside table, and they're holding a picture of little baby Jim. And then he picks it up and he reads the back.
Screen.
Yeah. He reads the back, and Jamie, do you have that? You have that up?
I do.
I also have it. So go ahead. Yeah.
No, you got it, Metal. You got it.
Okay, I have it on the screen as well. It just says, Jim, with endless love, we left you sleeping. Now we're sleeping with you. Don't wake up. Fucking
so
brutal. I got fucking chills again just reading this. Like this fucking.
It's brutal. It's beautiful.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like man.
We left you sleeping. We're sleeping with you. That's so good.
It's
so good.
Awesome and sad. It's just.
And then, yeah, and it leads directly into a little bit of an argument with Selena, where she's like, "Hey, they died peacefully. You should be grateful." But he's in the the grief of that, so he can't see that that's actually better than most other alternative ways they could have gone at this moment. So he says he's not grateful, but she correctly points out, like, "Hey, that's about the best you can expect given the circumstances." It's tragic. It's heartbreaking. I like the choice to have a little picture of him that they're holding. That's really good.
Something a parent might actually do if they were a human being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it great when you make characters humans?
Yeah. I quite like. I was in.
We're just rattling them off. Where I'm like, when did he stop understanding how human emotions work? Like, what happened to him? Because these are all like they hit very like the joke bit where he like the one the draft joke and the humorless thing that hits really well for me. The parents. This is a magnificent little bit of, you could call it environmental storytelling, right? Yeah. This is fantastic. Gives you lots of context for what these parents were going through. And then it leads into something very believable between Jim and Selena. It's a very well written scene. It's a very so far we're kind of firing on all cylinders. You know, it's working really well.
One of the things that's really refreshing to me about this movie is how likable a lot of the characters are, because there are so many post-apocalyptic stories these days that are very just unbelievably bleak. Where, especially when they do that trope, it's like, humans are the real monsters. Am I right?
This movie kind of does.
There's a little bit of that, but I don't think it's quite as cynical and bleak as many things are. And I think this little moment with the parents is obviously tragic. It's a brutal thing, the way it hits him, but there is something kind of nice about that, right? There's there's a little bit of love in that. And I just think there's a lot of stories these days that are just much more cynical and bleak about, like, I watched this movie called Leave the World Behind. Did any of you guys see that?
No.
Anyway, that unbelievably cynical, because it's a sort of post-apocalyptic scenario. I won't spoil it, but basically it's just like, what would happen is everyone would turn on each other and be terrible to each other. I'm just like, I'm sick of that shit. Like, can we have any nice characters who actually would try to protect each other and like form loving relationships between each other? Like, I don't know. I just feel like there's a cynicism that gets really unrealistic in a lot of these post-apocalyptic stories, but this one achieves a really, really nice balance.
Wait, hang on. Leave the World Behind. Is that the one where like the two families randomly like hang out with each other because everything is fucked all of a sudden?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I tried watching that with Mahler last time when I was over, and I think we stopped halfway through because we were bored out of our minds.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
Like,
a weird fun fact about that movie is that it was produced by the Obamas.
What? Excuse me?
Of all the ways I thought that sentence was going to end,
I would have lost that.
That is a true fact.
Yep.
Yeah, the more you know.
That's funny as fuck.
Well,
Anywho.
I guess it's
sorry, I can't get over this just now.
Thinks that everything nihilistic world leaders is scary, I suppose.
Yeah, one of the major production companies of the film is Higher Ground Productions. an American production company which was founded by former United States President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle
That's
Obama.
hilarious. Thanks,
And I think
Obama.
considering how like
Oh, that joke was right there.
Yeah, someone just wrote it. 2 people actually. 3 now.
considering how like pessimistic and cynical the movie is about what would happen to an America that faces a sort of post-apocalyptic
Existential.
scenario. Yeah. I find it really off-putting that they decided to put that movie out, but we'll just leave that there.
Let's hope it's just that, hey, like we like post-apocalypse movies and we're producing this movie totally unconnected to being world leaders who are incredibly famous.
Oh boy.
That best possible scenario is just they like that kind of story.
I better get my tinfoil hat out here. Jesus.
Well, I mean, like liking types of stories doesn't necessarily mean you want that stuff to happen in real life.
No, exactly.
Of course, obviously.
At least give them that grace.
Marc really doesn't want to get shot. By the way,
Well,
Marc is
I mean,
not
also-
suicidal at the moment. He's fine. Everyone in chat, please say that everyone is fine.
Hey, if anything, I'm the one giving them an out. So
It is tattooed on my chest that I am not suicidal if I end up dead.
or the court case. Well, he obviously got that tattoo before his mental state changed. So.
So
thing with
after
tattoos.
we learn what happened to Jim's parents, we get a little backstory for what's his name, Marc?
Mark,
Yes.
Yes,
Great
and
name.
so as a counterpoint to like, listen, you got off easy. It could have been much worse the way you saw your loved ones go. He tells the story about how his dad and his family tried to use their money to bribe their way onto a plane that was leaving the island, and but everyone else had the same idea, and money was basically useless because all of civilizational infrastructure had collapsed at this point. And then there was a massive sort of crowd stampede, smothering
As they
sort of-
realized that the infected were in the crowd, people
Yes.
started panicking and trampling each other to
there's
get away.
There's a really nice line where he says, "I remember the ground was soft, and I looked down, and I was standing on all these people like a carpet."
Jesus.
I'm like,
Ugh.
ugh,
Yeah.
that's so
That's
good.
an image.
Great line. Yeah. No one could run. All you could do was climb over more people. So I did that. I climbed. There's this really great dialogue writing in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then go ahead.
I was going to say it's the following line that I don't know if this is a nitpick or if this is just it's something that maybe could have been revised a little bit. Is he says, looking down, you couldn't tell which faces were infected and which weren't, which is again leading into like the thematic point that like, oh, okay, well the infection is just amplifying what's already there. Some people, when they get very angry, can be very, very mean,
Or like scared for
But-
his safety. Like,
Sure. But then the very next line, he says, "Then I saw my dad," and he just goes like his face, and then ... Implication being that his face has become like he is now infected, and that's the very line after he says that you couldn't tell which one. I get the point of both lines, but putting them back to back to me feels like it doesn't quite work.
Gotcha.
I would also add that the glowing red eyes is a dead giveaway. That someone
Well,
is-
it-
I almost wonder if that's for our benefit. Like if they
it's-
don't actually.
Well, it might be
glow
for our
in
benefit,
universe,
but like
then-
you can't pretend that the characters don't notice it then.
I guess
Yeah,
that's
like,
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you kind of can't do both. It wants to have the cool stylized red.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's
Raged
in
zombie
universe
eyes.
because the other what's her name? What's the
Selena?
Selena?
Yeah, because she says she could see it in his eyes later on, so I'm pretty sure they can see it.
Well, no. Like I think that was I could see it in his eyes that he knew he was infected and just didn't want to get hacked apart with a machete.
Yeah, that wasn't literally I could see that his eyes were going red. That was more that I could see the emotion on his face, or at
Yes,
least that's
yeah.
what I got from it.
That like
It-
he
it
was,
was,
going to be
yes.
like, wait, no, you don't have to kill me, do you? Or can we find a way to kill me that maybe won't hurt so much? And by then he was already getting chopped.
Yeah, but I do think it's kind of impossible to think that they just don't see the glowing red eyes. It's like there's no way you would assume that.
I wonder if maybe like they might not be quite as prominent to the characters as they are for like the audience, you know?
That feels like a
I'm
weird
not a
thing to
huge fan.
assume.
I'm not a huge fan of that idea. Honestly.
I think the best. I think you just have to say it's a little silly to say you couldn't tell which ones were infected and which ones weren't, considering how they're portrayed, unless the logic
unless
is
it's like it's like that there's just so many of them, right? And like they're all surging. I can see,
in the chaos of it.
In that scenario, I think the point being made is that everyone there is going to be behaving in a frantically violent manner.
Yeah.
Like obviously only some people are going to be vomiting blood on others, but the point being made, if you just take a snapshot image, you're not necessarily going to be able to tell.
And in the moment too, like in a panicked moment where you've lost your grip on your sister's hand, your family is like in the swell of the surging people trying to get away, and you're climbing up bodies and everything. You just don't know who's who coming at you because there's just so many people. I can see.
Absolutely. But if you did take a snapshot, you go, "Oh, it's that one because he's got red eyes."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can, basically. Yeah.
I guess the way I'm looking at it more is like it's not like people in the MCU look at like some of the like fodder enemies and say, "Oh man, these look like CGI." Like I mean, like part of that is just like, no, I mean that's just kind of how the film's being done. Like we can assume that to these people things look a little bit more grounded and real than we're seeing it.
Well, but it's not like people in the MCU are pretending that like the Chitauri in Avengers look like regular people. I couldn't tell which people were the Chitauri and which were the New Yorkers running away from them.
I know
they're not really doing that.
I guess I was referring more to the red eye effect possibly being something that's an effect of the filmmaking technique used for it. Makes it more obvious to us than it might be in reality.
My general thought process on that is that there would be no reason to assume that unless they gave us some indication.
Yeah.
Unless there was a line where someone said and the worst part is you literally can't tell the difference between them. Then maybe you might have reason to assume that it's just.
You might have reason to assume that then, but then you'd also if when you see the eyes, you'd start wondering well, wait, can they not see?
Are they just stupid?
Yeah, can they not see that? Why are you doing that?
I guess I just mean that maybe the eyes are red and clearly visible if they're in good lighting, but I guess I don't understand what the mechanism would be biologically to make them physically glow. I think that the glowing might be a filmmaking thing as opposed to a.
Where do they glow? I have to ask now because I don't remember them glowing.
I don't think they're glowing. I think they just look sort of red and yellow.
I mean, I have it on screen, right? I can see it on my stream.
Shots were
this isn't Army of the Dead, where there are some of those zombies that their eyes glow blue for no discernible fucking reason whatsoever.
Oh, you mean the cyborg zombies?
Is that what those are supposed to be?
We're gonna find out in the sequel that we're never gonna
find out in Rebel Moon. Yeah, Rebel Moon Part 3 will tell all.
Can't wait.
They are connected, I hear.
Yes.
So Zack Snyder literally had to explain, the zombies in the military transport at the very beginning of the movie, those were cyborg zombies.
He needs to shut
What does that even mean?
Way to rub
Thanks, bro.
So there's 5 random cyborg zombies, but the Alpha isn't one. That's just a random zombie from Vegas that became the Alpha. I don't.
The term cyborg and the term zombie are mutually they are distinct. You can't.
Yes, we're different.
There is no.
I'm not a zombie, damn it.
Yeah, Marc can't become a zombie.
I just have a robot part.
I don't know. Sounds very Zack Snyder to me. So
no,
I'm not surprised.
I've never once been in slow motion.
No, not you. I mean, fucking cyborg zombies. That comes just straight off his fucking 12-year-old mind.
Yeah, just spaceships that run on coal.
Cyborg zombies, glowing eyes, yay.
It's that you remember that old Onion video where they interview the writer of Fast and Furious, and it's a 6-year-old. He's I want the cars to go fast, and then that's what it feels like. But a 13-year-old maybe instead.
Well, at least it's a 6-year-old who really likes his family.
The cyborg zombies in that movie are an actual problem because I'm pretty sure a character shoots at one, and the bullets deflect off of it, and that zombie kills the guy. So if it was a normal zombie, he would have lived.
Okay.
Yeah, so
that's just cool world building. You don't understand.
Yeah, that putting that in and never explaining it is just a really excellent example of solid world building on the part of Mr. Snyder.
Honestly, it's exactly what Zack Snyder would do.
Yeah, because Netflix didn't give him permission to do any fucking thing he wanted with that movie. He needs to release the 5-hour director's cut to really allow for everybody to just immerse themselves in his world.
Every bad movie
undiluted
gets
artistic
better if you
vision.
give it a really long runtime.
True.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Science.
It's science.
So they conclude that it's too late now. We won't be able to make it back to our fortified gas station, so we are going to hang here for the night. And that's what they do.
Yep. I do like Selena's pragmatism here too, because Jim says, "Well, my room's upstairs. You can take that, and I'll sleep down here." She goes, "Nope. Safer to all be together.
Yep.
Let's all stick in
We're not
the
splitting
same
up.
floor.
We're not doing no
We're also
Scooby-Doo
not
bullshit.
going to the top floor because it's harder to escape that way."
Yep.
Yes, smart decision making in a horror film. Who could believe it?
What?
Well, I don't know about them staying down there because there's so many open windows and glass doors. I would have taken upstairs.
You think?
I don't know, man. I feel like if they come in, like if they come in on the bottom floor and you're upstairs, now you have to fight, like, because you're either risking injuring yourself jumping out of the top floor, or you've got to fight your way out through the bottom floor anyway.
And if you have multiple points of entry and escape, that might actually help you.
Yeah.
Unless they surround you and all come in at once, which seems unlikely.
Yeah. And even still, like being on the top floor, that's not going to
Not an improvement.
That's not an improvement in your circumstances, really.
It's still that's good. Because I mean, all that downstairs is just all glass doors, and it's just. And that's exactly what they break through is all the glass doors.
But that just sort of compounds the problem for being upstairs in this house, doesn't it?
Well, the problem for going upstairs that would be present if you were not, as opposed to being downstairs, would be that it's going to take you longer to get out of the house. You're obviously going to have to fight your way through the zombies, but the more noise you make, the more zombies there are going to be. So however you get out, it needs to be quick.
Yeah. And if you I think staying closer to the exits, regardless of how many there are, right? Like it is, and the reason that this, it's not the problem. The problem isn't that they're on the first floor. Like that's not what causes the issue, because only 2 of them show up. So they have some time to get their shit together and get out, But it's not like being upstairs really would have measurably made that better, because let's say he still lights the candle. And the zombies see it through the, upstairs window, the second story window, as opposed to the bottom one. If they come breaking in through the bottom, you still got to go downstairs to get out, unless you're jumping out of the window, which is
with the visor
risky.
against.
Yeah,
Yes.
Worked on Left 4 Dead.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. You know what? Fuck me.
Parkour was pretty big in the UK at the time too.
Yeah, I mean, if you break your fucking ankle in this world, yikes! That's
Even if you twist your ankle,
Can confirm.
I feel like that's not great.
Sure.
No, not at all.
Even an ankle sprain at this point, probably not. Probably a death sentence.
Everything that affects your mobility is just bad news.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, then again, we don't get a super clear layout of the house, especially the outside. I don't think so.
I think
we are coming up on a halftime for some people's hard outs, and we haven't even met Brendan Gleeson yet. So
Let's move it along. So, as we mentioned earlier, Jim lights a candle, and that is what alerts a passing zombie to their presence. I love the way this is shot, by the way. So he lights the candle, we see the glow, we cut outside, and we see a little faint glow behind a window. We cut back to Jim, and then immediately cut back to zombie POV rushing towards the window.
Mm-hmm.
It's so chaotic and energetic and fun. It's pretty cool, and I like the speed of it. The handheld running directly at the window really makes it feel faster probably than it would be shooting it any other way. It's great. So he bursts through the window, they get into a fight, and he manages to fight him off, and they kill the zombie.
Selena butchers the shit out of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she sure does.
Good old machete.
But then,
never fails.
And then immediately it's like, were you bitten? Were you bitten? Did you get any blood in your mouth? Right? Because that's the big concern. Has he been infected? Simon posts this as well. If just getting a little bit of blood in your mouth is enough to turn you, or your eye, hypothetically, perhaps you should take more precautions in terms of wearing goggles or
covering your orifices, perhaps.
Yeah,
protect your holes.
It would be a little bit less of a problem. Protect your holes is kind of just a rule for life, right? But,
Yeah.
yeah, I feel like it would be a little bit less of a problem if they had not gone quite so overboard on the amount of blood in this scene, because it's going everywhere. She hacks these zombies to pieces. Blood goes all over the walls, and
all over his face. It's a little bit, a little bit difficult to believe that he got none of it anywhere but on the outside.
I mean, they've obviously got like nicks and scrapes and scratches too. Like, it would be very difficult to not be infected while using a machete.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you would think like a baseball bat would be a much more preferable weapon given the way that the zombies work.
Yes.
Actually, Selena has way more on her face than Jim does after she just butchers the friend.
That is true. There's quite the splatter.
Yeah.
And if it's really that quick and that easy that like, oh, you get a little bit in your mouth and you're done for, that's I think you'd take more precautions than that.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some disbelief suspension that is required here.
Yes.
Well, because if you had gone like with the more, I guess, logical and potentially less cinematic way to do the scene of like, well, okay, they're all wearing like riot gear, body armor, or whatever, you could still have the exact same narrative payoff, where
for sure.
Marc has the scratch on his arm and she kills him because he knows that he's been infected. That can go that way. I guess it would mean that they'd all have to be sleeping in it and they don't want to cover the actors' faces. Maybe that was why. I don't know exactly.
So, yes. So I guess the next thing that happens is that Marc is infected at this point, right?
No.
Oh, not you.
I know.
This I was really not expecting this when I first saw the movie. I think that it's a subversion, like a proper subversion, not a Rian Johnson subversion. You introduce Marc and you introduce Selena as like, oh, okay, cool. Well, these three characters are going to go on their adventure. And then like 20 minutes later, 15 minutes later, if that, Marc gets hacked to pieces. He has like 2 scenes in this movie. But yeah, you would not expect that at all based on his introduction.
Especially because his scenes are really good and impactful and feel like he's going to be a character. Hey.
The only thing that might be a giveaway if you have watched enough movies is that he gets his tragic backstory where he reveals what happened to his family.
Right.
He gets his Hodor, this is what we're going to eat for breakfast scene right before he gets got.
But I like the choice, so Jim meets these two. One of them is unwilling to make emotional attachments and is humorless, as Marc puts it. The other one is trying to keep lighthearted. He's the one who's a bit more sympathetic to the idea of trying to find his family, even though they're definitely going to be dead. The more optimistic of the two is the one that's killed. That's a strong choice as well, and I think that's fuel to the fire of Selena's little arc, little journey that she goes on. It's good stuff.
Character death that actually affects the development of another character. Fancy that.
Yeah, good stuff. So, yes, as we mentioned, Marc gets scraped on the arm, and it's clear to Selena. I forget exactly how she says it.
I didn't know he was infected, but he did, and I could see it in his eyes. That was basically the line.
That's such a great choice. I love that. Like I could tell that he knew. So I didn't hesitate. And I like that she doesn't hesitate. That says a lot about her character as well. And that's partly explains why she struggles with and has to actively work against making emotional attachments, because she has to be this cutthroat. And I like that she has the same sort of attitude that what's his name has in Starship Troopers. Is like, I would ask any of you to do the same for me.
Ratchak.
Oh, yes.
Exactly.
It's a good comparison.
So Marc's dead.
No,
what a shame.
Marc's dead. They got to move. Let's get out of this house. Grab some clothes. Get out of those scrubs. They don't know why you're still wearing them.
Yeah.
Let's go. Rescue and in greater numbers.
We're comfy.
Yeah. The sand people will be here soon.
It is London
after all.
Back soon.
This is a detail we forgot to mention that is really nice for Jim. Is when Jim sees his dead parents, he immediately covers their bodies with the blanket.
He does. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a nice little touch.
Humanity.
Because he's a very sensitive, well, not super sensitive, but he's kind No.
He's a little sensitive boy.
Early 2000s UK soft boy.
I mean, he gets pretty brutal in this movie.
Oh,
which I
by the
quite
end,
like.
yes.
He does.
Yeah.
Again, it's a nice contrast,
But he has
establishing
an
him one
arc.
way.
Yes, and there is a sort of slow build to it, which I like as well. We'll get to it. So, they're on the move, and then they see a light being flickered in the very high up room of a tower block of flats, and they're like, oh, we should head towards that. So they go through that building. They find a whole bunch of shopping carts piled in front of the main stairwell, and they sort of work their way through that, and they have to climb the giant stairs. There's a fun little moment where she's what does she say? I was like, do you need a break? He says no. He says, you? She says no. And he's like, actually, no, I do need a break.
Yeah, I do. Now I need a break.
I was trying to be tough.
Fun little moment. And then so they finally get all the way to the top. Well, they're on their way.
As they're stopping for a break because he's got a bad headache. He's kind of crashing. He hasn't had anything to eat but sugar since he woke up from the coma.
Yeah.
So they've got she's going through her backpack full of supplies, which is just soda and candy bars. And as they're going through, some infected come charging in to the bottom of the stairwell, and they got to start running. They got to get the fuck up those stairs, man. Let's go. And Selena starts moving pretty much with no real concern for whether or not Jim is keeping up. He's having a problem because he's not feeling great. And as they get to the top, there's a guy in some riot armor looking like a badass. It's pretty cool. And he tells them where to go, tells them the flat number, and he posts up with that shield and his BD stick, and he kicks the shit out of some zombies. It's pretty cool.
Great. Yeah,
that's awesome.
And I like the tension does not stop, right? Like when that happens, because they run in and they start trying to get into the apartment, and the girl won't let them into the apartment because she doesn't know where her dad is. And so they're freaking out, like, no, come on, let us in. It just keeps building. It's a really nice scene. And then he yells back, like, okay, go ahead, let him in. They come in, and it's Brendan Gleeson.
Yeah.
And he's a friendly, cheerful, happy guy.
Yeah.
Instantly bringing some levity into that.
It's so fun.
I love the 180 turn from what we just experienced to the Christmas music and him being like,
how about some creme de menthe
type
guy too?
That's not much.
It's just so funny because like a ski mask like this just looks threatening, especially on like a big guy like him, and then he gets it off, is like smiling. So I'm Frank anyway.
I'm Frank anyway. What have we got to offer?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Where are the glasses?
Middle cover.
Nice no, the good ones.
Yeah, get the good ones. We have guests.
Another two nice details. Well, one's nice. The other one's more messed up. The first one is Jim doesn't go all the way to the door immediately. He stops at the corner.
Yeah.
And gets his bat ready. Serena just straight up takes off. So he's staying behind to watch Frank in case they get past him.
Yeah, that's good.
And then the next part is them drinking the celebratory glasses. That was filmed on 9/11.
Oh.
Okay. I would have guessed.
And Boyle was, as he described it, uncomfortable with filming the scene with all the news reports coming out.
Yeah, I could see how that'd be a little distracting. It might dampen the mood slightly. Little bits of like production design that I really like about Frank's place. Obviously, they have all the Christmas lights hooked up and everything, but I quite like the fish tank that's almost empty, but the fish is still.
Yeah,
that's such a great choice. And this movie is full of all these great Dutch angles and other sort of fun, slightly over the top filmmaking techniques. And so like this like crooked image of them in the background and like the little goldfish in the bottom of a fish tank that's almost empty, like basically gasping for water, if you will. It's great. It's a great little detail. It's like, uh-oh, time is running out here. Like they're safe here for now, but they can't last here forever. It's communicated very simply and very effectively in just one image. I like it.
Yes, good stuff.
also shows that Frank is a nice, caring boy. He could have just been like, nah, the fish, who cares? But no, he gives the fish some water that now he can't drink.
Mm-hmm. And they can't, and I like they said, sorry, we couldn't, like he's trying to shave, and he doesn't have any water to use. And he says, sorry, we couldn't spare the water. Same with the toilet. The flush doesn't work. You'll have to use the bucket.
Yeah, just throw it out the window.
It's the advantage of being in an apartment building.
Yes, or in an apocalypse where you can just not worry about that.
Best case scenario, turd knocks one of the infected out clean.
Turns out that's been their weakness the entire time. We have everything we need.
So Frank is very accommodating and hospitable to his guests, which is a nice little touch. I quite like that the movie isn't super cynical, like I mentioned before. It doesn't have everyone just be an asshole. It's out for themselves. I like that choice. So they say goodnight and everything, and
Selena and Jim have a little conversation
Exactly.
About whether or not they need Frank and Hannah more than Frank and Hannah need them.
Yes,
or
her attitude
maybe the
is,
other way around.
well, you should be more concerned about whether they're going to slow you down, right?
Yes.
Don't like, if they're good people, yeah, that's great and all, but obviously don't let them slow you down. Don't let them get you killed. Don't get too emotionally attached to them, in other words.
Yeah, she takes it to an extreme as well,
Marc,
without
right?
even thinking about like, oh, maybe what have they to offer? I mean, they clearly have been surviving here somehow, so maybe talk to them, see what they.
I don't know. Did you see his riot gear? It looked
Yeah,
pretty
the
sweet.
riot gear.
Yeah.
Which they definitely.
Yeah, his riot gear was pretty sweet. I wonder if he's gonna pack that.
That is a problem.
And didn't they kind of have something that looked like riot gear in the beginning? What happened to that?
Yeah, the gas mask stuff and everything.
Oh,
yeah.
the
gas
trench
masks.
coats.
Yeah. One of our chatters, Alexi, wanted to mention that we forgot the part where they're in the stairway and they hear the infected, and Selena says really loud, "Quiet, they are infected," and then starts running.
That made me laugh.
Quiet!
Quiet, it's the infected. Stop yelling, Jim.
Don't make any noise. They'll hear you and they'll know where you are.
The funniest part is they were literally whispering, and then
Yes,
she's
they
like,
were.
"What?"
Yeah, that was silly. That was silly. No real excuse for that.
Yeah.
Poor direction.
Just an Alex, like the beginnings of maybe the Alex Garlandisms.
Well,
in
that's
the
all.
Script.
That's all the
Penny
directing.
boil,
Because
yeah.
if she whispered that,
True. Yeah.
Unless it says have Selena shout the infected in the script.
Selena
Quiet.
shouts the
Written
information.
in all caps.
They are infected.
Quiet, they're infected, Dumbledore said calmly.
Alex is on set, like, no, she needs to yell it.
Danny, trust me.
So yes, you should be more concerned with whether they're going to slow you down. And he's like, right, because if they slowed you down, she says, I'd leave them behind in a heartbeat.
And then he says, I wouldn't.
Yep.
It's like, well, you're going to wind up getting yourself killed. And this is going to be great character payoffs later. Good stuff. I like that he says, thank you. He says, I know I'd be, you don't get it, but I do get it. And I know I'd be dead already if I hadn't met you. And she says, sure. And he's like, no, look, I mean it. Thank you. And she says, and I mean, sure. It's like, man, what happened to him? He used to be really good at writing dialogue. Like, that's a great little, I love that little repetition. Like, sure. And I mean, sure.
Because fingers crossed. We'll see his next movie set in the same world in a couple weeks.
Maybe. Yeah. I love that choice because she's very committed and trying very hard not to get emotionally attached. This is actually one of the better sort of like romances in a post-apocalyptic movie I've ever seen, honestly. It's very effective and it feels very organic and natural in a way that doesn't feel forced. And
she undercuts it at the beginning too. She's like, so what are you hoping, that we go somewhere and find a place and get rescued, or that I just like fall in love with you and we fuck? Like
That's good. It's good stuff.
He's like, well, I mean, I don't hope that doesn't happen.
I mean,
I'm not rooting against that.
I haven't seen a whole lot of other living human beings here, and you're definitely an attractive lady, so.
So it's the next morning.
And Frank is showing him his collection of buckets.
I love that.
Fine, I wasn't talking.
That's something I remembered vividly when I saw that. It's like, oh yeah, I remember the scene where it's like all these buckets and tubs. It's like
all very colorful.
I mean, this white shot, I just put it here on my screen here for chat. It's like, it's like, it's a ton. It makes you wonder, he probably like looted all of the other apartment rooms, just get all the everything he can get and just put out. It's like, well, we're in the UK. It's just gonna rain all the time, and then the thing comes up we talked about there. It's like, there's haven't been any rain for 10 days. That's in that year of all of the all things. Yeah.
It's also kind of funny if you look at them. Many of them would be good vessels for capturing rainwater, but some of them are just laundry hampers with like holes in the sides. Like that's not going to hold much, my guy.
Yeah, I mean, like might hold a glass worth at the bottom.
It might. It sure might.
Yeah, it's a glass you wouldn't have if it wasn't out. To be fair.
I like also how he says you can set up, plastic wrap, basically. You can set up tarps to capture the condensation in the air. I saw it on TV once, but I have no idea how it works.
Yeah.
It's like he's trying. He's doing his best. So he kind of reveals like they're in dire straits, right? Like they've been rescued for the moment, but things are gonna start to wear thin, and they need a plan. And so he goes and shows them there's a radio broadcast coming from this particular direction, and it's saying that the answer to infection is here. You got to find us. Come to this place, this barricade on the highway. Get here however you can. We have everything you need. It broadcasts. It just kind of loops, so it's a recording.
Yeah.
And they have a little bit of an argument. They're like, well, how do you even know that these soldiers are alive? Like, how do you know the people who made that recording aren't dead? How do you know, like, it's not a trap? How do you know, like, how do we know that any of this is actually going to help? And he, reveals that he overheard their conversation. He's like, look, this is a small apartment. You're right. We do need you more than you need us. But we need you. I need to try to get my daughter to safety, and we can't stay here. It's not, we have to move. And essentially, they just go like, what? We either die here or we die on the road, right? Like that's sort of, we die. We get there or we die trying, and it's basically the same outcome. So now we have a plan.
A little detail, a specific line he says, Frank, that I quite like. He says something might happen to me. Hannah'd be alone. I couldn't risk it, but with other people,
yes,
like, I couldn't live.
Turns out to be very relevant later.
Yes, it does. Yeah. He was not wrong.
He's a good father.
Yeah,
it's another thing that I quite like about this movie.
Those don't exist anymore. What are you talking about?
Well, no one. There's never been a good father of a screenwriter in modern Hollywood.
You know what bothers me about the recording they put up for everyone to listen to? The way they say the things, I got immediate cult vibes. Salvation is here. It's like I'm not going there. No.
I thought you were going to say, do you know what the problem with fathers is? I was like, what?
With what? With fathers?
Yeah, I was super confused.
Well, they don't even carry the babies, so.
Exactly. No, it's just like the way it sounds like, oh, that sounds like a cult. I kind of don't want to check it out.
Well, don't they say in the message that they are military or that they are soldiers or something?
They do, but the way the rest of it sounds is like the salvation is here. So I was like, oh.
Well, I mean,
it doesn't mean that they're not a cult, but yeah, I do see what you mean.
Yeah.
Appealing to religious people in an apocalypse that might be like, hold up in church trying to just pray to die soon. Like, I don't know. I guess I see the appeal in using that kind of language.
Yeah, but he also saw them kill themselves in a church before, so.
Well, yeah, but the soldiers didn't see that. Like they're the ones.
Well, and when it is revealed what the purpose of the recording, like the secret purpose of the recording, actually is, it becomes a little more, why you might want to appeal to emotional logic like that becomes a little more apparent. But for them, it makes sense to me for them to want to go because,
absolutely, yeah.
They have nothing. They have nothing to lose, really. Like,
might as well give it a shot.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
And the only one who's kind of down on the idea is Talina, but even she is like, well, this is better than nothing.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is a step on the road to survival. This is one day at a time.
And they're like, well, how are we going to get there? And then we revealed that Frank has a taxi cab.
Yeah, they take the riot gear and everything useful with them, and then they leave. Right?
But,
not exactly.
Damn it. At least they grabbed a spare tire.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
Super good call, turns out.
So yeah, beams aside, they do not bring the riot gear, and it drives me a little bit insane.
Yeah, they don't. Nor did they bring the gas masks originally.
Yeah,
they don't have that, and this is going to be important later that they don't take more precautions against I don't know, a tiny little speck of blood getting on you.
Oh
in the wrong
god,
spot.
that's fucking.
Yeah.
I don't. I'll wait.
Yeah, we'll wait. So they're driving mostly through the abandoned city. They eventually get to a sort of underpass, and they're like, well, this is the most direct way out of the city. We could take a sort of longer, more meandering route. And so they have a brief little argument about whether they should try and risk it by going underground or take the long way. And they decide, fuck it, we're going to take the underground route. So,
Well, they is.
Yeah, Frank puts it in gear and gets into the tunnel, and then they they arrive at what you might expect would be in the tunnel, which is a bunch of piled up wrecked cars.
The argument was pretty. Oh, nice argument, but have you considered this? And just hits the gas.
Have you considered I am driving?
yes.
So they go into the tunnel and they stop for a moment when they see this pile up blocking their path. And Jim gets kind of snarky, and he's just like, oh, wow, hey, who could have seen that coming? Maybe let's take the other way and be safer about it. And Frank then basically goes, but have you considered, and hits the gas and drives over it, which results in one of the tires exploding. And, honestly, that's probably the best case.
I was about to say.
I was about to say, it was like, honestly,
yes, they make a lot of noise.
This plan actually worked far better than it probably should have, to the point that it might be London taxi propaganda.
One tire explodes. Not all four, which you might expect from driving over a hunk of shredded metal and shrapnel.
Not even that. You would expect, like, fuel lines to be cut, transmission to be punctured.
Yeah.
All kinds.
You got out of this relatively scot-free, but then they get the flat, and he's just like, oh shit, damn, who could have seen that coming, huh?
Yeah. The problem with this scene is, like, you can tell what they wanted to do. They started at the end and they were like, well, okay, we need them changing a flat tire while the zombies are coming, because that will be really tense. And it is really tense. It's a really effective horror moment. The problem is that I'm guessing none of us think that they adequately justified, no, you don't have a choice, you have to go into this tunnel.
Yeah.
No,
they kind of hand wave it and say, well, there's a tunnel, well, there's cars, let's just go. Like, if there was a little bit more of a discussion about, like, well, we can go the other way, and that will take us, we'll have to stop for fuel if we go that way, which means that we're going to have to find somewhere, I don't know how many fuel stations are actually even going to have fuel, so we got to take the tunnel, because otherwise we might be completely fucked. Something like that, but they don't do that.
No.
Agreed.
No, they just, so they have to change the tire, and as they're doing that, the infected start chasing them through the tunnel. There's a really great moment where all the rats come through, because Hannah's lying on the ground, getting the jack up and getting ready to change the tire. The rats come swarming over her, and it's really fucking gross. And then the infected are chasing them through the tunnel. They have to man mode the car up so that they can get the new tire on. And when we were watching it this weekend, I was like, no, you only need 2 lug nuts. You can put the others on later. Just go.
Just go for
now. Two is the minimum. Let's just get them on. Let's go. And they do. And they get away, and they taunt the infected a little bit. Maybe unearned taunting, but
yeah, hey, take that after we're being stupid. Yeah,
take that. even we can't beat us.
Not for my lack of trying.
God. Yeah. So they made it.
Is the fact the infected stopped chasing them almost immediately after they get out of the tunnel.
Yeah, that's one of the only times I actually don't quite like the behavior or the acting from the infected in this movie. Unless you guys are aware of one, I don't understand why they stop running.
I mean, I guess like they get tired,
out of mind. Maybe like the car kind of goes around the corner.
It's still in view from their perspective. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean that's the like that's the only thing that I can justify it with.
I just assumed they get tired. Like,
I mean,
Well, yeah,
they
if they-
barely run at this point. I'm not a
Yeah.
cardio machine, but I can run longer than this.
It depends on whether they were smart enough. I mean, the way around it is to say that, okay, the infected are smart enough to understand that they cannot catch a car
Yeah.
because of how fast it's moving. So
They're
at that
definitely
point, why bother?
smart enough.
Yeah, they have some
tactically.
intuition of some
Sure.
kind. Yeah.
Well, because
It's-
when we see them chasing them up the stairway with all the carts, they immediately like leap across the carts. They have no struggle compared to Jin and
Yeah.
Serena. They just get up there. They have some intuition, but they are mostly about the chase, and they can't catch up with the car. I can believe they can recognize that, if only barely.
Yeah, I just have a feeling that they just keep running at full tilt, and you could just cut. You could just have them running a little harder and then cut, and it would have been fine.
The problem with doing that, though, is that then it would be implying that they are still in danger, even though you can see that they're not, because obviously they're in a car.
Well,
if you end the scene with them running and not slowing down, not giving up, not stopping, then the audience might be thinking that those infected are still chasing them. That's probably why they made that choice, but whether it could have been done better, I don't know.
It pulled me out a little bit because I'm like, would they stop? They're actually not all that far from them at that point when they kind of slow down and stop running. And also,
yeah, I mean, like if it had just pulled around the corner, maybe, or like been, we could, if we had maybe a wide shot of them coming out of the tunnel and the infected following them and then slowing down as the car gets further away, maybe that would work a little better.
Something like that, because I imagine regarding how capable and intelligent the infected are, I sort of, based on their behavior, I sort of assume that they're basically as smart as someone who is completely amped up with adrenaline and full of rage can be. You know what I mean? Like when we see the guy who is chained up, when he's finally let loose, like that guy seems relatively smart.
Oh, there's a scene with him where he he notices Jim is like kind of giving him the sympathy eye, and he sort of like holds his hands out for help. And then when Jim, starts walking close, he breaks the ruse and lunges at him a little bit. So that's sort of the measure for what we have.
Like an animalistic intelligence, more than like a higher reasoning intelligence.
Yeah,
but they seem to have no problems with, just going full tilt at something like that. When they see them in the house and they come crashing through the window, like there's no subtlety or trying to be quiet, which might have been smarter to do. They just kind of barrel straight ahead. So there's kind of.
And at the same time, though, I don't know if I'm equating like a tactical assault with just like realizing that the car is moving faster than they can catch, Yeah.
It's a little thing. Doesn't really matter. They get away either way.
Just a little
and then they go shopping.
Yeah.
They get away, they go shopping.
They find a grocery store that hasn't been looted rather miraculously. Isn't that great? And so then they have a fun little shopping montage with like rather upbeat music. As we mentioned, it appears the lights are on, even though that doesn't make a ton of sense, but who cares? We get the scene of Frank being like, no, don't get the cheap shit. Get the good whiskey. He grabs like 3 bottles of it. It's a fun little detail. All the fruit's gone bad except for some apples that have clearly been irradiated, as he says. They buy a bunch of snacks and stuff. They run it. They kind of push along in their shopping carts. They're having a good time. They're bonding. They're having a little bit of a sort of normal human experience. I like the little detail where Frank like leaves his card at the cash register, like, haha, cheeky little.
Charge me. Go ahead. Yeah, it's fine. Put it on the card.
It's a fun little scene. It's a nice little bit of fresh air in a movie like this.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Then they have a little picnic. Out in the ruins of an abbey. They're eating. Frank's eating some apples. There's some horses, a family of horses running around. That's a nice moment too.
There's also where we get the crazy flower picture video thing. I'll put it up here for chat to see.
Like
I
was
not aware this is like an effect of the camera. I was just confused. It's like, why did they
I think it's
put a painting here?
It's a combination. It's a combination of the camera's sensor and then a filter in Avid, kind of playing with the way that like the artifacting in the camera
like the
picked it up.
kind of like mosaic effect in old Photoshop, if anyone remembers that. Anyway,
Avid's an editing program for those who do not know.
Yes. Someone asked in the chat, do the infected have any heightened senses?
I don't think so. They don't make that explicit. I guess.
Yeah.
Like,
This is very angry.
yeah.
Well, the only things, quote unquote, for sure that we know is clearly their metabolism is like working completely optimized. If it takes them basically 2 months to die.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 weeks without food, like assuming they're getting water somehow, that's not that crazy.
Well, that's the issue, is they're constantly spewing out fluids.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
So the only explanation why they could survive so long is, outside of London being, a murky environment, is them hiding in the shade all the time.
They're really, really angry. They're
No.
And in the case of them when they're
too angry to die.
yeah. Which is funny because that's shown in the church and with the priest. When there's no one around, they just kind of just lie there.
Yeah, gotta conserve those fluids.
Yeah.
Conserving calories. Yeah.
So
I don't know, because the movie is so like loose with what the virus actually does and how it functions. That's easy to just sort of go, it takes them a while, because that's just how it works.
Yeah. Are they like they're eating something?
Yeah, as opposed to, for example, when it's like, okay, well, why hasn't his body atrophied at all from being left alone in a coma in an empty hospital?
That's one we gotta just kind of give them. It's like, okay, he probably is
really
up and around far faster.
Yeah, he was super fat. He was actually super fat and also shredded at the same time. He had crazy superhuman.
He's a sleepwalker.
Your legs.
He gets up and goes for a little walk every night, and that's
a coma walk.
Jay Jameson in our chat says reptile strats: eat your big meal and digest it for a week.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, the funny thing is, they've never shown eating. Even when attacking people, they don't eat them. They just beat them to death.
How they bite?
Oh, they eat them later. They save it.
Yeah.
You gotta kill them first.
Yeah, how long it takes to eat a human being? A while.
So, what, I'm just gonna eat them alive? What am I, an animal?
And then the only thing that's ever shown for them to be quote unquote enhanced, at least in the one comic, is their sense of smell. Because there's a survivor who gets attacked by another survivor. And what he ends up doing is dumping a shit ton of perfume on him.
Okay.
And all the infected swarm and rip him apart.
Oh.
Interesting.
And that's like the only indication of anything they have heightened. But even then, I'm like, well, most of these characters haven't really showered, so I guess the infected couldn't really tell them apart that way either.
In a line, at least.
So it's just.
Oh. Yeah. So they have their little picnic. Then they stop at a gas station and they find a tanker truck.
Jim's gonna have his nightmare scene at the picnic site first. He has a stylistic little nightmare. It's pretty cool, pretty interesting shot. But he's taken some Valium that Selena took from the pharmacy, and Frank wakes him. And the reason I bring it up is because Frank wakes him up from the nightmare, and Jim, in his drug-induced stupor, just kind of goes, "Thanks, Dad," and goes back to sleep.
Yeah,
and it's a really nice little. It's a really nice little moment.
And he holds on to Serena too.
Yes, Selena. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice little touch. I like that, and I like the smile on Frank's face after that. Pretty good.
Wait, did you already go through the other scene with the gas stop?
No, that's next.
No, that was first. The picnic is after.
Before the picnic?
The picnic is after
you
the gas
ruined
truck.
the whole thing.
Oh shit! It is.
Idiot.
You're fired, Metal.
I just backed up. I
Way
backed
to
up.
go, Hugh.
The gas scene is
Oh,
right
damn.
after the flowers.
Look
Oh,
what
damn.
you did. You
Shit.
ruined the whole stream.
Yeah.
So they go to the gas
Never
station.
mind, Metal, you're
Anyway.
They go to the gas station. They find a truck, presumably full of gas, and they go to siphon some from it. Meanwhile, Jim is going to wander into this very clearly this is not going to be like the grocery store where they got a bunch of food because it hasn't been ransacked. He goes in here and he's like, oh, they have cheeseburgers in here. It's like they're not going to have cheeseburgers in here, Jim. So he goes, and so he goes in.
Why is Chad angry at me? I was right. Why are you
I
booing me? I was right.
Why are you booing me? I was right.
And so Jim, he goes in looking for cheeseburgers, and or it's not. So he's wandering through. He covers his face here because the smell's so bad. He finds a few dead bodies. He finds a woman holding a dead baby. And
That's
then
a reference to real life.
that's true. Babies have died in real life.
The baby died.
No. So that scene is inspired because Boyle saw a mass body of Kurds after they had been gassed. So
Why does it sound like you're laughing when you say it?
because it's
Wait, are you
I don't know.
Turkish? What's going on here?
I don't know why he keeps like referencing real life things.
I guess
Because
it's
real life is tragic.
Look, I mean, it does make it does lend it some believability, right? Like, I think that's one of the reasons why this movie works as well as it does, is because by pulling all of these images, all this imagery from real stories of people who've survived disasters like this, it kind of gives it a realistic feeling. You know, it's not just a writerly kind of thing. It's this is something that happened in real life in a situation that this might be like. So this is how human beings would react or behave, and what they might see and experience.
And also, if you did a lot of research into stuff like that for the sake of writing or making this movie, you saw certain images that really stuck with you.
Yeah, behind the scenes, he actually Clockwork Oranged himself, so he can write.
He was the chimpanzee the whole time.
Oh no!
No.
I didn't know.
Well, maybe that's why this movie feels so human, is because he felt human while making it.
He got too big to keep doing research. I'm fine. I made tons of great stuff. I don't need to research. I'm good now.
So while he's in this abandoned gas station mini mart thing, he finds a little child.
He says hello. He calls out hello in a very angry kind of like. Yeah,
His
like
catchphrase, really.
Yeah, it is his catchphrase. Hello is sort of his line. He calls out his catchphrase, and a child zombie runs at him. And he holds it down and beats it to death with his bat.
He comes out and they're like, "Did you see anything in there?" He's like, "Nope, nope, nothing in there. No,
Nothing I want to remember."
And this is the only audio error that's still in the movie, to my knowledge, instead of some later scenes, because the kid says, "I hate you."
I did not hear that.
I didn't catch that.
My understanding of what happens there is that this is something that happens throughout the movie, but they mixed the audio there a little bit higher, so it sounded like the kid legit just said, "I hate you," even though like the actor is not saying that. It's just audio that has been dubbed over the top. So something that they did in the sound design of the movie is that whenever the infected are just doing like zombie noises, they have mixed in quite low, like people yelling, hurling abuse, things that you would say when you're very, very angry, because obviously rage, all the rest of it, but it's mixed quite low. Here it is mixed too high.
Interesting.
That is that's neat.
That is very interesting.
Because the subtitles pick it up too. It's in the subtitles where he just.
Yeah, it's in the transcript I'm looking at as well.
Okay, if it's in the subtitles than the transcript, then that would suggest that it's deliberate, which
I
find a bit confusing.
Not necessarily, because sometimes
you wait ball.
As somebody who used to create subtitles and closed captions for films and TV shows like this, sometimes you hear stuff and you're just told, as best as you can replicate it. It doesn't necessarily get based off the script. So
yeah, because Boyle has said that was a mistake. That's not supposed to be in there.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Odd that it would be in the subtitles then, because that would be something they'd be able to review before publishing the DVD.
Well,
Maybe
editors
it
suck
might
Maybe.
be. Like if he had the time and didn't just kind of like blow it off, and was like didn't just go like, what I need to I need to overlook the subtitles. It's fucking fine. I'm busy. I got other stuff I'm doing.
Yeah.
Like just push it
Could
out.
someone else read them for me? Make sure there's no spelling mistakes.
Yeah.
I got to make Yesterday, the movie where everyone forgets about the Beatles.
Yeah.
All right? I got shit to do. So it's an interesting thing here. I don't know if anyone else got this vibe, but there was a little in this scene when Jim goes into the abandoned gas station mart. Did anyone else get the feeling he was kind of looking for trouble a little bit?
Oh yeah. He's
okay.
definitely that's definitely
okay. Just making sure.
No, I can
Because
see that, yeah.
it felt like he was kind of hoping something like this would happen. Not necessarily that it would be a child, but he was kind of hoping he could
Get
I
some
don't know,
zombie
get out
killing
some of-
experience.
get out some of the rage he has at everything that's happening, you know? Get out some of the aggression. Because
he wakes up with a bad nightmare and then doesn't have breakfast.
yeah, and that'll fuck anyone up. That'll make anyone want to murder a child.
Oh god.
Like even more than usual, yeah.
Even more than usual, exactly. And then, okay, so then they continue on their journey, and then this is when I was watching it, I had probably the stupidest thought I had in a while, where they're driving past the windmills, and I'm like, wait, why would those be working? Because there's no power. I'm like, oh, wait.
Wait a minute.
Ah,
Those
maybe I was
make
right
the
about
power.
the windmills. I wasn't even connecting it to that.
That was a pretty dumb thought I had. I just thought I'd share that.
Why the wind
Well,
is moving
that's-
with the
that's-
wind? That's ridiculous.
There hasn't been any wind
That's why
for
the grocery
10
store has
days.
power. It's because of the windmill.
The government turned off the wind.
That was a psyops
It's the
all
first
along.
thing to go.
And so they keep driving, and then this is where they have their little picnic in the abandoned
Yes.
abbey. They see some horses running around wild and free. Look at them go. That's all nice. They're like, do those have the rage virus? And it's like, nah, look at them.
They're like a
Yeah, I
little
guess not.
family.
Look at them. They're a happy little family. Look at them go. And there's 4 of them, and there's 4 of us. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
It's like poetry.
And
It
there's a
rhymes.
black one.
And so,
Two black ones even.
And then we have that really nice moment where Jim calls Frank dad.
Yeah.
After he had his nightmare.
Yeah, that was
And-
super sweet.
Yeah. And
There's
then he
also-
wakes.
there's also like, is this where also they're like, we're gonna take some Valium to fall asleep, and Frank says no, like to giving his daughter some, and eventually he's like, fine, you can give her half of one.
Yeah.
But that's a nice little scene too, because I like Frank's like, you know, he doesn't want to do that, and he doesn't want her to do that as well. But you know, crazy circumstances I mentioned would actually be quite hard to get to sleep. So he's like, fine, you can have half of one.
And then Jim calls him a softie.
Yeah,
Yeah, you big softy.
that's good. It's good stuff.
And then Jim wakes up. And,
wait,
pause.
before we go any
Yeah.
further, after they see the happy horses being a happy little family, this is where Selena says that, you know what, I was wrong when I said staying alive
Yeah.
is as good as it gets.
Was about to
Yes.
mention that too.
Yes.
So that's a big development for her.
Super sweet.
And gives him a little kiss on the cheek. Nice and wholesome.
Yes, good stuff.
Yep.
I
And
like
she says, I really like the line after that too. She says, sorry. He goes, no, it's okay. You can keep it.
You can keep it, yeah.
It's just nice. It's just a nice couple of scenes. This is some good dialogue, good character development, especially
Yeah, I
for
like it.
the point we're at in the movie.
Yeah. And then is this where he has his little dream?
Yes, and then he has his
Yumbo.
dream, and then they wake him. Like he wakes up in the dream, and they're gone, and he's calling out hello. And then
I quite like that as a choice because it really shows the effect that had on him in the beginning of the movie.
Mhm.
There's not something most movies would do, like have him waking up and everyone being gone be like really kind of
A
traumatic for him.
phobia
Actually.
that develops, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine
Like-
how this would fuck you up. Like,
Exactly.
the last
Yeah,
thing you remember is
exactly.
being hit by a car, and then you wake up and everyone is just gone. It's like,
Yeah.
what?
your parents are dead. Everybody's gone. Your society has crumbled.
hmm
Well, it's
And
kind
so
of
that-
funny that he's more afraid of being abandoned than he is traumatized by killing a child.
Yeah, like I don't know. I just that makes a lot of sense to me for his character and how it plays out. And I just think a lesser movie would have him, wake up and everyone be gone, but ultimately it has no real lingering effect, But here it's like that turns into a recurring nightmare, like a fear of everyone being gone again. It's good stuff.
Yeah. And then we get a nice little fake out again where the car horn honks and he wakes up and he has to grab his stuff and jog into it as they're driving away.
Did I miss breakfast?
Very Merry and Pippin coded there.
Yeah, you'll sleep through anything, she says. And it's like, we'll stop at a pub on the way. So just funny little banter. It's good stuff. So then they arrive. They're coming up upon Manchester, and it looks like the whole city is in flames, essentially.
So business as usual.
And so
I guess Real Madrid beat them.
Yeah, they finally make their way to the blockade.
Yes. And it's fucked up. There's nobody there.
There's some dead bodies, but other than that, we're basically empty. No one's in the vehicles, no keys, no guns, no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Frank is starting to get upset at all of this, because obviously this has been his dream. This has been basically the goal, keeping him sane for a while, his promised land, if you will. And so, he's checking through the vehicles, nothing. He's, starting to get upset. And they're like, Frank, we have to go. And he says, go fucking where? Like, he yells at him.
Yeah.
And that's like the most angry and least wholesome we ever see Frank. So it's like, oh, geez.
Even
he
when
has been overcome by rage.
Oh, boy.
What is he about to?
Yeah, what's he gonna do? And so he gets very mad at a crow that's sitting on a dead body up there. And he walks over and he kicks the little scaffolding to try to get the crow away.
Before we say what happens, what I thought might happen here was like, the crow is going to have rage and it's going to attack him. But that didn't happen.
Nope.
What does happen?
Well, he kicks the scaffolding and the crow flies away, and just a teeny tiny little drop of blood from the body, the corpse that the crow was eating. It just gets right into his eye because he's looking up right at it.
And it's directly onto his eyeball.
I fucking hate this scene.
Yeah.
This part of the scene. I like what they do with the scene and how he reacts.
Yes.
But why did you do it this way? You could have had an infected just attack him, do the thing with the crow. I was like, I stopped my watch. My watch was like, okay, hang on, I really dislike this.
I was very torn on it in the moment. I think I don't especially like it, but the argument you'd probably make, unless someone has a better one, is that it's meant to show like, see, that's how easy it can happen, just like that.
No.
The problem is that if it's really that easy, you would take greater precautions.
Well, the problem is like he has a helmet with a visor that he could be wearing walking around somewhere like this.
Yep.
There's not really a good reason for him not to be, especially if they're aware that that's how easy it can be. I think that they've established pretty well. All the characters, at least Selena and probably Frank, are aware that it could happen in the blink of an eye like that.
Oh no. And just the sheer crazy coincidence of it landing literally exactly on his eyeball perfectly like that to just go directly into his bloodstream. It's just I don't love it.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. I do like the middle part here where he apologizes to Hannah that he lost his temper, and he starts basically like, keep away from me. He's going kind of crazy. How do we feel about the guys in camouflage and ghillie suits just like popping up out of the woods on the side of the road to shoot him? Like they didn't make themselves known earlier.
They're like on the scaffolding and everything.
They were
all
there.
Over the place.
They're surrounding the area. They're literally keeping watch.
And they can tell that they're not infected, and they
Yeah.
can tell that they have women with them.
Yeah.
Which will be
I had
important
assumed
later.
that they had that they weren't just there waiting and watching to see what would happen, and that they had maybe they were patrolling and then they arrived there and then encountered them.
That's kind of what I got too. But if they were watching, they might have been trying to decide, okay, are we killing the two guys or what? Like how
that's possible.
That is possible. I don't know, because the way that they pop up right when they're needed doesn't give on patrol to me. It doesn't feel like, we're just sort of like, we just showed up, like we just clocked in and here you are. Like this feels very much more like they were camped out in the hills, and they were like they had eyes on them because they're ready to go as soon as they notice him start turning. Either they're just showing up as this is happening, which is a crazy coincidence, or they were waiting around to see what might happen and if they might have an excuse to, knock off one of the guys, I guess.
Yeah.
Even just an excuse to be like, if we introduce ourselves saving them, that might help us gain their trust too.
That's a bit conniving. I guess I can see it. I guess I can see why you would like
these guys.
I think what Marc said definitely makes sense, because they would probably have just been waiting and be like, oh, for damn it, okay, now we need to work out what we're going to do, because it would not be ideal at all for them to take all four of them back to the mansion. That would have been like plan B had nothing happened, and if everyone was just going to get back in the taxi and leave, then the soldiers would have come out and be like, right, okay, we're here, let's go. We'll take you to salvation. But that wouldn't have been ideal, so they were probably just waiting, deciding what was going to do, and then Frank getting blood in his eye was just a happy little accident, and then they only had to take Jim.
But I also feel like if that was their plan, that they never wanted to take anyone but the women, why didn't they just kill him right away?
Well, because then the women might not trust them at all and might.
Well, they're going to be pretty cavalier with that in like less than a day. They're not going to try hard.
They're not going to try to get them to trust them. Like they're not trying very hard later on.
No. I don't know. Like they do kind of ease into it, and even once Jim is indisposed, it's not like they just attack, right? Like, I mean, they are still trying to, like, I don't know, get them to decide to do things of their own free will to an extent.
For long.
Yeah, the intention from Christopher Eccleston's character is not that we're just going to bag a bunch of women and do what we want with them. He doesn't think of it that way. Yeah, because if it was as simple as let's just grab a net and scoop up some women and bring them back to our mansion, then yes, like you say, they would just kill Jim. But that's not the way that he's treating it. That's the way that some of the soldiers are treating it, but not him.
One in particular.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that.
By the way, if you look at my stream here at the screen, you see a nice little cameraman here on the right side of that wide shot.
What?
Yeah, on the right.
0 out of 10. Movie's ruined.
That's funny.
Like first time around, I was watching and it's like, wait, was that just a guy camping there? And it's like, wait, why is he looking from the top into his gun? It's like, oh wait, no, that's a camera. That's a guy.
That's pretty funny. A couple things in our chat. They shouldn't be so cavalier with their behavior if it is that easy to get infected. I agree with that. And also, how do you make it to a month if it can happen that quickly and easily? I think, they play a little fast and loose with that. And I think the weird thing about it is that they do take more protective measures when we're first introduced to them. That goes for Selena and Marc and for Frank. But then the longer we stay with them, the less protective they seem to be about exposed orifices and the like.
Yeah, that is a bit of a problem.
But anywho, Frank's dead. Rip.
Rip.
He got very, 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 very unlucky. What a shame. So then he turns, and I like Metal said earlier, I like the result of it. It's a very strong narrative trope. The leader doesn't make it to the promised land type trope. That's a very, very old storytelling idea. And so that sort of happens here to Frank. He brings his daughter here, but then ultimately he doesn't get to go into what he thinks is salvation. And I also like his performance in terms of as he's turning, how he sort of reacts and how he tries to get his daughter to stay away from him. Obviously, Selena is the first one to recognize, like, no, he's gone. You need to kill him, Jim, right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as we mentioned, the soldiers who really do appear like they've just been waiting to see what happens the whole time pop up and shoot him dead, and then they take them all in to their little base, their little compound.
So, you want to know a funny little mistake they made?
The camera guy in the shot?
No, after that, because I didn't even know that one.
It would be hilarious if you just pointed that out. There's a cameraman when you look at the shot.
No. See, so this one's funnier. So when the soldiers are opening the gate to let the cars in, do you recognize one of them?
No.
Have to bring up the shot. Wait, what?
One of them is Mailer.
Huh?
Who is this?
Mailer's the zombie that
Mailer is the zombie.
Oh,
because that would be he would stand out because he's the only
he's the black one.
He's the only one who's played by a black actor.
Yeah.
So that would...
there's two. First off, there's two black guys.
There's the guy who runs out of ammo.
Are there?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I thought there was only one. Never mind. Ignore me then.
So, Mailer, that actor, is one of the guys who opens the gate.
That's funny.
His actor originally had a few scenes in the movie, but Boyle liked him so much as the infected, he just cut all those scenes out and then made him more shots as an infected.
I mean, he was good.
So this is the only. This is one of the only mistakes I can think of.
So he liked him better in shackles, is what you're saying. I'm just asking.
What did he mean by this?
Racism.
So we are onto their little base.
We're in the mansion. We're in the base.
Mansion, yes. And our heroes are looking rather glum because they just lost Frank. As you would be. They take him to go get showers and everything. We get to see Cillian Murphy's butt now. We've seen the back and the front of him, so that's good. We like that. They put him in normal clothes, and then he has a conversation with, what's the name of the guy? The actor? You've mentioned him several times.
Christopher Eccleston.
That's the one. Yeah. So...
Yeah, he gives him a tour. He shows him the kitchen with one of the soldiers in an apron.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like, what are we having for dinner? Surprise, sir.
Surprise, sir.
He shows him around. He tells him about the landmines and the claymores that they've been lacing the lawn with.
And the bright spotlights that get turned on when they're getting close and all that sort of fun stuff. All the fortifications that they have.
Can't believe they run in Queen's lawn just like this.
It's funny, like on military bases, even in Canada, because technically we're part of the monarchy, we're not allowed to walk on grass. And that the reason for that, and they say, hey, don't walk on the Queen's lawn, is because to get people in the habit of not walking on grass if there is paved road available because of landmines.
Mm-hmm. Heard of that.
That is pretty cool. Well. Pretty interesting. Yeah.
Let's see. Somewhere in here, I don't remember the exact order, but somewhere in here we get the sort of argument between Selena and Jim, and this is where Selena has that line about, like, I don't want her to have to cope. I want her to be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great little moment.
Yes.
I don't want her to have to fucking cope. I want her to be okay. And when Hannah had her dad, it was okay. It was okay for them. It was okay for us. Now it's all just fucked. So she's sort of relapsed back into
haven't
pessimism.
even really gotten bad yet at the military mansion either.
No, it's going to get so much worse.
Oh, it's mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, and then he's talking to the head of this little outfit. He's talking about, so you've heard our broadcast, right? Yeah, we must be a disappointment. You're hoping for a full brigade, an army base with helicopters and a field hospital. Talk about the answer to infection, what was promised. And I said, well, as I said before, it's here, though it might not quite be what you imagined, which is a really interesting line considering where it's going. It's a nice little bit of, that's the kind of like vague posting that I actually think works quite well.
He's trying to ease him into it.
Yes, exactly. So it's showing him around, and then we see, I forgot he had a name, Mailer, the infected that they have as a little pet. keeping him in the courtyard, and he's going, blah, blah, blah. And he's on his little chain, and he kind of runs up to him and scares the shit out of Jim. It's pretty funny. But I quite like the logic behind keeping him. Obviously, there's a danger to it, but I like the idea of like, well, we want to learn things from them. We want to learn how long they can survive without food. You know, what's going to happen to them if we have one in captivity. If we find out, for example, that he's just going to die of starvation after a certain amount of time, we might reasonably hope that all of them will.
I love the way it's written too, because he's like, has he taught you anything? He's like, yes, in a way. He's taught me that he can't hunt, he can't sow crops, he can't like raise livestock. And eventually he's going to tell me how long they take to starve to death. And I was like, oh, that's good. That's a well-constructed little bit.
It's a very important scene as well, because the fact that they have just an infected guy inside the compound means that is very, very important for the climax of the movie.
Infected.
So if the reasoning for them having him there was just completely dumb as all hell, or if they just hadn't acknowledged it, we're like, I just, I like him for some reason. Anyway, let's go. Then that would just change the way the whole end of the film feels.
We're gonna keep our boy here.
I'm not gonna kill my own man. He might be infected, but he's still in there somewhere. I just know it. Something like that would just feel really, really cheap. But no, keeping him there to be like, well, I would like to understand the time frame here. That absolutely makes sense.
Well, it ties it in. It ties it into the beginning, right, with the scientist, where in order to cure, you must first understand. So he has to, keep the study going, right? It's the pragmatism of it is a nice touch, and it's not like cold pragmatism either. Like, you can tell that this guy cares about his men, especially as we're gonna find out, like, relatively soon after this is when he tells Jim, like, look, they were gonna blow their heads off, so I promised them women. Right, like that was.
I promised them a future, and he even plants that little seed here where he's talking about. He's telling me he'll never bake bread, he's farm crops, raise livestock. He's telling me he's futureless. That's obviously big for him. That's an important thing. The future, having a future to look forward to. It's obviously going to be big, and for his men. And as we mentioned earlier, that's part of making him an understandable villain who isn't just pure mustache twirly.
Yeah.
So then they have their little feast prepared, and so
the omelet is bad.
The omelet is bad because the eggs were off. He's like, I thought the salt might cover the taste, sir.
Thought the
Very
salt
British
might cover
of
the
him.
taste, sir.
Yeah.
He's like, no one eat the omelet. It's a bad omelet.
And they're all pissed off about it, and like, what a fucking disappointment. I saw those eggs. I thought it was Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Fuckers.
So, and unless there was anything else mentioned here that was super important, they get interrupted by an attack from the infected. Oh, but there's a couple of things that we established here. One of them is that the main guy, the sort of leader of this group, he has this attitude that, like, look, I saw people killing each other before, and I see people killing each other now. There's nothing really all that different, which clearly ties into the theme that Random has mentioned a few times, though I think it works better as someone a little delusional like this guy would say, rather than something the movie actually thinks. That makes sense.
It's gonna be undermined a bit by the other soldier, right? The one soldier who kind of has his wits about him still. It's undermined by him when they go to execute him and Jim later.
Yes.
So it's very good for establishing the villain and his perspective, right?
Yes, absolutely.
But the movie isn't telling you, like, this is how it is, and this is what it's going to be like. It's kind of being like, no, he's delusional. He's kind of lost his mind. Yeah.
So then they get interrupted. Go ahead.
I was going to say I can totally buy like a soldier in this scenario having that perspective, because for him it is very cut and dry. He's not particularly interested in going into the nuance of it. He's just treating this as if, well, this is a whole bunch of people who have decided to attack other people, which is what I'm trained to deal with. So that's what we're going to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it works. It's totally in keeping with how the character is presented.
And our new age soldier, as oiled and lubed Phalanx in the chat points out, he gets memed on a little bit here. But he has his whole, well, you know, if you look at the total lifespan of the planet, we've only been around for a couple of blinks of an eye. So really, like, this is returning to a state of normalcy if it wipes us all out.
Sounds like eco-terrorist talk to me.
Yeah. Which, you know, at first glance, I'm kind of just like, oh, shut up. Shut up. But like, I look, I get your point, but shut the fuck up. That's not the.
You know,
it's almost like
what
he kind of,
you dumbass.
It seems like though he kind of says it almost to give the guy an out, like to be like, that's what you meant, right? And then the guy's like, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
When they say he's waiting for Mark and Spencer's to open back up, and like, it's like no, I meant return to normalcy for the you know, equilibrium of the planet, whatever he said.
Yeah, the world is healing.
Humans are the virus.
Yeah, well, and he gets shot in the head for suggesting such a thing, which is justice being served in a way. So there you go. Much like the hippie being eaten by a chimp.
And so their feast is interrupted by invaders, infected, who are trying to invade their little fortifications. And so they go out there and then they shoot them all dead, and they have a good time while they're doing it, as you might.
I guess might as well have fun while you're in apocalypse, I guess.
Yeah.
It's just,
I mean,
juiced up,
shoot the
man.
guns.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, combat against very, very powerless targets, considering the tactical situation that they're in at that time, is probably the closest thing to fun that they have. So, like, I mean, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta have something.
Like a range day, right? Like, I mean, it's like, okay, now we have some things to shoot, I suppose.
Yeah, although there is that one scene where the zombie steps on a landmine and explodes, and the viscera kind of just like splashes all around them. It's like none of you are covering your mouth or your eyes.
Yeah, they got very lax with the
yeah
with the whole, you know, blood and guts thing being on you.
Yeah, but that was like a minute ago. That was so not
it was,
long ago.
yeah, it was
at all.
Frank.
Yeah.
Who?
Oh well.
They didn't see
Frank, no, he's gone. Who cares?
They just assumed he got bit. They still don't know how easy it can happen.
It brings new meaning to the one drop rule.
Yep.
Anyway,
Damn.
so it's a joke. Look, now we get this scene after they mow down a bunch of the infected who are attacking them, where Jim is like, hey, look, we're very grateful for your protection, just having, you know, like, we're grateful, all right? And then he asks him, like, who have you killed? And he says, I haven't killed no one. And then he admits that he killed a child. And he's like, yeah, but you had to, otherwise he would have killed you. Survival, I understand. Mm-hmm. And it's like, ooh, I like that, because it is kind of implied that he went in there looking for it, right?
Yeah.
Which is good. And this is when he tells him, 8 days ago, I found Jones with his gun in his mouth. He said he was going to kill himself because there was no future. What could I say to him? We fight off the infected, or we wait until they starve to death, and then what? What do 9 men do except wait to die themselves? I moved us from the blockade, I set the radio broadcasting, and I promised them women, because women mean a future, right? So, What do we learn here? Well, the broadcast is just a ruse. They don't have a cure for the infection. They don't have an answer to infection. They don't have salvation, but they are looking to attract other survivors because we need women. Otherwise, we're all fucked. Things are going to get pretty gay around here if we don't get some female energy up in this house.
Who says they haven't already?
Ooh.
I wouldn't dare say such a thing. I'm sure they have. I mean, they put the one guy in the apron. I'm sure they have dresses they have access to. I'm sure. But obviously, the realization is settling in for Jim here that
maybe this was not the best place for us to go.
No. Yeah, the things are going to get a little rapey. Things are going to get pretty rapey pretty quick. So that's what happens. Things get pretty rapey pretty quick.
Yep.
We're all just waiting for that shoe to drop, and here it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, like right before this is when the soldiers have got very horny, right? Because they've been blowing up a bunch of zombies, and they come in looking to. They're like, "Hey, this wow, that really gets the boner going," and they come in to, you get a little. I do like the scene where they come back in from blowing up the zombies, and Selena's just kind of standing there with her machete, like as she was there ready to help. And then it turns out, like, what is she gonna do, right? Like, she doesn't know.
In the context of a minefield with like a heavy machine gun, the machete is not priority
But I
one.
like that she grabbed it and then is kind of like out of her element, right? Like it puts her on the back foot a little bit because now she's like not sure what her position is, you know?
Yeah.
And it starts to be defined when the most British man in the unit comes in and gives her an hello, hello, hello.
Yeah.
And then so they find out that the plan is to get a little to get a little rapey with it, and so Jim is like, how about no? And tries to escape, and it doesn't work out for him very well. He gets rifle butted in the forehead, and they take him downstairs with the Scottish soldier, the Doomer soldier. I mean,
the Doomer, but he was also the one that was like, no, we're not going to turn into this. Like he didn't want them to get it all, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has his moment defending. You know, he's like, "But this is crazy. You're nuts. You don't understand what you're doing." And he's kind of rambling. We get the cuts of him like pointing the gun at them all. They overwhelm him. They knock him out, and he continues to ramble through this sort of like dreamlike sequence here until Jim wakes up and hears him talking about how his theory, basically he's just like, no, the rest of the world didn't stop. What would you do with a diseased little island with all this going on? The rest of the world quarantined us. That's what's happening here. The society hasn't stopped. It's just here. It's just England.
Yeah. It's an interesting thought to have, obviously. Like, we are like contained in this island, so
well, that's why like hearing the reports from France thing kind of threw me off. That honestly I didn't even catch when I'd watched this, because 28 weeks later does kind of assume that it was only England.
This film does as well. I had previously thought that 28 weeks had retconned it. That was my view, but having now rewatched 28 Days and refreshed my memory, 28 Days is pretty. I wouldn't say clear, but it is pretty explicit that, yes, they have been quarantined. Because you can see there's a shot later on where you see evidence of airplanes, which that would not be a thing. And then also, do I want to spoil the ending here or save it?
We'll save it, but I think you're absolutely right that the movie wants you to believe that actually the twist reveal is that this only happened here, or at least it only got this bad in England. Or the UK in general, because of the ending, which we'll get to, and also
logistics, really.
Yeah, well, they mentioned earlier the reports that there were infections and that this has spread to New York and Paris, but there's nothing saying that it overwhelmed the US and the rest of the continental European countries as well. Mm-hmm. It's just like they might have gotten it under control,
or simply could just not be true, because
turns out that was just a New Yorker. He was fine.
What I figured was just a random subway homeless guy. Yeah,
someone could sneeze, someone got scared, and there was a panic stampede. No.
I mean, what I figured was that like the radio was broadcast said that to tell anyone in the UK that there is no point trying to escape, which would then make it easier for them to be quarantined.
I mean, that's not bad.
Maybe. It's possible. Either way, I think the movie does make it pretty clear that it only happens here. And obviously, weeks and 28 years are also going off that assumption. So, I think it's pretty reasonable to conclude.
I'm interested to see what they're going to do, or like what 28 weeks later does with it, because I still haven't seen that one.
Yeah, same.
So,
yeah. But I haven't seen it either. But also, you can tell from the trailer that years is also going off that assumption.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by that? I'm going to try to not spoil weeks when I respond, but because I know at least some people.
If you watch the trailer for years, I think there are a number of things that imply that the British Isles were quarantined.
Oh, okay. I mean, that could still be a thing, but I guess here, watch weeks.
Unfortunately, I know the answer because I've read some of the interviews by Boyle. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I know that I've seen something about how there's like a small island off the coast of England that is sort of isolated from the mainland, and that's what we're going to be following in 28 years. So that they're like, it's people from the island village going to the mainland and seeing what's happened. That's the most that I know about like where the story's going to go.
It's well,
Interesting.
Anywho,
I don't want to even say what inspired him exactly because that would spoil it. So
Well,
Yeah,
let's
let's
save
just
the weeks talk for now. Look, we're almost at the end of this one. So
yeah, we're almost done
because
here.
there's people on the episode who have not seen Weeks. I don't want to like blow the stuff that happens in it. Well,
We'll talk about it next week.
They plan to kill Jim and the other Doomer guy and dump their bodies in the woods where they dump all the other bodies. And that's the plan. They get there, they're about to do it, and one of the soldiers decides he's going to stab the other guy to death instead of just shooting him. One of the other soldiers is clearly not thrilled with that idea, so he shoots first.
Yeah.
And then the sort of like miscommunication kerfuffle allows Jim to sort of run away and manage to get away. And he does a clever little thing, because Jim's a clever little boy, where he hides among the dead bodies and they run past. And he's like, haha, I got you, bitch. And he manages to escape. I like that. I like Jim's sort of cleverness and resourcefulness. It's nice. And I also like the idea here that you have a sort of split between a guy who's going to kill these guys in a more sadistic manner than is necessary, and the other guy who opposes it and just wants to kill them more.
Just shoot him and be done with it.
Yep, exactly.
So,
that's a strong choice. I like that.
So here's the two fun things. One, Jim loses his shirt somehow while his hands are still bound.
That's true, actually.
Cillian Murphy's a handsome man.
Yeah.
They wanted to milk it.
He got hot. All right.
And then the next one is where the police get involved again. Because after they shot this scene, the prop team forgot to pick up the bodies. So
No
a lady
way.
who was driving by
No way.
saw it, panicked, fucking crashed her car, and then called the police. So the police had to come down and interrogate the prop team.
That's
wild.
When I tell you to dump a body in the marsh, you dump it in the marsh.
that's insane.
So,
Whoopsie daisy.
Oops.
no shit.
Frank, we didn't forget the bodies, the prop bodies, right? It's like, no, I'm pretty sure I told someone to
but I
get
think
rid
we
of
got
them. No,
Where
you
are
should be
they?
fine.
I was like, whoa, hold on. You didn't get them?
I thought you were the oh.
So Jim manages to escape. He loses his shirt at some point, as has been mentioned. He jumps over the wall. Does he use the shirt to get over the barbed wire? Is that what happened?
Well, his hands are bound. So
His hands are bound, so he shouldn't be able to take it off because of the sleeves.
Listen, he's quite the contortionist, all right?
There's a shot of the shirt on the barbed wire, and what I took that to mean, discounting the fact that his hands are bound, is that he tore the shirt on while climbing over. And I mean, it would be possible to tear your shirt in such a way that it comes off, even though your hands are bound, but I don't know.
That shirt is intact.
Yeah, if the shirt is intact, then that's just a goof, I guess.
It's also razor wire. Razor wire is fucked, dude. That shit is disgusting. It's actually he's lucky he didn't get fucking cut up trying to climb over that without his hands.
He did get cut up a little bit, though he probably might have gotten cut up a little bit worse than he did. But he's been wounded. Like there's.
Oh, did he have some cuts? I missed it.
He had some cuts on his shoulder and stuff like that. He had a couple on his face. Obviously, one of them is from being hit with the gun.
My bad.
You know, he's a little bloodied, but maybe not as much as you might expect. He kind of lucked out there.
Mm-hmm.
He gets
It'd be
over
really funny though if he was stuck hanging up there.
Oh, gosh.
Which does happen to some people. They get caught on the barbed wire and they're just hanging there.
Oh. Well, then
he gets over the walls, and they're like, well, he's fucked out there, so we don't have to worry about him. He'll definitely be dead. There's no way he's going to come back in the big climactic thunderstorm sequence and fuck all our shit up. No way.
Oh, we also forgot to mention fucking Major West, Eccleston, he mentions how the Manchester fires have caused all the infected to move into the countryside, and that's why they're getting the occasional attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. So he's out. He's in some danger. He's in enemy territory.
Yes. Meanwhile, the women are being told they have to put on the fancy dresses that the former owner of this mansion used to have, and
Get ready for the fuck fest.
Yeah, and Selena is using her feminine wiles to convince him, like, "Hey, come on, it's not polite. Like, leave the room so we can, put on these dresses." And she like gives him a kiss that clearly she doesn't want to do, but that manages to convince him just enough. So they leave the room, and there's a great little detail here that I really like, where she goes to give what's the girl's name?
Valium.
Hannah. Yes,
Hannah.
give her Hannah. Like, it's like, "Are you trying to kill me?" He's like, "No, I'm just trying to make it so you don't care."
Yeah.
Like, oof.
Yeah.
Which
That's
is super dark, but you also you very much understand that as far as things Selena could do to make what is about to happen less traumatic, or I mean, traumatic might not be the term, but less horrific in the moment, at least for Hannah, is okay, let's give you a whole bunch of opiates.
It's a really nice little moment. It's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
And I also
but then the soldier comes in and
Yes.
and catches him. Is like, I'm not gonna fuck a kid who's high.
Well,
But am I a monster?
to be fair, I don't want to be super fair to the soldier, but
Yes,
exactly. I think
Yeah.
his whole thing was like, no, she is not dying. Like this, we finally.
I'm making a joke.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that it would be a reasonable assumption to assume that he might be thinking like, "Oh no, I don't want her to be stoned if he's just that terrible." But I don't know. I think.
No, I don't think he is.
I don't think.
I think he has
He's just having a goof, having a laugh. So now Jim is on his fucking killing spree now. I quite like, there's a little thing they do, is one of the things that really, they're leveraging the use of these shitty digital camcorders quite well, where like when the rain's coming down, they have the frame rate of the camera. Yeah, the shutter speed. That's what I meant. The shutter speed cranked up really fast, so you see all the little droplets of water.
Right.
There's no like motion blur on them. It just the effect is so cool and gritty in the way the highlights hit the water droplets.
Yeah.
It's really fucking cool, man.
The increased shutter speed was very in vogue after Saving Private Ryan and Gladiator both used it. Granted, with film cameras in those cases, but that was another really cool thing about the XL1 and the DVX that you could do. It's like, you can increase the shutter speed, so not only is it 24 frames a second, but you can do the Saving Private Ryan Omaha Beach thing.
Yeah, pretty cool effect. And he's sort of outsmarting and picking off these guys one by one. It's a great little sequence. Some great action here.
Yeah, he goes Rambo on them.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking great, actually. And it's like, you don't expect Jim to be something of an action hero by the end of this movie, but he sure does. It's great.
I do like the scene where they kind of go from the left side to the right side of the truck, and you just have him in front of the truck. You just see him while the camera goes from left to right.
That's so fucking cool, dude. Great.
This part what made you think it's like, hey, this guy might end up being a pretty big actor if he starts doing like some action movies and stuff.
Yeah.
He's got that like kind of like killer look in his eyes.
He just has such a great screen presence.
Mm-hmm.
But especially in this movie, and that shot of like panning across, seeing him, and then he goes out of frame again. It's great. Somewhere in here, a bunch of naked, infected people run at them. Some old lady's tits bouncing all around. It's pretty funny.
It's closed. We're zombies now.
Yeah. What's next?
He knocks out the
Jim
knocks out the
basically
one guy.
strands the major at the barricade and heads back to the mansion to rescue.
Yes.
He puts the guy he knocked out, or killed rather, into the sea, so he checks it out. And the commanding guy goes a bit paranoid. He just starts shooting wildly into the camps. Like, where the fuck is that guy?
Well, I mean, he turns around and starts just unloading with full auto because he's assuming that Jim set up an ambush. Like, not that he walked home. I guess they got home somehow. That he would have been waiting for him to discover him there and then come up behind him and kill him. But he was wrong. Jim just left. But once he gets into the car, Jim sees how Jim did try to kill him, actually.
Yeah, Because then all those infected come around, as you already mentioned.
Well, also, the car's disabled.
Yeah.
That's not nice to say, but it's true.
Hey, I'm the disabled one here. I have the B word pass.
So then the sun goes down, thunderstorms in full effect, and we get a great little moment where Jim decides to shoot at the chains of the infected they keep chained up, setting him free. It's a great little moment. It's like, oh shit, here we go. Chekhov's infected.
I like how the what was it called, Mailer, the guy is infected. He just looks up at him and goes like, huh. And then he looks to the right and just starts running. It's just kind of looks funny. He's like, oh.
His eyes are especially awesome. There's a lot of great shots of him.
Yeah.
And that's like another indication that the infected have some amount of thinking, because clearly he can't reach poor Jim up there. But he immediately just makes a break for the door, which should be locked, if anything. But it's not.
Oh yeah, it definitely.
So Mailer just makes the break into the building.
Meanwhile, Hannah is on the couch with Selena, tripping balls, high as a kite.
Yeah.
Having a great time with it, too. She's just, like, the ultimate, like...
You're all going to die down here.
Yeah, she's really getting in their heads. She's doing a fantastic job playing her role perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, you're going to die. You think they're probably going to kill you? And then all hell starts breaking loose.
Yes.
I was going to say, too, that as much as unleashing infected might seem like a terrible idea, the fact that he's going up against a bunch of armed soldiers, that, like, as an equalizer, that's, like,
you definitely
a pretty
need
good plan, too. It's like, well, and this might not go well, but also fighting a bunch of guys with guns when I've got, like, I guess he had a thing of, well, I mean, did he have a gun at one point? Yeah, I guess because he shoots.
That's
how he shot the chain, yeah.
He doesn't hang on to it for long, though. I think that maybe Jim wasn't great about keeping armed, but
at one point he stabs the guy with the knife at the end of it, and then leaves it there. One assumes because he's out of bullets, but it's not entirely clear.
Well, is this the rifle that he took from the guy that he killed at the blockade?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Did that guy fire his gun before Jim got it?
I don't think
I don't remember.
No, he did. He fired it at the dead bodies. And
okay.
Yeah,
because I mean, it could be that he's out of bullets and that there were no more in the truck. I don't
it's
know.
possible too.
I think that's reasonable to assume.
And
so he stabs the one guy with it and then leaves it in him and runs away. And then
he could have taken his gun or looked on his body for more ammo.
Well, I mean, I guess even they do establish with one of the other characters later on that they're not all fully stocked with a ton of ammo. Like they do address running out of ammo as being a problem that they have to face. Like, so it's not like they've got like 10 loaded mags on them at all times, right?
Oh, like a second or two to check for one.
Oh, but I mean, maybe maybe we just didn't see it. He did, and they just did not have any more, right? Like that. I'm saying that having the one guy that has
Jim lets that body fucking drop and moves on.
Oh. Well. I'm just saying that it's better than movies where they don't ever address ammo. Like we do later on see a guy whose big problem is that he's panicking because he's run out of ammo and he feels helpless.
Yep.
That's fair, yeah.
He's definitely in full rage mode. You know, that's definitely what they're going with.
Yeah.
They're going for. So, you know, the infected guy is running loose. He's killing people. There's some great horror sequences with like the use of like the really sort of high key like lighting coming in and everything. It looks incredible.
Yeah.
The whole scene is super exciting.
Yeah.
Thrilling and all that sort of fun stuff. And then somewhere
Hannah
in here,
gets up and walks off into the mansion, which is because she's stoned out of her mind and nobody can tell her what to do, which is great. It leads to a really fun scene where one of the infected guys comes into the room and she's hiding behind the mirror and the infected of like looks over his own reflection for a bit and then turns and runs out. I mean, that's a really interesting scene. I like that one a lot.
I think what's crazy about that is she's not just hiding behind it; she's hanging off of it. Feet aren't visible. I was like, oh man,
some free climbing shit.
Yeah, I was like, it's pretty strong.
Yeah, that's that adrenaline, baby.
Something within those drugs.
Probably PCP.
Yeah, I mean, Valium.
Yeah,
Yeah.
PCP.
Valium and 28 Days Later is PCP in the Terminator universe.
Oh god, that's what they put in the monkeys at the beginning. That's how this all started. PCP plus Ebola.
Not long after, Hannah narrowly avoids the infected by hiding behind a mirror. One of the particularly evil soldier remaining is with Selena, and Jim gets the drop on him and gouges his eyes out with his thumb.
Oh yeah, he just fucking goes. There's a
down to the knuckles, baby. Let's
go. The original hot Pedro.
It's pretty brutal. It's pretty great. I quite like seeing the evolution of Jim's capacity for violence in this movie. It's quite good. I like planting the seed earlier where he goes into the gas station kind of looking for it, kind of establishing that there's that part of him in here. And then when it gets the opportunity, because there's something really nice, because the movie's all about, rage and violence and, how it can destroy societies and all that. But then he sort of uses the rage and violence for good. Mm. It's a nice counterbalance to what, to the themes of the movie. I like it. It's good.
It's sort of neat too that he's fighting like one of the infected almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, an interesting contrast to the well-armed soldiers that are panicking, that he's like cool as a cucumber and fighting almost as if he's a zombie himself.
I mean, yeah, that's like the whole culmination of
walls.
this. That's the whole culmination of the scene when he gets back to Selena, where she's just kind of looking at him frightened, like, fucking, did they get him?
She goes to swing the machete and she stops, and he kind of gives it that side glance and just goes, "That's longer than a heartbeat."
Longer than a heartbeat.
Yeah.
That's such a great line. That's such like a capital movie moment,
The riz on this man, goddamn.
Yeah, it's unreal.
Cillian Murphy for Bond 1.
That's such a great line. It's such an action movie line too. It's great. I like that this movie isn't afraid to do things that are like like bordering on camp sometimes, because it's fun.
Yeah.
It's great.
Well, then Christopher Eccleston arrives at the house and finds the man that Jim stabbed dying on the floor, and he has a nice moment where he gets to show the love that he has for his troops. He holds his hand while he dies. Kind of makes it feel like this is going to be a real showdown, that he has like a strong antagonist to go up against, right? Like there's some.
It's a good way to humanize the villain without being cringe about it. It's not like always like, look, because we're not so different, you and I. It's like, no, he knows he's doing some fucked up shit, but he also cares about his men. So obviously.
And like, you get the impression that maybe before all this went down, he was a good guy, and it's like, well, look, I don't want to keep women captive for the purpose of, like, I guess, breeding and I suppose recreation, but I also don't want my men to shoot themselves. And my purpose in life here in this apocalypse is just keeping these guys alive. And he's willing to go to some pretty dark places. So he's still wrong, but there's an element of like, I see how he got there.
Yeah, well, he's convinced that like this is a necessary evil for the continuation of the human species. You know what I mean? He's not like thrilled about the rapiness, but he's like, listen, this is where we're at.
I mean, it's a little bit like Frank, Frank as the father figure, right? It's like the opposite side of that coin, right? He's
I'll do what I have to do to take care
he's
of
sort of the father figure for his troops, but he's doing what he thinks is best. But it's just it's in these circumstances, like it's like, no, that's pretty fucked up, man.
Also,
even his line when he I guess like we're sort of at the part where he shoots Jim anyways. He says, "You killed my boys."
Yeah. Exactly. Someone in our chat was asking between the Valium and how Selena explains Jim's sugar crash. Is it implied that she's like a nurse or doctor, med student? She says she trains as a chemist, which I believe is the British version of saying pharmacist. Right? Yeah.
Okay. So just going back to...
Also, to ruin that scene, the guy fell forward onto the gun that was stuck into him. When we see him again, when Wes pops up, he's on his back and the gun is gone.
Yeah.
It's just nowhere close.
Man, James, you have a really good eye for continuity errors. Like you catch so many that I've like never even would have.
Isn't the gun right next to him on the ground?
No. So the gun that's in that scene is the gun that Wes is holding that he brings with him.
Without the bayonet, presumably.
Gotcha. Well, fair enough. I mean, he could have rolled over, but
the thing is, he fell forward onto the gun, so that would imply it would just catastrophically do more damage to him.
Well, yeah, but you can still roll over. Like, that's not impossible. That the gun disappears is a continuity thing, but
I mean, yeah, it's possible. Maybe he removed it and then lay down on his back, but then if the gun's not there, then that's a continuity.
Yeah, that would be a...
Well, it's absolutely a nitpick, just like the mailer opening the gate when he's supposed to be in the backyard.
That one's funnier for sure.
Yeah.
He hadn't got infected.
Originally, he was supposed to play.
Yeah, while you were taking a shower, you just got fucking bit. Sucks.
Yeah.
Was it just
we chained him up
as a comparison again with the Major here being like a bad guy? Because there's so many movies where we have like the bad guy who just randomly shoots his henchman.
Yeah.
Just like, you fucked up. And then I was like, oh no. Which is like, that's not how this would work if you do that probably only once. All the other ones are probably going to be like, actually don't want to follow you anymore. How about we all shoot you now?
Yeah.
While with this, it's like, yeah, he cares about them.
That happens in a movie. It's like anybody shoots the guy, anybody else, and they're like, no, and they all shoot him.
That would be pretty funny. So we're into the final showdown, right? So at one point he shoots, as has been mentioned, he shoots Jim, and then he says, what do you say? You killed my boys? Is that what he says?
Yeah. And like, not you killed my men, not you killed my troops, you killed my boys. And I think that I think it underlines his perspective of being like, no, like my responsibility was to keep these men alive, and you killed them all. So,
yeah.
I don't even think he particularly wants to kill Jim. He sort of still wanted Jim to join them, even as they're about to like take him away. Like he says, you could join us. Like, I mean, it's,
yeah.
I know that the situation with the girls is shitty to have to deal with, but just so you know, like we do need people. And
are you gonna be cool about? Are you gonna be chill about this or what?
Yeah.
No.
Like, obviously, I mean, the answer is very hard no on that.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, final showdown time.
Final showdown time.
Which, well, I mean, I guess it's just going in reverse, which is Hannah in the car, and she.
Oh yeah, there's a little bit of a setup with her in the field when they're getting gas, like driving the car kind of recklessly and almost crashing it into the tanker truck, and like potentially maybe blowing it up, and he's like, get the hell out of the car. So she drives a little aggressively and recklessly, and
it's
so
a nice
dad clearly taught her to drive.
I mean, that has like a nice little touch there where it's like, get out of the car, go back. But when she goes back, he has like a little smirk. He's like, yeah. It's pretty fun.
She drives rather aggressively, and that has a little payoff here where she manages to hit like crash back into an infected who can reach through the glass and grab the guy and pull him out. Yes.
And then she hits the gas and gets him away. They get away.
Yep.
Yes, and then as they're trying to leave, they're driving towards the gates to the mansion, and they're like, hold on to your butts, and she's about to crash into the gate. And then we do a hard cut freeze frame.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
It's so funny.
You might have wondered how I got here.
Reminds me, I had to think of that.
It's so goofy in a good way.
Baba O'Reilly starts playing.
It reminds me of that clip, that viral clip that went around like tons of times, where the guy blows someone up with like a fucking flare gun or something, and then just the credits start rolling. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know exactly what film you're talking about.
I don't know what the movie is. I just know that clip, and like it's just like he was later charged with murder or something.
Yeah, they just decide to end the movie with him blowing a guy up with a firework gun, and he just explodes, and because they ran out of money when making the movie.
Oh, apparently it's called Blood Deads.
Yes, Blood Deads.
The wrist rocket. Yeah, exactly.
Pretty great. So we do a freeze frame ending, which is hilarious. Very, very funny. And then
that was a bit of an odd choice. I don't think it worked particularly well.
I think it's silly in a good way, Because there's some
Yeah,
things in this movie
I
that are
think
a
it's-
little campy and over the top. And
I like
charming
all
sort
the
of way.
editing that happens in the sequence after it, but I think the freeze frame it catches me off guard every time.
Well,
I watch this movie.
before we get into the actual ending, there are some alternate endings that were shot.
Oh,
there
tell me
are a
more.
couple.
I was gonna bring that up too.
I think there's 3 of them,
Release the boiler coat.
and all
They're
3
all
end
terrible.
with Jim dying. So Cillian Murphy, in all 3 alternate endings, succumbs to his wounds, or I think in one of them he undergoes a blood transfusion because Frank is not shot. They keep him as like an infected prisoner, and
Okay.
he undergoes a blood transfusion to save Frank's life.
Oh my!
Oh, okay, interesting.
Mhm.
So he's left strapped on the bed, infected, and the other 3 take off.
Yeah.
Hmm,
And then-
That's so. Those are like the other alternate endings are just that he dies from his gunshot wound,
Mhm.
and then in one of them he sacrifices himself to save Frank's life. None of them tested well.
Yeah.
The audiences.
So the other 2 are like carbon copies. One of them is just
Yeah.
called "What If," and it's supposed to be ambiguous that he dies on the bed in the hospital. That's shown for like 3 seconds in the cut. And the last one is just he's straight up dead, and the chicken is named Jim.
The
And
what?
It's just a chicken in the cottage because the cottage there
Oh.
has a bunch of animals. So there's a chicken that they call Jim. So it's just Hannah and
They
Serena.
named a chicken after.
Yeah.
That's his legacy. Is they named a chicken after him. Yeah,
They went with the ending they did.
I'm very
instead.
glad that
Yeah,
they
I
did
like
the
this
ending that they
ending.
did.
It's,
Yeah, thank God.
oh, someone in chat just mentioned Police Squad. That's the best freeze frame endings. That is absolutely true. Police Squad freeze frames are great because they just all stand there. Clearly, it's not a freeze frame. Oh, there's one where a guy in the back just still moves around while everyone else is paused.
Oh
Just-
yeah.
just grabs shit and just goes away. Police Squad is awesome. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. So after the freeze frame, we get another little callback to the 28 days later.
Oh god, it's a loop. It's a time loop. No. No,
So
I'm just kidding.
really, we're dealing with we're dealing with 56 days later. At this point,
Oh, quick math.
Doesn't have as much of
probably-
a ring to it, does it?
no, not quite.
There's something about 28.
Well, it's a
that
bit more
just
than
works.
56 days. We're not counting the days of them.
It's like
you know,
Shut
Yeah.
up.
That's true.
It's like 60 plus.
You're running.
No, it's
60,
not.
around 64 days later, roughly 64, 65 days later.
In his little montage that's kind of framed a little bit like a dream where he's in a hospital bed again, but obviously it's a different one. There's a fun shot upside down of like hell written on the hillside.
Yeah, I like
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
That's cool. Especially when we learn very soon what it's actually
Yes.
doing. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
And
It
he wakes
reminds-
up. He wakes up in a little cottage, a little country cottage.
How nice.
Yeah, nice, idyllic, peaceful little thing. They're out in the country, out in the Highlands,
Yeah.
and there's a plane
I,
flies over a road.
I had no choice but to compare this to The Last of Us 2's ending. Because I recently played this, and this seems a bit more reasonable than the massive farm they built for themselves in the mountains of wherever the fuck The Last of Us.
Outside
I
of their
gotta
safe
assume
community,
they were far, not that far from Jackson, like in Last of Us. I mean,
they're still outside of Jackson, and that's an issue. And they're right next to woods.
Yeah, it's ridiculous what the place they got, because they really wanted to do the thing. I wanted to do a farm when this is all over. So I just had to think of that immediately when I saw this. The PTSD is still deep.
They have their little cottage, right? And there's
Yeah.
there's a nice little shot when the plane's flying over. We see some zombies out in the middle of the field next to a bridge, and they look like they're starving to death finally.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least that's the implication. So we're like, oh, okay, things are looking up. Maybe
Yeah,
I'll
they can
leave
barely
like this.
muster up any energy.
did we
Yes.
talk about the one frame where the sheets spell hell?
Yes, we did. You can talk about it again if you want, though.
Well, here, the only thing I want to talk about in that montage, because it infuriates me in every movie ever, is that they were doing CPR on him. And I'm just like, look, you guys don't have the medical resource to save someone who is like vital signs absent like that. Like CPR isn't the kind of thing that, yeah, that was the only part that bothered me. I thought the hell thing was pretty good because it seemed very strange and like on the nose to be like, oh, now we're in hell.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, the ending makes it make way more sense. And I was like, oh, that's nice. Catchphrase. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, well, this scene of the zombies on the road makes me very curious about how we're gonna, like, where we're gonna take it in 28 weeks later and further on in 28 years. Because it seems like what they're saying is that they're starving to death and that they're like, there's not gonna be much of a continuation possible, right? So I'm curious to see where it goes. I know some people are aware of this already.
All I will say is that 28 weeks later does take this ending as canon. And
okay,
like,
yeah, all right.
Basically, yes, the problem is over. Basically.
Okay. Interesting.
So, the other little cottage, the Hannah hears the plane flying. She's like, guys, it's here. So they run out to their sign and they finish the sign that isn't actually just supposed to say hell. It's supposed to say hello. Because that's Jim's catchphrase. And they all know it. And they all love that Jim has this little catchphrase. And so instead of saying help or anything, they say hello, which is very funny.
Yeah.
Because that's his little catchphrase. And so they finish the O. The plane comes flying very low over them, and they're like, oh, do you think he saw us that time? Joking, obviously, because he was literally right over their heads. Mm-hmm. And then everybody smiles, and then the movie is over. Yeah. Yay!
And we hear radios like, we need a helicopter over here, or something.
Oh, yes, I was going to mention this earlier. The language being spoken it's not English. I can't remember exactly what it is, but again, that's another suggestion that life has continued. This isn't a plane from somewhere else in England.
Oh, let me hear the language. Yeah, it was way too low. I didn't hear that.
Klingon.
And you said a word right when it came up, so I have to go back again.
All right, everyone shut up.
No, that's English. Just lads, let's get a helicopter in.
Well, it's very
It's just an accent.
So I think it's Finnish on the plane. I'm pretty sure it's like.
But he clearly said something in English.
Isn't the
I'm
little,
pretty sure it's the
bullseye kind of thing Royal Air Force? So wouldn't it be like Great Britain? Some kind of like maybe, I don't know. Maybe Ireland.
Someone in our chat.
Now I've got to double check this.
Someone in our chat is saying that it's Welsh.
Oh,
I mean,
nope,
that's
I got
English,
it here.
that's true,
No one speaks Welsh. That's a myth.
Here, I got it. Amazon tells me. Amazon, in the end of the film, the pilot of the plane is speaking Finnish on the radio. The very last words he says are, "Hutakau, helicopter plane."
The fuck?
Which
Okay,
means, will you send a helicopter?
I'll bump that volume up here. Hang on.
I mean, I guess Scandinavian based on similar
I'm pretty
origins.
confident that he just says, let's get a helicopter in. I am
maybe it's
95% sure.
Maybe it's a dub over. Maybe they changed it.
It does sound a little bit like that, Metal. I'm not sure, though, if that's what it's meant to be.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway, but I don't know.
Either way, that's the end of the movie.
Yay.
Yeah, helicopter's coming.
Yay.
Woo.
We did it. We survived. I was surprised that this movie had such a happy ending. Honestly, I didn't see that coming. I thought it was
I
gonna be
like it when movies like this have happier endings because it's not like everything's totally fine and all the protagonists made it. Like we did have one major character death, some horrible things happen, but when movies like this end with hope, I always am pretty happy about it. Like,
yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's earned in this movie. It doesn't feel cheap. It doesn't feel tacked on.
Mm-hmm.
It's good.
So I actually like this movie now better because I'm pretty sure I wrote Marc that I liked the first half way better than the second half because when I finished it, before thinking more about it, I was like, I know this was a bit too campy for me. I'm not sure. But well, I was thinking about it and now we talked about it, and this is why I like doing these. Normally it goes to worse when you talk about this. This went to better now that we talked about this because I didn't really catch
the nature of good movies.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
Get better. Yeah.
Like I didn't hate
talking
I
about
didn't
it-
hate the second half. I was just like, I don't know, maybe it's like a bit too much. I'm not sure. But then you guys pointed out the whole thing with when he has to kill the child, that he kind of was looking for trouble. Which is like, oh yeah, that's true. I didn't even really catch on to that, and that makes the last bit where he goes like full combat mode made much more sense to me immediately. It was like, oh yeah, that was like the missing link, I guess, that I just kind of missed while I was watching. And I was like, oh
I guess
yeah,
because
this is-
otherwise it might seem like he just goes full Rambo mode out of nowhere.
exactly, yeah. But with
Yeah.
that context in mind now, it's like, oh yeah, that makes so much more sense. That's awesome. And yeah, no, it's really good. I think I still prefer the first half because I really, really like all the character moments we get. I think they're amazing.
Sure.
Especially, like, I think my favorite scene is just the photograph, the backside, because that's so fucking brutal.
That hits good, man. It's a heavy scene.
There's great character writing. There's great characters. There's there's a lot of drama. There's humor and levity as well. There's fun, like kind of action camp as well, which
And
maybe
there's a
you
hell of
might.
a lot of really good shots.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, and it has such a unique, like gritty, shitty punk look to it.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's very unique. They leveraged the setting and the budget quite well. There's criticisms we've had of it. I don't like, for example, that they don't take greater precautions, and I don't know if I love the way Frank ultimately gets got, even though the consequences of it and the way it plays out afterwards are pretty good. Yeah, it's a good movie. I like it. I think it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
So certainly a lot of fun to watch. It was certainly more fun than I anticipated. I was expecting kind of a like downer of a movie, but it's pretty fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And as I've said before, I mean, this is a movie that I went to go see in theaters when I was getting towards the end of high school and going into film school for university. So seeing a movie that was made on a camera that I thought I could reasonably afford was pretty cool, and one that I enjoyed as much as I did. And as much as there's been tons of zombie movies since, I don't think there's been any that I like as much as this one. I just think that it keeps things in the pocket really well. It doesn't try to do too much. I get partially due to like budget and just what this movie's trying to do, but I like the scale of it. I like that it has some characters who go through some stuff and actually develop, and they're not just one dimensional. This guy's the tech guy, and this is the one who's good with guns, and that's all they do the whole movie, which is the problem in a lot of kind of zombie survivor movies, where it's just like everyone's just fodder for zombies and excuses for zombie action, whereas these are humans. They have arcs, and yeah, I like it quite a bit. I do not like 28 Weeks Later as much, but we'll talk about that next week.
I can't because it's Father's Day. I decided I have to go golfing with him.
Yeah.
Well, that's a nice thing to do. I think
better,
that thematically, I think that fits with what we've taken away from this movie.
Yeah, surprising amount of good father and bad father symbolism in this movie.
My Father's Day thing is that I wish my dad happy Father's Day today because I thought it was today. Jojo, no.
We already had
I'm their
Father's
father,
Day in
Jojo.
German land.
It's
so
not Father's Day, but Jojo, calm down.
it's JoJo Day. Yeah,
Every day.
I will not be. I will be watching the movie, but I will not be joining you all next week for the 28 Weeks Later discussion. I have a kendo tournament that I am participating in. So
Yeah, right on.
I hope you win.
Reckon.
I will not.
Oh,
No, but
I
that
hope you do anyway.
Yeah,
Have some
just
confidence.
do
in
it
yourself,
anyway.
man.
Just do it anyway.
I do longsword fighting, so I'm also a non-traditional fencer of sorts.
Very cool.
Fight.
What?
Hi.
Fight.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the two of us fight? Yeah, I mean,
Film it.
maybe.
Fight and film it.
Well, I mean,
Well, I
I guess like, would I have to get you like a steel sword of some kind, or do I use a Shindai? Shindai, right? For
Shinai.
Shinai, there it is.
Yeah, I think maybe a Shinai would be more my speed, but we could try with both. Why not?
The armor seems pretty similar. Like, I mean, what I wear doing longsword fighting isn't too far off from what I see people wearing for kendo.
Yeah, they very samurai, Darth Vader-y type stuff. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Darth Glimbloid.
and with that, now there's only one thing left to talk about, which is the two comics that came out.
We don't have to, though, do we?
I think James, I think the only one who read them. So we might not have a lot
dinner
to add
before I
here.
do my video release, but yes.
It's gonna be quick. I only plan on talking about one of them because the other one's kind of shit. And that one released like 2009, anyways. This one, which is called 28 Days Later: The Aftermath, came out a month before 28 Weeks Later, and it was supposed to be a slight slide into it, but not really. So mostly it's 4 separate stories of people, and then they come together. It's not a happy ending, regardless. The first one I already told you about. It's just about a scientist who worked on the project, and then explaining how the virus actually worked and whatnot. So he ends up quitting, calling about to the hippies and writing out about the chimps in there, and then he shoots himself in the head.
Yeah,
Lovely.
Yeah, it's great. The next story.
Wait, do you remember the South Park episode, like Night at the Living Homeless, where the guy and he shoots himself in the head, but he won't die, and he keeps shooting himself over and over and over, and it just won't kill him? Oh, it's great.
So, funnily enough, that's also what happens to the scientist. We'll get to that.
Huh?
Yeah, he sucks at killing himself. It's great. So,
oh no.
Well,
then the next story is about a family of 5 as they're just exploring the park, and one of the chimps that have escaped puke on the youngest kid's face, proceeds to kill his parents, and then the only survivors
What a
are
romp.
the 2 older kids.
Damn.
Yeah, it's great.
Jesus.
And it shows how wild it is as the infection starts spreading throughout the entire city, from King's Crossing to the railway system and everywhere. And then the third story, which is set about right before 28 Days Later, or give or take right after, it's like in that time frame of when they wake up, is about that survivor trying to survive and killing the other guy with the perfume, and then seeing the U.S. Tomcats fly around through London, and he takes pot shots at them because why not? And the last story is and the last story is when they all get together. So the 2 brother and sister that survived, one of them is a nurse, has been taking care of the scientist who shot himself because he went into a small coma at this small quarantine camp, and then he wakes
been
up.
going around in this universe.
Yeah, exactly. He wakes up and he starts freaking out because the virus has not only escaped, it's technically changing because it, they put it with Ebola, so it's mutating. So he starts freaking out. The survivor who shot at the Tomcats, whose name is Hugh, is arrested and taken to the quarantine camp because he just doesn't trust, the U.S. military, because of course. And then he convinces all of them they should just leave because why trust the U.S.? And then they all end up getting killed.
Now, like when I pulled up,
what I'm hearing is that they decided that the original had too much hope and optimism, and so they're like, let's tell a bunch of stories that end horribly and bleakly.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah. And I mean,
he only used this to explain how the virus spread so fast and how the virus really originated.
Well, like I have a question though, just because granted, I haven't read the books. I've just read like a quarter of the first paragraph of the Wikipedia thing. But doesn't this say something about Selena like being a refugee in a camp in Norway or something like that?
That is the second book, which is just called 28 Days Later. That one is terrible.
Oh, okay.
That one.
I'm sitting here through all these bleak stories, waiting for when I get to hear about one character that I actually know and like, and turns out that's the bad one.
Yeah, so that one came out in like 2009. That one's about how a bunch of reporters want to go in and break the story on it, and they hire Selena because she's the only person they could find, because Hannah gets sent off to like Germany or somewhere to be put on foster home, and Jim gets taken by the U.S. military to be executed for killing
fuck this.
The British military, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Like,
That is, yeah, no,
wouldn't
not
all
even a
you
little
would
bit.
have to do say, yeah, these guys weren't like official British military soldiers in this sense. They were essentially a rape cult, and I killed them all. Yes,
well,
to
that
save these
doesn't.
two
It
women.
doesn't
I
matter.
have
It
two
was in
witnesses who are
self-defense.
alive.
It's self-defense, and it's a different army.
Well, technically, it's not self-defense if you go back to the place and hunt them. But I mean, I think hunting them to save two women who are about to be turned into sex slaves is a reasonable excuse. I think.
Let's call it
Especially when
extended
they're both alive
self-defense.
and could just be like, yeah, that actually is what happened. We'd be probably dead and at the very least horribly traumatized if not for Jim.
Well, let's hope that this is not the direction that because they have been hinting that Jim is somewhere in 28 years
shit.
later.
No,
I believe Jim.
I'm hoping this is not the direction they go.
The only thing
The
I want
second
them
comic
not
is not
do in this
canon, to my knowledge, and all that really does is explain how, well, the main virus in the UK has basically died out. The stragglers have spread out to Scotland and infected that area.
Well, I mean, Scotland is still the UK, but again, like, tread carefully for ruining 28 weeks later, though.
Well, it basically just stops there. They extend the quarantine border, and then that's it. Selena gets, dude, it's terrible. They connect.
Cool. That's really cool.
It's terrible. They have Selena at like every important event.
That's all.
I think we're indicating.
I'm cool with being done with that tangent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. So the first one, which is called The Aftermath, is better.
James, it's okay. We're done with the comics. The only thing I was going to say, though, is actually about 28 years later. The only thing I want them to not do is touch Jim, Selena, or Hannah. Like, just let them have their happy ending, man.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. In 2 weeks, 14 days later, we will find out what has gone down.
14 days later.
I hope it's good, man, because that trailer looks pretty dope.
It looks pretty good, yeah.
Yep.
Who knows? Fingers crossed.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And that'll do it for us this week, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for
later. Good movie.
joining us and hosting us, I guess, seeing as the streams have been crossed.
Yeah.
We did.
Wait, you crossed the streams?
We crossed the stream.
We've crossed the streams.
Yeah.
So far, no casualties.
So far.
Until the end.
Do you guys go through super chats now? Because that's what we normally do. I don't know.
Well, let's. We read a couple.
I think we usually do them.
You know what? Hold on. Let me do them right now, and then we can be done. You guys can keep going with yours. How about that?
I mean, if anyone needs to leave right now, I guess that would be a good place to outro you guys. Jesus Christ.
So Donald's angry said 5 devs mentioned. We're getting devs 5 soon. Don't get too excited, but yes, we are continuing our review of devs, which is, as I mentioned before, one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire fucking life.
I did see a chatter I did not recognize say, "You guys seem familiar with Alex Garland. Have you seen his TV series Devs? You must be new here. Welcome."
Yes, it's legitimately horrendous. I hate it with basically every fiber of my being, which is why it's taken us so long to review it, because I just don't feel like going back to it.
It's hard
very
to watch.
often. It's hard to watch. It hurts the brain, but we are going to finish that at some point. And then the other super chat we talked about a little bit, which was addressing the rules for the vampires, that they can go out, during the day. They're just not as common. And we're all caught up. So yeah. Well, I guess we'll leave you to your super chats. Thanks for having us. Thanks for joining us on this adventure.
Well, you guys mostly led us through the movie, so thanks for that.
Well, hey, someone's got to do it. We had people had hard outs, so we had to push it along. But it was a good time. It was a good chat. Absolutely. We'll see you next Sunday. Talk about the next movie, except for Hugh won't be there, but I will. So until next time, people in our chat, goodbye. Feel free to keep listening to Metal's chat over on his channel. Yeah, we'll see you next time.
Couple Opinion Show.
Toodaloo.
Goodbye, Cap Chat.
Good stuff.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
We are still online, but we also did not get Miss Slaughter's opinion on the movie, I suppose. Kelsey, do you want to tell us how you thought about it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, sorry. I felt like I couldn't get a word in. My bad. So and everyone was kind of just saying what I was thinking going along.
If you ever have just push in, that's fine. We're used to it.
Yeah. Well, and I was saying that like, and if you do then get cut off when trying to push in, like that's Metal and I's job to then say like, and Kelsey, you were gonna say something.
Yeah. I just didn't want to be
hosting
pushy
duties.
because I know how that translates as the only female in the group a lot of the time. So
No, it's okay. I'm generally
she's
the
talking
pushy
over
one.
people. She's the center of attention. You know what I mean? No, but
we're all shit here. It's fine.
No, it's all good. It's all good. No hard feelings. But yeah, this is my favorite serious zombie movie, if you can even call them zombies. I don't really think they're your traditional zombies.
I think it's fair to call them zombies.
It's like I like this take better than the traditional zombie because they're hardly like threats when they're the shambling brain zombies that, you know, aren't really scary. Like I like the ones that are more rager type, or they run really fast, or, you know, if you're caught in a group of them, you're screwed basically. So yeah, this one really stuck out or as a zombie film early on as being different for me. I've, like I said a little bit earlier, I've always had trouble with oversaturation with the zombie medium. You know, it's just like, especially in video games. I think that's what I was feeling around the time this movie came out, because they were starting to ramp up on zombie games in the early 2000s, and honestly, I played some back in the day, like Left 4 Dead, I really like and everything, but those are the fast zombies that I'm talking about. So like I liked that style, but actually my favorite style of zombies portrayed in a video game came out recently, Days Gone. That's probably my favorite. But so I have a trend of those zombie movies that I like that have the fast zombies in it. So this one is the first one that kind of like stole my heart. I also liked how low key it was for the time, like I talked about earlier, like lesser known actors and such, and kind of a more grounded, immersive take on filmmaking. Almost could pass as like found footage in some regards, like in some of the shots. So that's what I kind of like too. Like I think there's a lot of good early horror found footage films out there involving zombies that are kind of scratch my niche a little bit more than your traditional like Walking Dead style. But this one, like you guys touched on throughout, had a lot of good character development and just moments that could be interpreted as intimate.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And
aspect and stuff. And well, some of you said it didn't feel cynical. There are cynical parts of this movie, which I think is like a nice mix of, well, there's still hope from the human characters. There are cynical moments, like, you know, the whole militia that's trying to, you know, sell women or get them into sex slavery and everything. Like that part of it is very bleak and cynical. So I like that we have, you know, a mix of that to where it doesn't feel totally bleak, like, you know, the ending of The Mist or something. Yeah, because that's the first thing that pops in my head when I think about really bleak horror movies.
Most brutal endings, but also one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Like at the same time.
You found humor in that? Oh my god!
Yeah,
I
guess my jaw kind of dropped.
A couple weeks ago, actually.
I was kind of in disbelief, but yeah.
Well, I think. I wasn't on that forge, right?
No,
I just told you to watch
Metal
it.
and Little Platoon.
Yeah. Okay. So, like I said, they should have swapped out the main character with Sam Witwer, who was in that movie. I think he would have pulled off that end scene better.
Yeah. Big Sam Witwer fans around here.
Yeah. Good
Days
stuff.
Gone is the better Sony zombie series, I tell you. I will die on that hill.
It is. It would have made a better TV show, too.
I bet.
I thought they were going to make a show about it. I feel like I remember hearing something. Or like a movie that... I don't know.
Anyway, Random, you got a bail. You have a movie. A movie? Yeah, you have a movie to release.
Sequels and everything. Yeah. So I really do enjoy that aspect of it, and just like I think the acting's pretty good for earlier times, you know, and it being British, a lot of it, and because I don't really have a preference for a lot of British television and film. Like there's some stuff I like, but I'm kind of picky about it, I guess, especially comedy. But yeah, I think, I don't know. It's always captivated my heart. It's always been one of my favorite horror movies. I like to say it's my favorite serious zombie movie, and then my favorite non-serious zombie movie is Return of the Living Dead. Even though that one is kind of freaking terrifying if you think about it too, but it's just more of a dark comedy, I would say.
Yeah,
this
it's
is definitely
pretty wacky.
more of a, drama, horror. But yeah, you guys pretty much covered a lot of the stuff that I wanted to say. That's why I didn't really speak much on it. But yeah, thanks for inviting me on for this one, because I did just rewatch it again last night to be refreshed, and it was nice to watch it again because it's been so long. I don't even know how long, but I definitely caught some more stuff like upon like a fourth rewatch. I think it's probably, I've seen the movie probably like 4 times over my life since it came out. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got. So love this movie, and I think it gets better with every rewatch.
I would agree to that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it just happened to me while we were talking about it. Yeah.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Also, I do want to point out how I find it hilarious that the zombies are like pogging when you see them, like especially in the church. They just have their mouths wide open.
Yeah.
Like, I noticed that last night, and I was like,
"Oh my god!" It's good to have multiple people's perspectives. I never would have thought that, but now I'm not going to be able to unsee
I know
it.
You're not going to unsee it.
You've released me. Oh.
The soy jack zombies.
Yeah.
Exactly. So good.
Yeah, good stuff. Oh, good. Well,
so yeah, Random has a video coming out today. A movie.
I do.
Hi, Rocky.
Yeah.
I got a chihuahua.
So yeah, I'll say what it is quickly before I got to jump off, because the premiere is in like 30 minutes, and I would like to eat before I do that. So yeah, Last of Us Season 2 is not good. So it's that. Continuing the theme of zombies, I guess. Yeah, that's premiering on my channel in like half an hour. The video is about 2.5 hours long.
Nice.
And yeah, I've also been playing the game Part 2. I was told not to, including by Metal, but I kind of decided to play Game 2 because I was doing the video on it.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Funny enough, I decided to play The Last of Us Part 2 when I was making a video on Days Gone.
Oh.
Definitely play The Last of Us Part 2 if you just seen the show, because the game is way better than the adaptation.
That's what I am doing, and that is generally my takeaway. Not that I think the game is good, but I think the game is substantially better than the show.
Oh yeah, I mean they rushed way too much of the second season so far, and that's why it's not as hard hitting, and just the writing is different than the games, and like they're just doing a bunch of stuff that wasn't as effective as the game did it. So that's why I always recommend playing the game, because it's just they're messing it up. The first season was great, and then the second season is just really too cramped, and there's like no action in it whatsoever. By the time that the second season leaves off, Ellie is supposed to have killed like 100 people or more, and I think in the show she kills like 3, if that. Like
I counted. So by the time you get to Nora in the TV show, Ellie has killed 1 person, excluding straight up self-defense. In the game, by the time I got to Nora, I had killed 91 people, 9 dogs, and 80 zombies.
Random, you don't know what you just did, and it's hilariously funny to me. You said Nori. I know the PTSD is deep, but it was...
Did I say Nori?
You said Nori the first time. I know the Rings of Power PTSD is deep, but yeah. You said Nora the second time, though.
See, I missed out on a joke there. I could have had her as Nori in my video, but I didn't think of it.
All right, take the video down, re-edit it all.
Yeah,
that new Naughty Dog game is actually starring the little female Frodo girl.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, James already put the link to your video in there, so as soon as we're done here, go right over there. You have even more entertainment. Isn't that great?
Thank
you.
you.
Watch it as I prepare food for my pups who are getting antsy. It's okay, Jojo.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I am going to jump. I would usually stay to like hear super chats, but I do need to eat something before I do this.
Totally fine, man.
Yeah.
I would say it's a very open jump in, jump out when you need to policy here.
Absolutely.
We're fine with it.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thank you for having me on.
Sure.
Good excuse to rewatch a really good movie. And yeah, I'll see you all in a bit.
Alrighty.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. All right. Anyone else needs to bail? Otherwise, we'll just get through those chatteroonies, super chatteroonies.
I probably need to, just because today's my family day. And
no worries.
I think people are going to come over, so I don't want to be rude, you know.
No, it's all good. Thanks for coming on.
But I appreciate
Always good
you guys
having
me
around.
on.
We appreciate you joining.
And you need to
Definitely.
stream earlier because I mean to come say hello, but I'm mostly asleep when that happens.
No problem. I totally get how time zones ruin a streamer's life.
Yeah. But yeah, take care, man. Good times.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good one, guys.
Later.
See ya.
I would be saying goodbye more, but I've got growling puppies.
All right, let's get this. Also, my stream has not crashed and my PC hasn't either. It seems like...
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Because we're almost done, so now it's fine. I don't care. I was worried.
If you
Wow, you don't care about the
last
people and the hard-earned money? How could you?
Now I'm paranoid about that, but if you did super chat us last week and left when we got bailed out, we did eventually come back online. So if you go to the VOD, your super chat will be
yeah,
read
the VOD should be intact. No, actually, I reinstalled like all the drivers. I like used the DDU tool and everything. Like I nuked it completely, which for a while I didn't get a picture at all. So I was worried something went horrendously wrong. But then I went into the BIOS settings to see if anything is wrong there. Was fine. I went back out and then it just went back to the screen. I could install the drivers. I have no idea what happened. It was just some weird computer magic that happened, where after reboot number 5, it was all of a sudden like, you're allowed to use it again now.
Sometimes that's all you need. 5 reboots.
Yeah. Which was exactly what I wanted to do at the Sunday night at midnight when I meant to just go to sleep, just fix my PC. So that was cool. Anyway, let's go in there. First $5 by Slumpy, thank you very much, saying, happy birthday, Metal. What are you, 537 now? Yeah, around about. I think that's about right. Yeah. Absolutely.
It's not Metal's birthday again, is it? Jojo.
It's my birthday every day.
Jojo,
I wonder how many people will fall into the trap again. I think True Pop and John, they both got memed on Twitter by that. Oh. It's funny. 10 months of Bearded Fleeminess by M8566, thank you very much, saying, attacking zombies is my only joy in life. True. Absolutely true. And he also threw another 5 gifted memberships right after this. Thank you very much.
Boogie would not do well in a fast zombie apocalypse.
unless he was in a Snyder movie, then he could be a fast running zombie.
He would be.
He'd also make it so that they've got like 32 days before they starve to death. Jojo.
Then $5 by M8566. Thank you again. A zombie survival guide has historical accounts of zombies. I liked how the Romans would deal with outbreaks. No nonsense and efficient. So they probably just killed everyone they thought who was infected.
When in doubt, firebomb everything.
Yeah.
Which is also something
they're really fun reads. If you read Zombie Survival Guide and World War Z, you can probably find them cheap on Amazon. I have them both. They're fun. Actually, I can link you the audiobook of World War Z.
I think we gifted that one to a friend like years ago.
I did like Zombie Survival Guide's bit on effectively using stairs. I was like, yeah, this all makes sense. I like this. Like, it is people just using logic to actually.
So the funniest thing about that is one of the criticisms of the book is that it's too American centric.
Oh, because they were like, just grab your Glock and you'll be fine.
Isn't it written by an American guy?
Max Brooks.
It's written by Max Brooks. So.
Yeah.
Is Max Brooks, is he the because he's like the son of some director, right? Is he the same guy that like wrote Chronicle and stuff?
No, that's Max Landis.
Landis, Brooks, yeah. American actor and writer.
But Max Brooks isn't he like Albert Brooks's son or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the son of Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks, yeah.
Mel Brooks. Oh, wow. How about that?
Mel Brooks is still alive? Holy shit, he's 98 years old. Damn.
Hey, when you're funny, you're invincible.
I hope I don't continue the trend of killing people off, mentioning them on streams. I watched most of the Dark Souls supercut with the Jimmy Carter, where I called him a ghoul in a wheelchair. That's right.
It's just fucking hilarious.
So funny.
Didn't you kill Betty White too? Am I imagining that? Jojo, calm the hell down, baby.
Probably. Johnny Carter. Yeah, I think I called him Johnny Carter at a different point in the stream. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Johnny Cash's original. His name was JR, and then he changed to Johnny Cash.
Yeah. Oh, Red Letter Media killed Betty White. That's true.
Ah.
And Marc just killed Mel Brooks. Now we got all someone on our heads now.
Hey, to be fair, I was not the first one who said Mel Brooks, nor was I the one who was amazed by his longevity. I didn't know how old he was. I wouldn't have been able to tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been old since I was a kid, so I could assume he's quite old. But
let's see. Another $5 by M8566. Thank you very much. Have you guys seen Wrongfully Accused with Leslie Nielsen? I have not. Really funny.
I have, but it was a very long time ago.
Really funny, silly slapstick comedy, and I want Marc to see the leg gun so he can get ideas.
Oh my! Well, I always
just watch Planet Terror.
Yeah, that's the one I always get.
I have
but
that
I
on
DVD
DVD here somewhere.
The actual leg gun that I am able to do is just the fact that because I have a prosthetic leg and I'm in the military, so I tend to wear combat boots, which have an 8-inch clearance, so there's a lot of space in there. I don't feel anything in that ankle, so I can just put a gun in that boot, and it's not like uncomfortable for me to walk or anything because it feels pretty much the same. So. That's kind of my conceal carry hack, although I can't conceal carry because I'm Canadian. Jojo.
But yeah, maybe I love Leslie Nielsen. I'll definitely keep that one in mind. That sounds fun. Another $2 by M8566. Thank you very much for all the super chats. Appreciate that. Just saying the kerfuffle virus. Then we got £5 by Jeremy Souden.
Begins with this virus.
Or Soden? No, S-O-W would be Sow, right? Souden? Sorry, I got a condition. Interesting people saying interesting things about an interesting film. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. We're very
well, that's a little too much confidence in me, but all right.
Thank you for calling us interesting. I appreciate
And golfing with Random Later. What fun. Yeah, we got the goods tonight. We got them good.
Golfing with Random.
Partway through the stream, I realized he had the Joel version of his avatar on, and I almost bursted out laughing.
It's a good one, yeah. Yeah, I mean, someone needs to pick up EFAP slack from last night if they're just being lazy. No, I'm just kidding.
There's fucking PTSD with that game and shit.
But I mentioned already, supercut of me and mutually playing Dark Souls 2 when I was over. Probably the last time you'll ever see us touch that game ever again. So yeah, there you go. We got five US dollar reduce by Mr. Dr. Diddler saying, "Hey there, Metal. Hello. They just announced Persona 4 remake. Yay? How much do I have to bribe you to play it? None of my opinions have ever been wrong."
Did I miss that at Summer Game Fest?
I don't know. I saw somewhere that apparently they also announced Astral Chain 2, which is just a funny meme for my channel.
Well, Astral Chain coming to PC or don't mess with me.
No, I said they're doing an Astral Chain 2.
Is it on Switch?
I don't know. I don't know. I just saw someone saying that.
Astral Chain is such a good game that is just gimped by being stuck at 30 FPS on Switch.
It has fun gameplay. Everything else fucking melts.
That's fun gameplay when you can get to it, right, Metal?
God.
The story's weird as all hell.
It's fucking awful. It's shit. I hated everything about it. The fucking...
I like the combat in it quite a bit.
I also like the combat. I wish there was just that instead of the fucking stupid detective thing where I start writing shit down and then it's just on the screen. I was like, oh, great, thank you. I guess I didn't need to do that.
Well, I mean, that if anything, that was just a quality of life thing for the detective stuff. But was that just disappointing because you had already started writing things down?
Well, that part was disappointing, but
it's fucking hilarious.
I just throw my notebook back behind me. It's like, well, I guess I don't need that anymore.
I think the trick to it is just finding the things and then like not remembering them necessarily. It's just, although I mean I remember you having to kind of piece things together and use your brain a little bit.
No, so what are the puzzles? He was given like a legitimately good like quiz that he had to talk to like 4 kids to get the pieces of.
Yeah.
And he started writing it down, and he hit his controller or mouse or whatever, and scrolled up, and it showed all the sentences at once. And he looked up, he's like, "Fuck!" And he just fucking threw his notebook behind.
But isn't it like the selection that like for the things to put the pieces of the like? Granted, it's been a while since I played. I made a video for it on Geeks and Gamers like 6 years ago. But like, don't you have to kind of piece together the puzzle and then like actually solve the case by deciding which evidence to use? Like, I kind of remember something like that to it.
I just remember it being just really fucking dull, because it's basically just talk to this guy, talk to this guy, talk to this guy, and then throw it all in, and then that was that. I don't have any interesting memories of that at all.
Yeah, most of my interesting memories of the game was the kind of like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure style combat where you're sort of controlling you and the astral beast.
And I had a big fight with gravity as well, because I was trying to get over a thing. Like, I think there was like a thing where you put your astral chain over to the monster you control and then grab yourself over, and I fucked that up and I kept falling down or something. This was funny. But yeah, the combat was pretty good. I remember that.
Platinum before they started getting kind of shitty.
What
Which I
happened to
really
your
hope.
second highlight
I really
video?
hope that Ninja Gaiden. I'm saying like I did when I was in elementary school. Well, that's what I said in elementary school before I knew how it was actually pronounced. So I guess that was just like core memory unlocked. But I really hope Ninja Gaiden 4 is good, and we get the people who are still at Platinum who are good, because I know that at the very least, like, Kamiya's gone, and like I think he was kind of the guy at Platinum that really knew his shit when it came to character action games. So.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I never really had an interest in the Persona games, so I don't know. Probably.
I've played 3, 4, and 5. 4 is pretty good. I think I'd probably prefer 5 to 4 storyline wise, but 4, yeah, I know. I would probably still replay 4 if it got like a reload version. I'd wait for a Steam sale though, because unlike Persona 3, which also got its remake, I have played Persona 4, so I do know what happens.
Yeah. And, I know, that's why I'm telling you to play it. Yeah, but it looks so lame for me. I don't know.
Have you? You know, honestly, I think of the Atlas RPGs, the one you would probably like the most is the newer one, Metaphor. Metaphor was quite good.
That's on Game Pass now.
Yeah, I think give it a shot, because although at the same time, give it a shot knowing that the combat is quite simplistic at first compared to what it turns into. But even like it had a demo. It had a demo on Steam that was like 10 hours long too.
I remember
and then you
playing
can continue
that,
it. Yeah, I mean that's how I got into it, because I was kind of thinking like, I don't know if I'm in the mood for an Atlas RPG, and I mean it's not a Persona, so I don't kind of feel like I really need to play it. But I ended up liking it more than any of the Persona games. So
actually, we have a holiday tomorrow here, so I have the day off. So I'm gonna go to the gym, and then I'm finally going to play through Act 3 of Expedition 33. I had no time to actually go back and finish it.
I mean, that's another turn-based game that is finally getting its due. But
yeah,
I'm almost with the amount of people saying that like Expedition 33 is like the first good turn-based game in forever. I'm just like, Metaphor was last year, really good. Also, Dr. Diddler, I don't think I agree with you about the story. I quite like the story in Metaphor. I thought it was pretty cool.
Metal, what happened to your second highlight video?
That just got nuked by YouTube for reasons. There was one clip in there which they deemed hate speech. I'm not kidding. It was just a meme about a penis.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything. It was actually Porcus. Porcus is in that clip. It was a TKO, and there was just was it
the Knob Goblin?
No, it was a unicorn jizzing out a rainbow. It was really funny. And apparently, and then I not claimed it. Shit, was it when you say it's like, no, it's disputed. And like a minute later, it's like, we checked the video. It's clear, it's like, you didn't fucking do shit. And then
or appeal.
There was nothing that I could do. And then the secondary channel was like hit with a strike because of that. So that was cool. So yeah, that was like a year or two ago or something. That was like, yep, that was just gone now. Very cool. But it was like on there for ages as well. So yeah, I don't know.
Well, I guess maybe before we go, anything. Speaking of, I guess like
we're not done with
new
super
game
chats.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought that was the last one.
We got $5 by Slumpy saying, okay, now let's have a watch together for weeks, followed by an in-depth discussion on the movie. Wait, what?
I mean, watch together is, how do you do that without getting like? I guess you can't really on YouTube, right?
No.
Can you do it on like Kick
you can
or
like
Rumble
sync up with the people that watch or something, but you can't really do it. That's like a thing that didn't Twitch do that for a little while, or are they still doing that where you can do like Amazon Prime things and can watch those together on Twitch?
I feel like that stopped being a thing, but
okay.
I mean, also you're kind of dictated by which movies are on Amazon Prime. So if the movie's not, then you can't do that movie.
Oh man, they just added The Accountant too. I need to watch that.
Which I think is, I don't know. I think it's a bit of a shame because, like, I mean, like, is there anyone who doing a watch together and watching a movie on a stream along with people who are talking through the whole thing are going to be like, well, now I've definitely gotten the full experience of the movie.
Well, like, usually do it to have fun.
Yeah, I mean, I know, but I guess the idea of being like, oh, well, you can't claim this. This is costing the movie money. It's like most of these people, if they wanted to watch the movie, would not be doing it in this forum, and if they end up liking it, they might end up, wanting to watch the movie without interruptions.
Netflix on Xbox used to have watch parties. Interesting.
I feel like that would just be that you could watch Netflix together, though, not like stream it through YouTube.
Oh yeah, streaming it through YouTube. No, that's a nightmare. Don't do it with that.
The Amazon Twitch thing was real though. Like you could stream an Amazon Prime movie to Twitch. I think the only catch is the viewers also had to be Amazon Prime subscribers.
Yeah, something like that.
So it'd be like a restricted stream, but like considering how many people have Amazon Prime just for shipping, I'd still think that it gives you a pretty good audience, right?
Pretty much me. Every time I actually try to watch something on Prime, it's like, you have to rent this now. It's like, but I have Prime. Fuck you.
Well, I think that's when the movie isn't on Amazon Prime Video. It's just available through it. So it's like, I don't think you'd be able to do a movie like that. It would only be the ones that are like.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying that Prime has gotten fucking awful when I want to watch stuff on there.
Well, I mean, now there's advertisements too. At least for us, it's you got commercials in the middle of shows unless you pay like an extra $2 a month.
Cool. I love streaming. Cool. Streaming is really cool. Anyway, £5 by Jeremy Sound again, saying, hopeful endings are good. Hated The Walking Dead and gave up after 2 seasons precisely because of the nihilism. Because of the nihilism. It was torture porn without pliers. Yeah, I never watched Walking Dead. Never really caught my attention.
Well, that's the worst part about Walking Dead is that it has ups and downs throughout all the seasons.
I think I remember season 3 being better than season 2, but season 1 was better than anything else.
Yes. And then it starts going downhill because they start making all kinds of weird changes. Like one of the big ones with that dropped the viewers was when Glenn died. And a lot of people say, oh, it's because they killed Glenn. It's like, no, it's how they killed Glenn. Because like an episode or 2 before, the entire episode was fucking cock teasing getting Glenn killed.
Yeah, you're right. I hated that. In fact, I was almost certain that Glenn wasn't going to die just because they did the Glenn fake out death like a few episodes earlier.
Yeah.
And then even how he survives is stupid. It's like, no, he would be dead. There's no way. I don't believe that he made it out of the situation that you put him in. So why do it if you're just going to then kill him again at the end of the season?
Yeah, it was
Abraham
insane.
was the one who didn't die in the book at that time, and they killed him in that episode as well.
Well, I don't think he was in the book at that time either. I think he comes in later.
I believe.
I don't
remember if he was already dead at that point, or if he did show up later. He's not. He is in the book though. He's not an original TV show character.
Yeah, because I know they changed some of the characters around. Like Andrea in the show, I don't think she dies in the comics for a while.
No, she gets together with Rick in the books.
That's
at least for
right.
a bit. And Carol is the one who dies in like during the prison arc. Carol dies, and then she's like invincible in the show.
Yeah, it's a whole.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Swolpo
Listen,
just told
Metal,
me that apparently Super Meat Boy is getting another game. That's cool. I like Super Meat Boy. The game so
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
game rules.
Good platform.
Why did I almost say that game sucks after saying, "Ooh, that's nice"? Like, what's wrong with my brain?
It's running low on energy.
Probably.
Yeah, Walking Dead is it's a mixed bag. Even saying read the comic is kind of it's at the same time it's rough, but it's also better. But it's just,
I think you're safe to read the comic at least to the end of the prison arc. I think everything in there was quite good. I think it was once you get into the Negan era of the comic, that's when things start getting a little nihilistic and edgy for the sake of being edgy.
Well, the funny thing is, right after that is where it's like the Ray of Hope era, because Rick refuses to kill Negan to prove a point to him that you don't need violence to survive.
Then the Whisperers show up and things go right back to being pretty nihilistic. Although, I mean, to be fair, I kind of tapped out around the Whisperers, so I actually don't know how it ends. I know that it is over now, but Invincible's the one I finished. I didn't end up finishing The Walking Dead.
I like Invincible. The problem is Viltrumites they're kind of like Saiyans. There's just no cap to them if you.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
It's
they are killable though. I mean, they do die.
They nerfed them in the show, which is nice, but still, it's just. At least the only nice thing is Robert Kirkman says they cannot beat Superman, which is hilarious to me.
Cool.
Oh.
Yeah, what you guys said. Maybe we'll talk about that show. It's just for me. It's just like names.
You might enjoy Invincible, Metal. Yeah, I'm not going to be happy with their next season because the next season.
I thought you were still talking about The Walking Dead. Sorry.
No.
Different show / comic book, same writer.
Okay.
That's the only reason I mentioned Invincible at the same time as Walking Dead, because it's the other Robert Kirkman book.
Gotcha.
Or other one that I've read.
And then James threw one in here, right from Discord into the chat, saying Metal hates Chad. Sag. Yeah.
Oh, we love you, Chad.
No, we hate each other. That's fine. It's
I
goes both ways.
At least like you. I don't know about love. Love is a strong emotion.
That's a strong word. But yeah, that's the last one. I guess with that, thank you for joining Chad and also James. I guess James, you still don't have anything to promote.
No, never.
He appears on stream sometimes.
Yes, not next week though. You're lucky.
Wow.
It's Father's Day. Probably for 28 years later though.
Yeah, it's fine.
Everyone's gonna want to talk about that fucking movie.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, I guess we'll I guess maybe, but if it's mid, then maybe not. If it's terrible or if it's great, I think then everyone's going to want to talk about it. But yeah, if it's just like,
I think the trailer set high expectations. Everyone's going to be. If it's not good, they're going to be disappointed no matter what.
It is the kind of thing though that like if it is just okay, I think that it will still not be the kind of thing that will spark a lot of discussion. Like, you know, I think that for a movie to be something that everyone wants to talk about, even if it just sort of doesn't meet expectations, that's not really enough to get people speaking passionately. It's just like, yeah, it wasn't that great, but you know, it had some things going for them. And
they definitely don't want to happen for their first entry in their trilogy, apparently. So
yes, which, again, I'm debatable about whether or not I like that idea at all, because I really think that too many movies try to be like, okay, now we're a series, so this is just the first step in a brand new story where we're going to expand on it, and the next one that's going to be even better, and the third one's going to be even better. And if the first one was lame, it's like, okay, but I don't care though. That's the problem.
What, you're not excited for Bone Temple?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll see how it is. I don't know that I'm excited enough in Bone Temple to want to go see 3 of them, though. Like,
I think it has a different writer too. Let me check.
I only like half of the movies in this series so far, and there's only been 2.
Well, yeah, we'll see in 2 weeks. Roundabout. Well, Marc, what's going on? You still made a video. Yeah, everybody needs to watch it. It's good.
Yeah, I could probably still use some views on my Berserk video. I'm taking a bit of a break from the Onimusha work because I'm still, even right this second, trying to get to the DLC for Liza P. Because Well, I've finished Lies of P 3 times. I was also in the middle of a New Game Plus 4 run on which I was at chapter 3. The DLC starts at chapter 9, but I'm currently fighting Champion Victor. I actually beat Romeo while I was on this stream. I was fighting him for most of it actually. But it's not an easy fight on New Game Plus 3, I'll say that much.
Nice.
But yeah, so Onimusha video being worked on, but script at least, not video at this point. But yeah, I guess depending on how long it takes me to get a working version of the script that's all the games up until this point, I may or may not decide to wait for the release of the new one and include it, or get it out in time for the new one to like hopefully ride that algorithm. So I guess I'll figure that out. But Summer Game Fest did have a new trailer for it that actually showed some gameplay, which gotta say it looks a little bit slower than I might have liked as far as the combat goes, but we'll see. Yeah, hoping it's going to be good.
Yeah, go check all.
The first boss of Onimusha 1, though, does make an appearance in that trailer, so he's back.
Whoa. I don't know what that means because I don't know him, but woo!
Big ogre-looking monster guy.
A classic. But yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, watch my Berserk video, though. It could use some help.
As for me, as I said, tomorrow is a holiday, and I'll be playing some Expedition 33. Probably gonna start up my Andor watch finally. Just trying to get some time to do that. Bibbidi bobbidi boobidi boo. We're not doing a multiplayer stream this week. No, that's the week after, where we play some more Left 4 Dead 2. So that should be fun. And I'm gonna try to go back to the Vagrant Story, a game which I only played one session for, but I didn't really find the time to play more this week. So I'm gonna find a day next week. I'll play the Lies of P DLC at some point. The thing is, I would need to buy the game, the DLC, and do a full playthrough, which doesn't fit into my schedule at the moment at all.
Actually, I was going to ask about that. Is Lies of P no longer on Game Pass?
No, it's not. Like, not even the base game. Not even the base game.
So I guess the way for you to continue your playthrough would be... Although, wait, did you finish it and then not do any of New Game Plus?
No, I didn't do any. I did a little bit, but yeah.
Okay, so yeah, like I guess the thing you would have to do then is buy it on the Xbox store, because then you'd still have your save file.
Yeah, but I probably don't want to buy it there. I'd rather buy it like on Steam or even on my PlayStation to have a physical copy.
I guess I could send you my save file and see if that works.
Yeah, but
it's on sale right now.
I mean, the thing I still have different things planned. I don't really wanted to do a full playthrough.
Finding the time, yeah. I'm just more thinking that's like what I'm trying to do is like see if I could save you time on that.
Oh, the thing is, I wanted to replay it anyway because it's been a while since I played it. So I do a full playthrough one way or another. So I'll just do that at a different time and do like a full playthrough in peace. Because just going right into the DLC, I don't think I'm gonna have a amazing time just remembering all the mechanics.
It took me a couple bosses to knock the cobwebs off.
Yeah, exactly. I'm also gonna finish up that rant for The Last of Us 2 game, which is probably gonna be like around an hour, that rant. I think I talked about it quite a long time after I beat the game. So yeah, that was horrendous. And then my Last of Us arc is completely donezo for the time. That's the last Last of Us content I want to put out there for until season 3 comes out. And then I'm gonna go back and finish up a video I've been working on for a while, but was on pause, and you will learn what that is soon. TM, I guess. But yeah, things coming, and streams, content, all the good stuff. Obviously, more Forges on the Sundays. Gonna get the full 28 arc next week as well, and the week after. So yeah, fun times ahead. But with that said, thanks again for joining. Thanks to the Super Chats and memberships. Greatly appreciated. And now you can go off and watch Random's video. I had to gulp there while I was saying
Yay,
that.
PTSD.
See, this is why you have me here.
Hell yeah.
Co-hosting like a machine.
Yeah, like a machine. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you later. Goodbye.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.